enter in a space.
उरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपार्श्वे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरु आसनं भवति.
The next posture is Pashasana. Sit with your feet flat on the ground with your knees against your chest. Keep your hands holding your opposite knees, thighs together and spine straight. Make sure your tongue is pressed against the roof of the mouth in Khetchari Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनिवरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पशासनं भवति.
The next posture is Bodha Shokasana. Now keep your feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around your legs and hold onto the opposite wrist. Place your chin onto your knees, gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama. Gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally. And then exhale. Visualize that you are being in an abode of bliss. Internally chanting the japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
दोबू बगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिलिये सेकरे कोरमिलाजी उकड़बैसे जंगा छाति अग्रणी वैसे.
The next posture is Kurakatasana. From the same position, place your arms under your knees and hold onto your opposite elbows. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे आम्हा साम्हा ऐसे करे आपस में कोहनी पकड़े.
The next posture is Sumati Asana. Maintain the same hold beneath your knees. Now bring your right foot over the left sole, heel is crossed and toes pointed up. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Moolabandhan. Visualize the great sage of Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदछ पद आने दाजी पाखती कोले आवे हाथ एक अंतर ठहरावे.
The next posture is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight. Keep your arms raised straight up above your head. Interlace your fingers, wrist pointed outwards. Engage all three bandhas, performing and gaze through the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next posture is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight, hold onto your big toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Move your chest forward and down, head to the knees. We're going to perform the Nadishodhana Kumbhaka, which is close the right nostril and inhale through the left. Hold your breath and then repeat this on the other side as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दोबू पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
The next posture is Bidhokasana. As you sit with your legs straight, extend your knees slightly up. Keep one hand distance between your heels. Bring your shoulders down and wrap your hands in and around your legs. Hold the soles of the feet and gaze through the third eye as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
The next posture is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with your heels together. Place your chin, mouth and nose on your heels. Insert your hands below your legs, keeping your elbows together. Keep your palms facing upwards. Gaze through the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दो वेड़ी मेल के दीजे हाथ पसारी.
The next posture is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck. Now lean forward and down as you perform Paschimottanasana and visualize Swamiji onto your inner space as you perform this asana.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next posture is Anantasana. Now lie on your back and lift your right leg behind your neck. Left hand holding the foot from the top. Now straighten your body and concentrate on the prana moving from your Mooladhara chakra. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as an infinite or endless one in this posture.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next posture is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, the previous posture, rest onto your elbow of your hand holding your foot. Again, concentrate on the prana moving from your Mooladhara. Gaze to the tip of the nose as now you feel that you are in complete control in this posture.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले संस्थापयेत्.
The next posture is Drishasana. Now lie down onto your back, bring the knees to the chest, encircle the thighs and calves with your arms. Now start to roll to the left and to the right. We're going to perform the new pranayama, Pratyahara pranayama, which is inhale deeply, hold your breath, concentrate in succession of your soul's organs of your generation. It can be navel, heart, throat, third eye and more.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदये वष्टम्ब जङ्घासहित ऊरूनि करध्वजे बद्ध्वा.
The next posture is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next posture is Anantasana. Now lie on your back and lift your right leg behind your neck. Left hand holding the foot from the top. Straighten the body and now concentrate on the prana moving from your Mooladhara. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as an infinite or endless one.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
The next posture is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, the previous posture, rest onto the elbow of your hand holding your foot. Concentrate on prana again moving from your Mooladhara. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Feel that you are in complete control in this posture.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थाप्य.
The next posture is Atmaramasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around your legs, interlace your fingers behind your neck and gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Lord Vishnu's blessing within you in this asana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
The next posture is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back, move your knees to the chest, soles facing up. Gaze to the third eye, engage Moola Bandhas, visualize Swamiji on inner space.
वो हाथ चीदा सा करे तेनसो उबे सपा करे.
The next up is Jatada Pravritti. In this asana, there will be 3 different levels to perform. The first step is continue to lie on your back and move your knees to the chest. Keep your arms reach to the side of the shoulder level. Now keep one knee bent to the ground with the other leg extended out straight. Now keep both knees bent to one side and then both legs straighten to one side. Make sure your head is looking in an opposite direction of your leg as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
परिवृत्ते कोक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Again, perform the Jata Pravritti on the other side. Continue to lie on your back. Keep your knees to the chest. Arms reach to the side of the shoulder level. Keep one knee bent to the ground with the other leg extended out straight. Keep both knees bent to one side and both legs straighten to one side. Make sure your head is looking in the opposite direction of your leg as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
परिवृत्ते कक्षभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next posture is Dvipada Pitam. Now lie on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold your ankles and lift your hips up. Gaze to the tip of the nose. We're going to perform the new pranayama, Murcha pranayama, which is inhale deeply through the nose and then lock the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Hold your breath and then slowly exhale through the nose, maintaining the same throat lock. Visualize yourself as steady as a bridge as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
The next posture is Paryankasana. Now lie on your back and place your feet flat on the mat. Bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well as fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift the entire body up off the ground slowly as you visualize yourself as steady as a stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Svatanasana. Now lie on your back and move your knees to the chest, hands on your shoulders. Start to move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize you are a dog laying on its back.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वाणिज्य.
The next up is Viparita Karani. Now lie supine and raise your hips and legs up. Keep your elbows and hand extend the mat below, helping the balance of your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs around and around in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji entered in a space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
The next is Viparita Karani too. Be in the same posture as you stop rotating your legs as you visualize Swamiji entered in a space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
The next posture is Langalasana. Now lay on your back, lift your hips, take your feet over your head, toes on the floor. Keep your hands stretched on the ground behind your back, palms clasped. Rest your neck on the shoulders as you visualize yourself as a plow.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
The next posture is Saita Paschimottanasana. Continue to lay on your back. Keep your legs over your head, toes pointed on the ground. Thighs to the chest. Hold your toes. Keep your arms and legs straight. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha as this is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
The next posture is Supta Konasana. In the same position, spread your legs wide apart, hips over your shoulders. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha and visualize Swamiji entered in a space as you perform this asana.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणम् अथापि च.
The next posture is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground. Hold your ankles, keeping your knees straight. Roll backwards onto your back, keep your elbows straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra wheel as you perform this asana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनं चक्रासने गुल्मप्लीहवातरोगादिनाशनम्.
The next posture is Supta Prasarita Padangusthasana. Now lie on your back, keeping your legs in a vertical posture. Now hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Now open your legs wide as you visualize Swamiji entered in a space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next posture is Supta Padhangushtasana. As you lie on your back with your legs extended, move your legs straight up. Now hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next posture is Matsyasana. From Supta Padhangushtasana, the previous posture, move your legs into the Padmasana. Lay on your back and hold onto your opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
The next posture is Parasaramasana. Now lay on your back in the Padmasana posture. Place backside of your right hand on the left palm. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform Ujjayi Pranayama, which is again gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making ocean-like sound internally. And then hold your breath and exhale. Visualize Lord Rama onto your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
The next posture is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back and your legs in the Padmasana posture, lift your hips up and legs. You can use your hips to support the floor.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
The next posture is Vrishikasana. Now lay on your back, place one foot at the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards the head, extend both arms up above your head and hook your fingers forward. Gaze to the third eye as we're going to perform the Mursha Pranayama. Inhale deeply through the nose, then lock your chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you perform this asana.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीर्षकेशकी संधि सुदाखे.
Again perform Vrikshasana under the side.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीर्षकेशकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next posture is Vrishabhadakshepasana. Now lie on your back and interlace your fingers around your neck. Lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight to the other knee to the chest. Alternating, extend this raised knee again and again as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिकन्द्रां बद्ध्वा कूर्पलो मिलित्वा.
The next posture is Marotanasana. Now lie on your back and lift your legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji into your inner space.
श्वोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next posture is Brikhasana. While laying on your back, place soles of your feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
त उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति.
The next posture is Lothasana. Now lay on your back, quickly throw the legs up above your head. Complete rollover, finish in the prone position. Repeat this again and again as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
The next posture is Sarathasana. Now lie onto your belly with your toes extended. Keep your hands on the ground by your shoulders. Now start to contract your lips, making sound like a flute whistling while inhaling. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize you carrying a warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भध्यस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टम्भ.
The next posture is Deha Lunganasana. Now place your palms on the mat in the plank position. Jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again as you feel yourself gone beyond body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय अथ नयेत्.
The next posture is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat and walk back and forth. Do this as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next up is Lolitika Karana. Now stand with your knees bent and feet pointing outwards. Bend your elbows and keep your hands at the chest level. Start to swiftly move the arms across the body and then bring back to the center. Tilt your head back and open the chest up towards the sky. Move your head in all directions as you perform this asana. The next asana is Sarpasana. If you have a rope with you, quickly go ahead and tie your feet with the rope. Now stand straight without any movement. Keep your hands by the sides, hand touching your thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling around and up your body. Perform Saja Pranayama as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
The next posture is Ushtrasadhanasana. While you are standing, place all the fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands, feet on the wrists. Begin to move and start to walk like a camel as you visualize yourself as a camel in this posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next posture is Ashwasana. While standing, place again all the fingers on the mat by your hands. This time, keep your feet on the fists. Begin to move and walk like a horse as you visualize yourself as a horse in this posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next posture is Kapota Nikatasana. Now stand straight with your feet together, interlace your hands behind the back and pull them down towards your calves. Open your chest up as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
The next up is Talapushpatam Karana. Now stand tall with your palms together in Namaskara Mantra. Gently bend the knees and keep your toes pointed outwards. Simultaneously open the palm up, raising one heel off the ground. Visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you're going to offer now. Next posture is Khadgasana. Now lay on your stomach and jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. Bring your palms together, forming as Namaskara Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a rhinoceros.
कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Uttanottanam. Sit down all the way as slow as you can to the ground and then stand up. Do this again and again. If you have the weights with you, you can bring it along and perform it. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji entered in a space in this asana.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next posture is Musalasana. Stand up straight and raise the arms over your head and jump repeatedly. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेद् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा
The next posture is Utshristika. From a standing position, pull the sole of your one foot towards your belly. With the other leg, sit down and then stand up. Alternate this on both sides as you gaze through the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेद् उच्छीर्षकं भवति.
The next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with your toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest. Keep your arms holding the knee with your hand pointing outwards to the close to the fist position. Allow the opposite hand hang down on the top of your thighs, wrist twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of your body. The next asana is Tandavasana. If you have the weights with you, you can bring it along and perform it while this asana is going on. On one leg, extend the opposite forward, lower the body to the mat and then stand and straight. Stand up and be straight, lifting the raised leg to your opposite thigh. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next posture is Brahmanasana. Now place your left foot on your opposite thighs and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Place your hands by the sides. Engage Mula Bandha and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. The next posture is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap your left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the other side of your right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right and bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
कूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next posture is Ekapadasana. Now stand straight on your right leg, left foot on the opposite thighs, hands relaxed by the knees as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
रक्षाङ्घ्रिम्बामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next posture is Durvasana. Now stand on your right leg, hold your big toe of your left foot and straighten out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on your standing leg as you visualize yourself as a North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Trivikramasana. Now stand on your right leg and lift your left foot behind the neck and then stand tall. Alternate this posture sitting and standing. Visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space, blessing as you engage in Mula Bandha.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
The next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with your toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downwards. The next posture is Tandavasana. On one leg, lower the body to the mat and then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thighs. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva in this posture.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next posture is Brahmanasana. Now place your right foot on the inner left thigh and then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Make sure your hands is by the side as you visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
The next posture is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap your right leg over and around your left knee. Tuck the right toe on the other side of your left calf. Simultaneously cross your right arm below the left and then bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next posture is Ekapadasana. Now stand straight on your left leg. Place your right foot on the opposite thighs. Hands relaxed by the knees as you visualize Swamiji at your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next posture is Dhruvasana. Now stand on your left leg. Hold your big toe of your right foot and straighten out to the side. Now rotate your body quickly on your standing leg as you visualize yourself as a North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन कस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Trivikramasana. Now stand on your right leg and lift your left foot behind the neck and stand tall. Alternate this posture sitting and standing as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing within your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Then next up is Samanakakarana. Now stand with your feet close to the body and toes pointed slightly out. Keep both of your hands to the sides of your body. Now as you inhale and exhale and internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. The next asana is Gorakanjali asana. Now stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees, making a finger lock. Sit in a squatting posture and then let the finger lock touch the navel. Engage Mula Bandha as you're going to perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, which is inhale through the nose and hold your breath. And then with the mental force, move your whole prana through all different areas of your body. And exhale slowly. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
प्रथमहि बहुहोये बाहुरी नीचोपनिहो वे.
The next posture is Kanchasana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and the calves and then wrap your arms around behind you. Squat down and hold your hands behind. Keep your chest upright as you visualize Swamiji enter inner space.
ऊरुमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्च्यासनं भवति.
The next posture is Bhairuvasana. Now bring the feet together and sit in a squatting posture. Make sure your heels is touching the perineum. Now hold the hands at the back and sit upright. Gaze at the navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दोबूपक की थल्या की माहिली कोर मिलाजी फनापानी उकड़मोड़ वैसे.
The next posture is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows close to the head. Palms joined over, facing it downward. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, which is inhale through the nose and hold your breath. And then as you feel the pranas moving across your whole body, and then exhale. Visualize Abho, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागतली की माहिली कोर मिलाजी फनापानी उकड़ वैसे.
The next posture is Tripitasana. Now keep your heels touching Bring your hips to same level as your knees. Let the hands hang down, fingertips doesn't touch the toes or fingers in front of you. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji into inner space as you perform this asana.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
The next posture is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat with your fingers wide. Place your knees on the back of your arms, eyes forward and down, and slowly lift the feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्या जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
Vasana posture. Gaze to the tip of the nose as feet. Let the heel come outside of your hips. Hands on the knees. It's
पादौ च गोपयेत्. पादौ परिच संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
in your body. From your Mooladhara to Sahasrara. Visualize the next posture is Shivasana. If you have
दो पगजोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निब्जशयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next posture is Sarpasana 2. Now lie prone on your belly. Keep your hands by the hips. Extend your legs jointly and toes point outwards. Lift your chest to left.
घीकृत्य
The next posture is Niralambhanasana. Now lie prone on your belly. Place your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus posture, holding your chin. Keep your legs straight, toes pointed together. Feel that you are self-supported and completely independent in this posture. We're going to perform the Sahaja Pranayama as we inhale deeply through the nose. Hold the breath comfortably, then exhale slowly.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः. मुखमुन्नमनुच्चाये निरालम्बनमासनं. निरालम्बनयोगी स्यान् निरालम्बनमासनं. निरालम्बनता ध्यानं निरालम्बनमासनं.
The next posture is Chatrasana. Now lie onto your stomach and place your hands flat on the mat in front. Now straighten your arms and bend your knees, bring your feet towards your upper back. Lift up your head and your chest. Engage Mula Bandha and see yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यां उन्नयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
The next posture is Vajrasana. Now sit on your knees with your tops of your feet on the mat. Bring your buttocks on your heels. Stretch your arms in front, palms facing down. Place your forehead on the mat. Engage Mula Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
The next posture is Meshasana. Now push your body up into Gajasana on your hands and your feet with your hips raised. Start alternating striking the ground with your hands. Engage Mula Bandha and experience yourself as powerful as a ram in this posture.
गजासनसंस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
The next posture is Ajasana. From Gajasana, lift your legs onto the air, slowly bring the forehead to the ground. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as an unborn existing for all eternity. While you're performing this asana, perform it to the best of your ability.
गजासनसंस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
The next posture is Dhanantarasana. Now sit on your heels with your legs together. Interlace your fingers around your toes. Pull your feet towards your perineum, then place your hands on top of your respective knees. Keep your spine straight. Gaze through the tip of the nose. We're going to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, gently restricting the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally. And then hold your breath and then exhale. Visualize Swamiji entering a space as you perform this asana.
पूरब विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो फना शरा मोड़ी पगा के अंगुली अग्रिमेढ़ लगावे.
The next posture is Angamottanam. Now interlace your fingers in front and then behind you. Stretch your arms forward to the sides and then backwards. Start to give massage to various different joints and muscles to your whole body. Engage and visualize Swamiji entering a space.
हस्तयोः अंगुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमंगं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अंगमोत्तनं भवति.
The next posture is Garudasana 4. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana position. Keep your feet turned out to the sides and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight and place your hands on top of your respective knees. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on your back.
जंघोरुभं पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु करिगरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
The next posture is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, toes pointed backwards. Keep your knees wide. Gaze to the third eye as you engage Mula Bandha. Visualize you are residing in a blissful space of a temple.
क्षीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
The next posture is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with your knees wide, feet overlapping on your ankles. Keep your hands under the knees, gaze to the tip of the nose. Now perform the Khechari Mudra, pressing the tongue up against the roof of the mouth. Engage Dhyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
पृष्ठं सम्पेड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तो पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
The next posture is Narasimhasana. Now keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together. Place your perineum on your heels. Place your palms on the ground. Keep your fingers spread wide. Keep your thumbs touching and base of your hand touching the toes. Gaze to the tip of the nose and start to stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu.
दो फणापाणि होय वैसे एडी मेल रघुदानि वैसे समशरीरनी काठ हरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
The next posture is Bis. Now sit on your toes and place your perineum on your heels. Separate the knees sideways and place it on the ground. Now we're going to perform the Bistraka Pranayama. Now place your right hand making a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth, close your lips. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Now inhale and exhale slowly as you visualize yourself as a Devi presiding over any and minuscule fears you have. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
दो उपगा की एडी जोजी गोड़ा फनो बानप निहोई.
This posture is Makadasana. Now keep the soles together, top of your feet on the ground. Sit on your heels and bend your elbows. Bring your fingers to the armpits. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey in this posture.
दोवूपगदली संपुट आने तिनकी बिष्टि भूमि परिठाने मूलद्वार एड्यां परिल्याहात ऊंचा टहरावे.
The next posture is Vajrasankharasana. Now stand on your toes, keep your soles of the feet together. Sit on your heels, keep your knees widen off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform again the Ujjayi Pranayama, gently restricting the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally. And then hold your breath and exhale. Visualize you're embodying a diamond-like strength for yourself and for the Sangha, the spiritual community.
प्रथम फणापाणि होय बैसे दोवो एडी गुदानि वैसे गोड़ा ऊभा राखे धीर आडे बाज पसारे धीर.
The next posture is Kanjanasana. Now keep your toes down, ankles crossed behind and sit on your heels. Place your palms on the mat by the sides. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are having perfect health beyond any and all physical, mental ailments. Internally continue to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तो भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
The next posture is Kurmasana. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum on back of your heels. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on your knees. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for 100.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाजशिरोग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
The next posture is Yogasana. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place in your perineum and back of your heels. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji entering inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
The next posture is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your ankles behind. Keep your feet near opposite knees. Hold your calves with your fingers inside and thumbs outside. Gaze to the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha. Remember to continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama as we visualize we are in the space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with our Guru, Swamiji.
गोड़ा वाम उभौ होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी दछिपा कड़ी पानी रहावे फनो वाम गोड़ा ढिगिल्यावे.
The next posture is Ustrasana 2. In the kneeling position, bend backward and hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight, push your hip forward and tilt your head back. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथिदाढ्य संबिबन् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
The next posture is Jhatyasana. Now with your heels together and hands on your soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring your elbows down to the mat. Place back your weight on the mat. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Experience yourself as a lotus blooming in this posture.
दोबो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधरे फणा पानी उकड़ होए ऐसे बदे जो ऐसे.
The next is Viratasana. Now sit on your knees with your thighs and calves together. Slowly lean back and touch your back to the ground and then rise up. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Do this again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal and subtle forms of your body happening. Engage Mula Bandha and internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
जंगा पृष्ठिभूमौ निधाय जंगोदरजोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवंशं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति.
The next posture is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, right here, bring your forearms on the mat and then hold your back of your heels. Bring your head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove as you perform this asana.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथिदाढ्य संबिबाद इषुप्पमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
The next posture is Varasana. Now stand upright on your knees with your toes tucked. Hold your arms with your opposite hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. Remember, this is the boon fulfilling posture. You can receive any boon you want from Paramashiva. Visualize Paramashiva on your inner space as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वारासनं भवति.
The next posture is Varahasana 2. Now keep your knees together and toes tucked. Bring your elbows to the mat. Rest your hand on your hands. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a boar, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu in this posture.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते कूर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य मस्थाप्य पार्श्वनितम्बे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् वराहासनं भवति.
Now kneel down and place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Place a forehead on the mat. You can use it supported with your holding with your hands. Walk your knees forward and lift your hips up and then raise your legs up. Be straight and be stable in this posture as you visualize yourself as a lobbed tree.
अधोमुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम् ऊर्ध्वमार्गे पदे दत्वा धारयेन्मारुतं सिद्धिः.
The next posture is Andhasana. Now kneel down and keep your head in between your knees. Elbows adjacent to your knees, hands holding your head. Now perform Saja Pranayama as we inhale deeply. Hold your breath comfortably, then exhale as you visualize Swamiji into your inner space.
प्रथम पगतली समट हरावे कोर माहिली उभे मिलावे फना पानी उकड़ कर बैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next posture is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can use the weights to intensify the practice of this posture. Now lie on your belly, keep your arms extend straight out. Lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a locust as you perform this asana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुंड नामके गंडभेरुंड सहिते शीर्षदंडासनं तथा.
The next posture is Kapalasana. Now lie on your belly, keep your arms by the sides, palms down, keep your forehead on the ground, keep your chest on the mat and lift your legs up together. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with your purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lie at your stomach and hands by the sides. Lift your legs up and over your head and slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head. Keep your palms flat on the mat behind. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a free and an open dove in this posture.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
The next posture is Chatakasana. Now sit on your knees and bring the chest down so the navel touches your knees. Flat on the mat and forearms on the ground. Now perform the Saja Pranayama as we inhale deeply through the nose, hold your breath, then exhale. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च्य तिष्ठेत चटकासनं भवति.
Is Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs and bend your back to touch your feet on your head. Lift your chin and hold. You can perform this asana to your best of your ability. As we engage Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमां घृपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
The next posture is Vrishasana. Now place your right heel. Keep your left foot outside of your hip, ankle to the side. Now place your hands on the mat as we're going to perform the new pranayama, Antaranga Pranayama, which is quickly and forcibly inhale through the nose. Hold your breath for a short while. Slowly release through the nostrils. Engage Mula Bandha as a visual as a bull.
याम्ये गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next posture is Lolasana. From a kneeling position, place your hands on the mat in front of you. Lift the knees off the ground and cross the toes of your left foot over to right. Get your balance above the mat as you continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात् स्थिरवायुप्रसादेन स्थिरचेता भवेत् धृतम्.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now place your perineum down on your left heel. Keep your left foot outside of your hip, ankle to the sides. Place your hands on the mat resembling a bull. Again, Antaranga Pranayama, which is quickly and forcibly inhale through the nose. Hold your breath for a short while, then exhale. Release. Visualize you are a bull as you perform this asana.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next posture is Balagunasana. Now place your legs on the ground and sit on your heel of your left foot. Place your right foot flat on the ground with your knee raised towards your chest. And palms is placed on your respective knees. Maintain an upright position. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Balaguna High, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल.
The next posture is Grihasana. Now squat with your feet flat on the mat. Bring your elbows under your thighs and wrap your hands around your shins. Hold onto your ankles from the outside. Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as an entire planet and you perform this asana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य हस्तावेशो धृत्वा.
The next posture is again Balaguna Asana. Now place on and sit on your heel of your right foot. Place your left foot flat on the ground with your knee raised towards your chest. Keep your palms on your respective knees and maintain an upright position. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama, which is quickly and forcibly inhale through the nose and then hold it. Then slowly release through the nostrils as you visualize Balaguna High, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जायी.
The next posture is Utkatasana. Now squat on your toes with your heels up and knees off the mat. Place your perineum on your heels and hands on your respective knees. Keep your spine straight. You can use the weights to intensify the practice of this asana. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
The next posture is Vajra Sangharasana 2. Now sit on your toes with the perineum on your heels and soles together. Keep your knees widen off the ground. Now hold onto your opposite elbows behind your back. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji enter inner space.
प्रथम प्रणापाणी होए जैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next posture is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with your feet hip width apart. Now keep your hands under your soles of your feet from the inside, palms down, arms straight, elbows at the navel. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama. Visualize. Now place back of your hands on the mat. With your fingers facing towards your body. Step your
पादुकासनं भवति.
Mula Bandhan, visualize yourself Self is a rooster.
हस्तदले भूमौ कृत्वा पाद
Words into the handstand position. Start to move around on two hands, dance Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down.
कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्
Now put your respective ankles, lift the feet off the ground. Put your respective ankles, lift the feet off the ground. Now sit with the heels of the print.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा
Lift the entire body. Lift the entire body off the ground and keep the chin up. Left toe with your left hand, index and middle fingers. Lean prana. Then the left leg.
पादपीठं वज्रासनं तत्
out holding the food with your left hand over top of your right shoulder. Bring your left Moola Bandha. Then gaze through the third eye. Now place your right foot at the root of your left. Now place your right foot at the root of your left. Just inhale. Just inhale through the nose and then hold your breath. Through the nose and then hold your breath. Posture is Crown Chasana. Breath. Posture is Crown Chasana. Now
कोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठ कोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे
towards the knee. Perform
प्रसारणे
towards the knee. Perform the Jiva Chalako outside of your hip. The Jiva Chalako outside of your hip. Hold the sole of your left foot and lift.
राजं त्रिकोण
Hold the sole of your left foot and lift.
राजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसार
Inhale through the nose and then hold your breath.
स्वस्तिकं
Inhale through the nose and then hold your breath.
स्वस्तिकं तत् चक्षुते
Then Hindu order.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ
Now bring your left heel Meditate on the Lord Arihanta, the enlightened one. Visualize Swamiji on your inner up. Keep your spine straight.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः
As a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Just stay seated on the mat. Gaze through the tip of the nose. Perform the KAILASA Nithyananda Paramashivam.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोकरे हस्तदो वो
Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटा
Fingers behind in Parshamudra. Bring your forehead to the floor. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's. The next posture is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, again insert both the hands. Continue to Kumbhaka.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग पर बाई हिल्यावा
Bend your head down. Tuck the chin to the chest as we perform Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize posture is Uttara Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both the hands through the thighs and the calves. Now lay on your back and bend your elbows and hold onto your respective shoulders with your hands. Gaze to the third eye. Feel your body and mind to live for hundreds of years again. Engage Moola Bandha and continue to perform the Kakachunga Pranayama. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतगन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्
The next posture is Pangu Kukkutasana. From Padmasana, again place both the hands through the gap of the thighs and the calves. Now place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift the body up and hold as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ
The next posture is again Pangukutasana. Now perform Pangukutasana on the other side as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य.
The next posture is Grudhasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes and interlace your fingers. Rest the chin on the knuckles, press the thumb on the throat in Parshamudra. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the Kakachanga Pranayama, which is curling the tongue inside the mouth. Create a small gap as you hold your breath after this inhalation. Visualize you have gone all beyond all greeds and covetous in this posture. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्भौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
The next posture is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other, palms facing upwards, keep your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, Mula Bandha, Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhar Bandha. Visualize Swamiji out your inner space as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
The next posture is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of your knees. Keep your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. So visualize Paramashiva on your inner space. Internally again chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
The next posture is Karmukasana 3. From Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, hook your right hand, index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra around your right toes. Now lift your elbow as if you're pulling above, back and move your big toe around. Place your left hand on your respective knee and keep it straight. Repeat this on the other side. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in this posture.
अथान्यासनमापक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
The next posture is Karmukasana 3. From Padmasana posture, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra. Now inhale through your tongue straight in like an arrow. Engage all three bandhas as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Kakachanga Pranayama as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
The next posture is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmukasana 3. Lift the chest up. Gaze through the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize that your action of Paramashiva's third eye, anything which you come across, you destroy. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
The next posture is Nagrasana. From Karmukasana 3, keep your arms behind your back, holding your opposite big toes. Lay down onto your elbows, thighs and your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Inhale deeply through the nose and hold your breath as comfortable as possible and then exhale as you visualize yourself as a snake in this posture.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने द्वौ हाथ पाछाने आने.
The next posture is Kandukasana. Now lie on your back and bend your knees and keep your feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest, head touching your knees. Engage Mula Bandha. Now squeeze. Visualize you squeeze your whole body into the position of a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
The next posture is Urdhva Bhavanasana. Now lay on your back, keep your knees raised together. Keep your feet flat on the ground, hands interlocked under your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose. As you engage Mula Bandhan, visualize Swamiji entering a space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
The next posture is Marakata Pithasana. Now lie on your back and bend your knees and keep your feet flat on the mat. Now place an upturned palms under your heels and lift your hips up. We're going to perform the Murcha Pranayama, which is inhale deeply through the nose and then lock your chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha. And then hold your breath and then slowly exhale through the nose, maintaining the same throat lock. Now visualize you are as powerful as an alpha ape as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
The next posture is Uttana Shikipithasana. Now lie supine and raise your hips. Support your hips with your hands placed at the waist, elbows bearing the weight of your body. Make sure your chin is pressed against the throat as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze through the tip of the nose. Breathe in the Murcha Pranayama as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
The next posture is Narakasana. Now lie supine and raise your hips and legs up. You can bring your hands to lower back for support if needed. Keep your elbows and hands extended in the mat below, helping the balance of your body as your legs are raised up. Engage Jalandhara Bandha, Mula Bandha. Continue to perform Murcha Pranayama as you visualize you are blissfully traveling through the hill landscape.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्त्रयेत्.
The next posture is Tiryana, the previous posture. Still lower back, right vertical posture, lower and angle them, keeping core engaged. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize you are a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
The next posture is Dvajasana. Now keep the upper back on the mat with your raised legs up in a vertical posture. Now keep your elbows, shoulder and hands remain on the mat below. Keep the legs in a vertical posture and hold. Now visualize you are the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next posture, the final posture of this sequence of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is Vritasana. Now lie supine and completely relax the whole body. Avoid any and all movement. Visualize your body is dead. Hinduism is liberating you. Perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra, where you see you're drawing up your Kundalini up along your spine, feeling your whole prana in your muscles, in your each and every single part of your body. Now internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Maheshwara. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return back to your body. Start to move your toes, your fingers, your whole body. Feel that whole prana, the life energy entering into you. Rock your body side to side. As you come back to the comfortable seated position onto our yoga mats. Yes, congratulations that we have completed the full 308 asana sequence directly blessed and guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, after this intense 3-hour practice of the yoga, we'll be having the power manifestation session, manifesting the power of third eye right after this yoga session. So make sure all the participants who are watching us live and across different Zoom rooms are joining us for this power manifestation sessions, seating, making sure our space is ready to receive Swamiji today. Let us all sit. Visualize Swamiji in our inner space, keeping our hands in Namaskara Mudra onto our heart center, as we're going to finish this session with the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you. Them.
Powers of Maheshwara. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
We request all the participants to quickly settle down. We'll be now entering into the power manifestation segment.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
So quickly get ready. What the power manifestation kits? I would say IBAN, pen and paper, Krishna Shila, Jnananjana, Atmalinga, all the alchemy products which helps you in the entangling process and help you manifest the powers. So let's quickly get ready. And still few cameras are off. A few participants' cameras are off. Please turn your cameras and sit in front of the camera. So it will help acharyas as well for the power manifestation segment. So we'll be starting in few seconds. Request all the participants to quickly settle down. Thank you. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvadidam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Egam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Shakshibhudam Bhavadidam Triguna Ragidam Sadguram Tam Namami. Yes. Nithyananda everyone, we welcome you all back to yet another day of Paramashiva Level 3, Season 2. So it is a one nice, wonderful yoga section. Hope everyone have enjoyed. I have seen many participants keep getting breakthroughs in the yoga sessions, the sense of like able to do more and more asanas, and perfectly all that is coming good. So it is nice. So yes, now let us enter into the power manifestation segments. All of us will be manifesting the power of third eye. So today, same pictures, but two pictures. Picture we will be having today. With that, for manifestation, so I request all the participants to quickly settle down. Put your blindfolds ready. Now, let us sit straight. I will be projecting the images for you. Let us sit straight, head, neck, spine in a straight line. Make sure your blindfolds are proper. Intensely visualize Swamiji himself is sitting on your third eye, manifesting as Paramashiva. With that strong visualization, let us drop all the incompletions, everything, surrender everything to Him. Let Him manifest through you and manifest this power. So with that complete surrendered space, let us chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Maheshwara. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
As Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Sameepya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, सायुज्य मुक्ति। ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम्। 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 ओम नित्यानंद ओहम्। ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम्। ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम्। ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम्।
You can trim your eye bands. You can slowly open your eyes.
You just be available and just make sure that you are here, you're listening to the session, and you're here available for the session. That's all is needed. All the other things Swamiji will take care. Okay. So today, all the breakthroughs you want to manifest in all the relationships, here you're in the right place, right time, with the right person, in the right situation, with the right intention. So everything is in alignment. You just be available here. Leave the results to Swamiji and you will experience a breakthrough. By the end of the day today, you will see in all these relationships, you will experience suddenly a new depth in your life. It will not be the same as before. Okay, perfect. So now let's get started with our day, and we will be understanding today. We're going to be working on some of the main aspects of experiencing what is Paramashivoham. So the different things that we're going to be covering today is understanding about relationships, understanding about how the relationships manifest in our lives, and we are going to be most importantly understanding about how you can form a teamily and how you can awaken yourself to the space of completion with your friends, family members, your loved ones, near and dear ones. And we're going to be learning about how you, whether relationships are patterns or is it possibilities, how you can complete with others, how you can experience true love and fulfilling relationships, completion with mother, living Advaita, and we're going to be understanding about the art of negotiation and oneness in relationships. These are all the different things that we're going to be understanding, that we're all going to be listening to today and learning. So get started.
Now let's begin our day with learning about Sameepya Mukti.
One thing you need to know, even people in Tapoloka, to reach Kailasa, they have to come to planet Earth and go. Directly from no loka, you can reach Kailasa, enlightenment space. The Purana Jivan Mukti, Videha Mukti, Kailasa Padavi, Salogya Sameepya Sarupya Sayujya Mukti is only possible from planet Earth, Buloka. Not from Swargaloka, not from Tapoloka, not even from Satyaloka. Even Brahma, to reach Kailasa, has to come here, planet Earth, Buloka, and only from here he has to go to Kailasa. Because the pure consciousness mirroring is possible only in Buloka. That is the beauty of Buloka. Now let me expand on reality so that you will understand how the four principles can be used to make reality as you want. Let me define what is reality. This is a very important definition. Only when you experience this as your reality, you can experience Brahmanyam Bahuputratam. Listen. Not having any conflict internally and contradictions internally about what you want to experience as your inner world and outer world, and projecting it powerfully, so powerfully that there is no conflict between your projection and your experience, perception. No conflict, no contradiction. Because there is no conflict and contradiction inside what you want and outside what you are experiencing, feeling the non-duality, Advaita, is reality. First thing, inside itself you have so much of conflict and contradiction. What you really want inside you and outside you. What you really want inside you and outside you. That itself has so much of conflict. Second, because there is a conflict inside, what you project is not able to move the outside as you want. Because when you say you want money, one part of you already says, no. I will ask, but you don't give. Because of the conflict, contradictions, unconsciousness inside, what you project also has conflicts, contradictions, unconsciousness outside. Because of that, your perception of the outside world also has unconsciousness, conflicts and contradictions. This is what I call unreality. The confusion of dvandva, duality. First, you being clear within you how much of wealth you need, how much of responsibilities you need to take for it, what is the way you want to feel you, what is the way you want to project you to others, what all the ways others may perceive you. Having clarity and taking responsibility for all this. So inside you feeling completion, and please listen, the power of your inner completion will be so powerful, I tell you. The moment you project something out of completion, the whole world runs to fulfill it and serve you. You need to know a beautiful story from Prahlada's life. When Prahlada's dad was asking Prahlada, is your Narayana God in this pillar, in that pillar? Is he in this stone? Prahlada was about to raise his small finger. A child naturally takes little time to lift his hand and show which pillar my Narayana is there. I don't even know which finger he showed, or he would have shown. He may not even know how to fold the fingers and show one finger or anything. He must have shown even through face. That is the way kids show. Kids sometimes don't even know how to raise the hand and show. They just show the face. When Prahlada was about to mention the pillar, Narayana started running from Vaikuntha. Lakshmi asked, what happened? Why are you running so fast? What is there to be in so much of a hurry? Vishnu says, no, you don't know. Whatever pillar he shows, I have to enter into that pillar. Wherever he shows, I have to Occupy that place and come out. Listen. When a child is established in integrity, just for his hand movement or the direction he shows, God lands. Listen. Whole world moves as you want when you are established in integrity. Prahlada is embodiment of integrity. Nachiketa is embodiment of authenticity. Dhruva is embodiment of responsibility. Markandeya is embodiment of enriching. Prahlada is embodiment of integrity. He was in completion with all the karmas. Prarabdha akamya sanchita. That is why the direction he was turning his face are trying to show God lands there. Same way, if you are in completion with integrity, without conflict, contradiction, internally, whatever you project on the world is project for the cosmos. Whatever you project on the cosmos is a project for cosmos. Simply does it. Simply cosmos does it. When you are integrated and project on the outer world obeys you just like that. It obeys you just like that. Power of integrity. Please listen. Nothing is political in the planet Earth. Means nothing is accidental in the planet Earth. Everything runs with these four principles. How much ever you doubt, no. Some of the fellows who are head of the countries, statesmen, are they integrated? Are they authentic? Are they responsible? Are they enriching? How come they are having whatever they want? No. When you are in completion and project to the world, you see that becoming reality, and your inside is in completion, outside is in completion. When both are in completion, the experience of you and your life does not have any conflict or contradiction. That is what I call flow of Advaita. If you are established in the space of Advaita, even if the other guy tries to attack you, abuse you, his whole being will not cooperate with him to attack you. Simply, he will lose strength and fall into stupidity and foolishness, powerlessness, he will not be able to attack you. He will collapse before even he stares at you. The power of the space is such, I tell you, learn this science, practice this science, master this science, even if you have failed earlier. Can Swamiji define what is the space of Advaita? Means there are some ultimate truths. Everyone is extension of you. Whether you call us a Hitler or Bin Laden, Buddha or Mahadeva, please understand. Hitler or Bin Laden, Buddha or Mahadeva, Krishna or Kali, everyone is extension of you. You should be very clear why somebody is Buddha, somebody is Bin Laden. Let me make it very plain and simple, straight. So now you need to know which part of you is paining you, which part of you which is making you hate somebody. You should address that part and complete it. By completing with that part, you make the other person powerless. If he still hold on to the violence, please listen. Listen once more. For example, in the world, in fact level itself, there are violent people, terrorists who attack, abuse, destroy. I am not saying what they are doing is right, but before you start defending you, before you start attacking back, your incompletion towards them, the my world's incompletion, complete it. When you complete it, please understand what I am giving you is a successful war strategy, because I have won many wars, I am going to be winning many wars. What I am saying, what I am telling you is not some spiritual philosophy. It is a successful war strategy. Look into you. Complete with the part of you which is responsible for your anger, your violence. Complete with that. You will see that guy, the world terrorist, loses all his power. He will become powerless. You entertaining anger towards him, which is in the my world, keeps his violence active and alive. The moment you complete with this, your enemy will no more be lion, he will become a rat. You just need a little rat poison. You don't need a gun and AK-47. Make the enemy powerless by making your enmity powerless. Sincerely, when you create the space of Advaita in you, means non-violence, no enmity. Again and again get back to that space, no enmity, non-violence. I am not even saying become friendly, that is up to you whether you want or not. But decide to be non-violent. no enmity. I tell you, the moment you complete with your enmity and drop it, your enemy will suddenly lose power. The cosmos will not support him anymore. The person who is not supported by the cosmos is like a fan which is not supported with electricity, power. It cannot run. If it was running, maybe it will take few seconds for it to stop once you switch off. But not more than that. I tell you, everywhere, Advaita has a direct utility value, whether you are in a hospital for health, you are in a marketplace for wealth, you are in a court fighting a case, you are in a war field fighting some people, you are in a place of riot where you have to survive, you are facing the survival threat. Wherever you are, the space of Advaita has highest utility value. Just be brutally fanatic and practice Advaita. I am telling you. Whether you logically know the values of it, the side effects of it, or you need to take a little more time to learn the side effects of it, after effects of it, start practicing Advaita, the space of Advaita. I tell you, it will be amazing Kalpataru, giving constantly what you want, and amazing protection by making all your enemies stupid. By cherishing enmity, you will make yourself weak and make your enemies strong. By completing with enmity, you will make your enemy weak. And after that, you don't need to destroy him. And even if you destroy, you won't have sin. You may not even need, because he will die by his own powerlessness. Even if you want to destroy him, you may not need weapon. Understand? The space of Advaita is the best strategy planner, whatever situation you are in. The space of Advaita can be the best war strategy, political strategy, business strategy, economic strategy, health strategy, and the strategy for productivity, highest possible life. Whoever lives in the space of Advaita, even when you are directly facing your own death, is liberated. The moment you fall into Dvandva, your life is gone. You are gone, your life is gone. Whole thing is waste. Whether you are fighting with a disease, fighting with a pattern, fighting with poverty, fighting with disturbed relationships, fighting with terrorists, fighting with society, fighting with anything, keep Advaita, the space of Advaita, as a strategy for your life. Please listen. Whole life is a business. Whole life is trading. You give something, receive something. Either you got more or you gave more, or you got and gave equally. Whatever is said and done, whole life is a business. Please understand, but the good news is, what you consider as you is the starting point. The best news is that can be just updated by the Advaita. Please understand, what you consider you is the position, trade position. If you consider you only dependent on your physical qualities, you only have depreciation asset. You only have depreciation value. But if you assess yourself based on the qualities you carry in your mind, you can be appreciation asset, means intelligence, your ability to handle any situation. How you perceive you, if it is just occupied, means your self-image, your identity about you, if it is occupied completely by your look, by your beauty, the physical dimension, please listen, you are making all your strategies and plans based on depreciation asset. More and more, as time passes, life will be hell for you. Kala will bring suffering for you. Please understand. Strategy which brings best things as Kala passes is eternal strategies. If your perception about you is all based on your beauty, you are having exponentially depreciation asset. You can manage few more years with various creams and cosmetic items, but it will continue to depreciate.
So beautifully, Swamiji explained to us on how to have Advaita as the strategy for our life. How one should have always oneness as the core strategy of our life. Every step of life, through every action in your life, every moment of your life, the space you carry in your life, the space you carry in every moment, let everything be from the context of Advaita, from the context of the space of non-duality. I request all of you to take a few and share what exactly you understood when Swamiji revealed this. What did you understand when Swamiji explained to us about the space of Advaita? Take a moment. I request all the participants to share. What did you click with? What did you understand? Mota Wong. That relationship with everyone. I've always felt that nobody likes me. The relationship between perfection and everyone. Don't worry. Mota Wong. Can you please wave your hands? I'm just trying to identify where you are on the Zoom. Or if you're not on camera, please could you come on camera? Mota Wong. See, okay, I see your camera, I do not see you. See, don't worry about that right now. Even if you feel in your relationships, people, you feel so strongly that no, people don't like me. I feel very strongly in me that this people do not like the way I am. Maybe they feel like this, maybe they feel like that. We have our own explanations, justifications for it. Right now, don't worry about all of it because you're going to attend to it step by step. This first session, are all of you understanding that oneness-based existence is the best strategy for life? So that's where we're going to start from. See, Swamiji explained, right? In every level, have the understanding that oneness-based strategy is the best. It is that space of Advaita that can help you plan your life, the experience that you carry in your life in the best possible way. Now, what does the space of Advaita mean? I request all of you, take a moment and post it here in the chat. What did you understand? We need to create more inner space to achieve oneness. Okay, the peace only enters and stays in the heart space and inner violence is put down. Okay. The inner world not having conflict, contradiction about what you want and projecting that, experiencing it without any conflict or contradiction in the outer world because there is no conflict or contradiction in the inner world. And between the inner world and outer world, experiencing non-duality, oneness as the flow of your very life is reality. Understand? It's something we all need to really, really understand. We always think, oh, I don't really understand how whatever I want is only happening for me, because it's not that I wished for all of these things. I never wished that I would have a relationship problem, but look, that's what I have. I never wished that I want to have a unhealthy body, but this is what I'm having. We think that how come that we have things we don't want? How come we have things that you never wished for, right? Understand, life does not manifest what you desire. Life manifests what you believe. When what you want is also having a conflict, you have two desires and one desire is conflicting with another. When a desire is creating a conflict in you, or a cognition, a belief is creating a conflict within you, then that conflict is what is going to be manifesting as a reality for you. For example, you say that you want to stay fit, but you also have a strong desire to eat junk. You will love to eat junk food. I mean, the name itself is junk, but anyways, you enjoy it. So you see, there's a conflict inside of you. So when your want itself is not clear, how do you think, where exactly are you manifesting what you want as a reality? You have ability to blow a balloon. Whichever balloon you blow into, you have a Mickey Mouse shaped balloon, you blow into that, it becomes a huge Mickey Mouse shape. You have a heart shaped balloon, you blow into that, that becomes a big heart shaped balloon. Everything in your life, many things are there. Whatever you blow into, it's going to become big. That is going to take the full form. But the problem here is, we ourselves are not clear with what we want. We ourselves feel that inside of us is one desire. You feel like, no, I'm so sure I want it. But if you sit with yourself, you will understand how your own patterns are conflicting with that desire that you carry. The first and foremost, bringing oneness in your inside and your outside. How you carry yourself inside and how you carry yourself outside. What kind of desires you hold inside and how are you manifesting it outside. Same way. Let's say that you have a desire, you have a strong desire that people all should feel that you're a very friendly person. You should be very likable, you should be very lovable, people should all love you, and that's the kind of reality you want to manifest. And at the same time, you're also jealous of your friend who you feel like, oh, she doesn't do anything, but how come she has all these things she's able to get, and then something wrong happens to her, you start cherishing a kind of a joy seeing her suffer. Be very subtle, but that again is a conflict. In every decision, what are you like? It's a simple thing. You want to be a really loving person, but then you sometimes take a decision based on not oneness as a strategy, but something else as a strategy. A simple example. You want everyone to say you're a very sweet person. And the next moment, you're deciding what dress you want to wear for your office. And even when you make that decision, you think, oh, today she is going to be wearing this color dress. Let me go and show that I'm better than her. Even in a very subtle level, if you carry that as a cognition, as a strategy to make a decision, even though it may look like a simple decision, she may not even know that I'm deciding because of this. But even that, if the cognition is not oneness, you are only creating a conflicting, contradictory reality for yourself. In every level, even when you feel that this person is conspiring against me, Even that, look at it from the context of oneness, is what Swamiji says. How many of you are understanding? How many of you are getting this? It's a very, very, very powerful technique for us to understand, or a click for us to have. How many of you are understanding this? Take a few minutes and cognize this deeply in you. Ma Shukrendrananda, I see a message of yours in Chinese. I request you to put it in English so that we understand. If that message is meant for us, please put it in English. Okay. See, oneness-based strategy for your relationships, for your whole life itself. Have oneness as the core cognition. Oneness means what you have is also what they have is also in us. Why they are reacting or responding to us, it's us. It's within us. Is that right? Ma Bhavani Viraya. Ma Bhavani, understand? See, that is one way. But you also have another powerful way, which is you can decide based on, okay, this is the cognition I'm carrying inside. From this cognition that I'm carrying inside, let me impact the reality. That's what we've learned as superdeterminism, right? If you cognize, if you understand, Swamiji is one of my favorite, what Swamiji says. So usually we say, put yourself in the other person's shoes, right? You would have heard this definitely, am I right? Ma Bhavani Viraya. I'm not seeing you on camera. Sorry, could you wave your hand? Ma Bhavani. Just looking for you. Okay, listen carefully. See, understand. It's a very powerful thing to cognize. Good question you've asked, because that it shows that you're listening and you're asking the question. See, listen to this carefully. Now, many times you say that, put yourself in the other person's shoes, what struggles they would be going through. It's one level we see. Swamiji said, in every situation, look at what exactly would you be wanting when you are in that situation. That's the same thing the other person also wants. It's actually very powerful. These two statements, put yourself in other person's shoes, and this may sound similar, but both of these are completely different. Completely different. See, for example, you're saying that some will say, when your wife is coming and fighting with you, don't try or asking you some solution. Don't ever try to advise her. Just give your listening. All she wants is only your listening and attention. She herself knows the solution. She herself will tell the solution also. See, many times The other person would just be wanting a comforting word from you. But they would be coming and maybe they're even screaming at you. But actually what they want is just a comforting word. But what will we do? We will not respond to that. We will respond to, hey, how dare you come and shout at me? Are you understanding? The oneness-based relationships are where you know they are also your own reflection. If you are in that person's position, what exactly would you be expecting? Would you want to get shouted at? Or you just want that person to say, you know what, don't worry, I'll take care. It's something like that, right? What you actually would be wanting, looking at it from that cognition, it'll transform the way you relate with people completely. Completely. What exactly, whatever you want. That's the same thing the other person also wants. Diana's below has posted, the decisions need not be made until you know exactly what you want. Desire is not real. No. Your desire is your desire. More and more, see, first step, drop all the conflicts within you, contradictions within you. Bring oneness to that. Simultaneously, as you bring more and more oneness within you, in your relationship, operate from the space of oneness. Usually we think, why is this happening? Now, when you have heard Swamiji tell about being in oneness, they're your own reflection. At least I understood earlier. If something is manifesting for me in my external reality, then it is definitely coming from something that is there inside. Like I have had, this is multiple times I've experienced this powerful cognition that Swamiji said. Just by shifting the inner space, people's responses do get changed. That's one level. Next, even your operation mode, understanding what if you are in that position, what you want will be the exact same thing what the other person also wants. The moment you understand the secret, you will win in the game of relationship. And in addition to this, Ma Ely, are you understanding?
And also in addition to this, Ma Bhavani Viraya, just to add to answer your question, Ma, every time whenever we deal with life, right, in different situations that we operate in life, right, if you see the scale that we hold, like he said, Swamiji explains this for Jana loka also, which all of us will learn today. When we drop the violence inside of us, all of us carry an innate amount of violence inside of us, which comes out of insecurity, fear, or greed in different situations. Because from a very young age, society trains us, all our relationships, to be a transactional value. Like, for example, if I give something to her, what will I get back from her? All our relationships, even what we think as the most selfless relationship is like that of a mother and a child, even that is filled with transactional value. If I give my love to him or her, I'm expecting that person to give me back their love, security, protection. There's some transaction that is there. And always on both ends of the relationship, there's a certain level of insecurity of losing that trade-off, whatever we're having, whatever trade we are getting from them. We always have a fear of losing that transaction. So all the things that we do in life is from that insecurity. But if we shift the gears, Swamiji explains beautifully, if you are that person, how do you want to be treated when you are stuck in a problem? Treat life the same way. Then you will experience that all relationships you start manifesting oneness. That is oneness in relationships. Where you experience, when Swamiji tells, right? Swamiji will always define oneness. Swamiji will say, experiencing you are an extension of people and everybody around you is an extension of you is oneness. Now, how do you apply that? How do you cognize that and apply that? Swamiji explains this is the exact way to do that. If you cognize, if I were you, let's say if I'm having a trouble with something, okay, or a person, a colleague of mine is having a trouble with something. If I were her, how will I expect people to deal with me? Then I should deal the same way with her. If you apply this principle in life, you will manifest oneness with everyone. Catching them? Mayili, are you understanding? Even this applies for you also. See, your desire. All of us need desire to live. Without desires, we can't live. But desires don't manifest. Your belief, what strengthens you, what empowers your beliefs, only that manifests as reality. You can desire, I should be the most loved person. Everyone has the desire. But those who believe that I am the most loved person only manifest that as reality. I am going to be the most loved person. And when you believe that, see, always belief comes with actions. So whenever you take that, when you believe and when you take actions from that belief inside of you, you manifest that as reality. That's the formula.
See, right now just understand this, because in the next session, Eli, Swamiji is going to be explained in detail in the next session. He has a next session where Swamiji will be elaborately explaining. Today's whole day is dedicated for this, so don't even worry. And you will see how powerfully you will understand this. One thing alone, get it. The space of oneness, meaning you are what everyone around you and you. All of us are from the same source, Paramashiva. And therefore, all of us, like everyone, is your own reflection. Life is a huge mirror. Whatever is happening in life is just a reflection of you. Many times you feel, oh God, why are people coming and cheating me? You will see, you may not have cheated here with that person, but somewhere in some other place, you would have had the same cunningness as your strategy. Life is just reflecting the same back to you in a different way. Maybe you would have not had that cunningness in terms of money, but life might be doing that with you with money. But you would have had that cunningness even as a simple ego conflict. It can be any way. Wherever you feel that you can, if you feel that, okay, I can manipulate this person, and you feel like manipulating, you have manipulated someone, in some other context, it might be very trivial. Then life will give you back the same thing in a different way. It might be in the same way or in a different way. But understand, the source of that is once again you. Cognizing that, understanding, internalizing this would liberate you from so many things, because every time something is happening like that to you outside, you have the power to change it from inside of you. Tell me one thing. My forehead is hurt. It's bleeding. I go and stand in front of the mirror. What will I see in the mirror? In the reflection also, I'll see my forehead bleeding. Am I right? Now, if I want to attend, if I want the blood to stop, I go and start putting the band-aid on the mirror. I'm putting the ointment on the mirror. I put the medicine on the mirror. I put the band-aid on the mirror, and I'm trying to fix everything on the mirror. Will the bleeding stop? No. Where should I fix it? Here. I need to put it here. Same thing with life. You need to attend here. We all waste time attending on the mirror. Instead, it's time we attend here. How many of you are understanding this? How many of you are getting this? The moment you start cognizing this, you will start understanding about how to operate from the space of oneness. Maili is supposed to be as anger and unsafe in my heart. Wonderful. See, now you've identified, right? You will see something that you have done is exactly the same type of people. Swamiji will actually say to anyone, like if a person is behaving in some way, like out of their patterns and all that, Swamiji will say, don't worry at all. Whatever you do right now, all the patterns is what you're operating. Your team will manifest with the exact same pattern. You will see each of them are going to be with the same patterns, ideas, everything that you carry. And that will be the best training for you. You will have not just one of you, you'll have 10 more people, just exact Xerox copies of you from different aspects. But if you understand that, if you take that, wow, that means you have the power. If you change inside, you can change it outside. That's what happened once in Gurukul. I was supposed to take a class. That morning, Swamiji had actually, in Ishavasya Upanishad, Swamiji explains this. Swamiji explains saying that how there's a verse in Ishavasya Upanishad where it explains about the qualities of consciousness. Tade jati tanne jati tadhure tadvantike, means it will say how the consciousness at the same time exists inside and outside. At the same time, it is the nearest and the farthest. You can't understand this logically. You need to contemplate on it. So Swamiji was talking about it in the satsang, and Swamiji told how this one statement really clicked with me, where Swamiji explained how there is no separation, actual separation between inside and outside. The separation itself is only a delusion that we carry. And if we change something inside, it will impact the outside. So it was like a really powerful cognition in me. And that day evening, I was supposed to take a class. And we had about 100 children like in the Gurukul who had gathered for the class. I think 50 to 70 kids had gathered for the class. And there were of various age groups, they all were sitting. And all of them were making fun, jumping and playing. The intensity and the energy of the Gurukul kids is something else. And in Gurukul, we have this zero tolerance to anger, zero violence policy. Like, no one will shout at the kids. You cannot shout. You cannot hit the kids. You can't do. There's no anger. You can't even be angry at kids. Right? It's a golden childhood Swamiji has given to us. So this was the thing. And I'm like trying to get there, listening, and I need to start the class on time. I'm like telling everyone, hey, listen. Everyone are talking and playing and jumping, and they don't just do normal things. One person will be standing in Shirasasana, one more person will be like jumping and playing. It's like all kinds of things are happening. And I'm trying to get there listening. One of the Balasans told me, hey, why don't you just look in and get listening inside of you? Then I remembered what Swamiji told in the satsang that day. Then I just closed my eyes. I remembered just that morning in my class when my mentor came and she was trying to conduct the class, I didn't give my listening. So I declared completion with myself. I declared completion and I declared that, okay, I'm realigning. I will be listening. I just made that declaration and it took few seconds to actually get listening inside me. And then I opened my eyes and I didn't tell a word. Few seconds. Suddenly the whole group became quiet. I couldn't believe it. Did someone just walk in, like the principal or like the mentors? Did someone just come in and turning and looking? No one was there. And it was not that suddenly one group became quiet, then the other group. The entire group just became quiet and started listening. It was like a it was very simple, but it gave me such a deep click. Wow. So if I actually get into listening, that means the other people will also be in listening. If something is not happening properly outside, I don't need to change them. You can't change the mirror. You just need to change yourself inside of you. Actually,
Many of you are asking, Ma, Diana Spiller was also asking. So every single relationship is under our control always? Yes, absolutely yes. See, there are two things, okay? One is actual factual reality. Absolute reality. That's why Somji explains this. It's like absolutely, I just love this completely. Like Somji tells, perception, fact, truth, and reality. You need to know right now, Ma Diana, as I am speaking to you, I am perceiving this reality in my own see. Means, based on my cognitions, my patterns, my judgments, I'm seeing everything. It can be like, for example, I have a certain cognition that, okay, conducting class is fun. Like interacting with people is lovely. I enjoy it. So I am seeing it with that context. Now, how life is occurring to me, how your question is occurring to me, you are not responsible for that. The cognition from which I am seeing is responsible. So if I like, it's like this, I'm wearing a purple glass and I'm seeing you. So you are going to be purple for me. Now, at the same time, you are wearing, let's say, yellow glass and you're seeing me. I'm going to appear yellow for you. You are responsible for the way I'm occurring to you in your life. Now, each of us are living in our perception. That world is perception. But in absolute reality, there is neither Nithyanandita, there is nor Ma Diana's below. All of us exist in oneness. That is absolute reality. You're understanding? There is something called fact. Fact is that Paramashivam is happening, a common reality which is for everyone, which is not subjective, which is more objective. For everyone, Paramashivam class is happening. But subjective experience, each one's experience is perception. So our perception evolves from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality. You're understanding? So we are responsible for the perception we carry about every relationships in our life. We are responsible for it. Because all the perception that we carry from inside of us, that perception becomes fact, fact becomes truth, truth becomes reality. So every relationship in your life, we are responsible for creating it the way we have created. Ma Priyatma Surupni is asking, so when life gives us back what we did, will it also be in more intense way, Ma? Life will reflect the exact same thing back to us, what we did. Life will give back to us. That's why Swamiji tells. That is what is called as initiating the karma chakra.
But you also have another great news with that, which is the karma will come to you only as long as you're sitting there. To know more about this, you please make sure that you are here for the day of Bhikshadana, the day when we all are going to be learning about karma. I know you have attended even the previous season. In this season, you have very unique section on this because Swamiji gave such a powerful cognition on this. Karma will come back to you as long as you're stuck with the same thought current. The moment you are liberated from that karma will not come back to you. That karma will no more touch you. You understood, Ma? Ma Priyatma Sarupini? Wonderful. So now, with this, let's move to the next session. We are going to be having the power manifestation session now. And joining us, we have Manitya Sambhavananda, who's going to be taking us through the power manifestation.
Now, let's enter into the power manifestation session. Starting today, first with the power of mind reading, the power of clairvoyance. So today's whole day, we're going to be working on understanding the nature of relationships and how to have successful, happy relationships in life. I think one of the most important aspects of that would be good communication, is what modern science says, modern day psychology, they say communication is very important. But Swamiji gives us the next level of that, which is the power of mind reading. Just by going in their space, by being in a person's space, with their permission, being able to scan what they are thinking. This is the power of mind reading. We'll be able to scan exactly what's in their mind, from an image to a word to a sentence to the very thought current from which they are functioning. That is how we manifest the power of mind reading. So, are we all ready for this? Now, we're going to see the whole thing is whether it's power manifestation, whether it's the intras, whether it's the jnanas, everything is completely interrelated. Whether it's the powerful cognition Swamiji is giving, and then the internalization, the process, whatever completions you're doing, that will manifest as a power. Ultimately, the whole power manifestation is the manifestation that will reflect in your life. The completion reflects as power manifestation, and it's the power manifestation that you see manifesting physically, changing the way you relate in your life. Now, for the power of clairvoyance, the power of clairvoyance that we're going to be entering into now the Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verse 86. ज्ञानन्य च प्रतिमन्तस्य त्रिकालविषयं भवेत् दूरश्रुति दूरदृष्टि स्वेच्छया खागतां व्रजेत्. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, he gets immeasurable experiential knowledge, knows the past, present, and future time, has Durashruti, power to listen to anything at far off great distances, Duradrishti, power to have direct vision of anything, anywhere, Khagatam, the power to walk or move in air like a khaga, a flying bird, and the ability to speak on any unknown subject, omniscience. The Apta Pramana for this power is from the life of Sangasiddhar, who has shown this power physically demonstrated in his life. Even though he lived a regular life, married, had kids, he was an adept Siddha who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. There are many incidents from his life to demonstrate this power of clairvoyance. Couple of such is related to his boss, Simpson, who he was working for, a Britisher under whom he was working. So there was a time where one night he told Simpson, before Simpson went to bed, don't sleep in your room tonight, go sleep somewhere else, it's not safe, don't sleep in your room. But Simpson didn't listen to him. He was unaware of the greatness of Sangasiddhar, and he ignored and went and slept off. That night, Sangasiddhar came with another few men, and took the bed of Simpson out of the room and kept it somewhere else. As they were taking the bed out, just after he was settled in another place, the entire roof came collapsing down. The entire room collapsed. This is one demonstration of the power of Sangasiddhar. Swamiji himself has manifested this power in so many different ways. We will all even see how Swamiji just knows what is in your mind, what is ongoing with your life. And when he talks in the morning satsang, when he's talking, you'll feel that exactly he is talking to you and addressing you. So we will be doing the power of clairvoyance. Which is my power of mind reading. So can I request everyone to start with partnering up? You can choose a partner to start the manifestation with. So as we get into this first round, can I request all of you to partner up? We'll be doing in this word, scanning a word in this round, scanning a word that your partner is thinking of. So you can start with partnering up and asking your partner for first their consent to scan them. And in this first round, you're going to be scanning a word that they are thinking of. You can ask them to give you a certain word. Let them just think of the word. Let them not tell you what the word is. And you, through your third eye, through the power of clairvoyance, will scan and tell exactly what the word is that your partner is thinking of. So can I request everyone to partner up? If you do not have a partner, you can call your friends, you can call your family members. As you are doing the manifestation, you can start posting. Now, if there's anyone who does not have a partner, who's not able to get a partner, I will be thinking of some word, and all of you can scan that and find out what the word is. So right now, I'm going to be thinking of a particular word, and through your third eye, just scan, look, and as you're scanning, immediately start posting in the chat. So can I request everyone to start the manifestation? If you're not, please partner up and if you don't have a partner, call your friends. But if you're not able to get in touch with anybody and you're not able to find a partner, then you can manifest with me. Right now, I'm thinking of a word for all of us to do the manifestation. As you're scanning, you can immediately start posting it in the chat. Okay? Let's all intensely do the power manifestation. Ma Alexandra, my name is Ma Nitya Shambhavananda. So you've asked is Ma Nitya Sham, you've spelled out my name and you're asking it. It's Shambhava. So Shambhava. So that's the correct spelling of my name. Maena Smith. If you're not able to get a partner, Ma, right now I'm thinking of a word. Through your third eye, you can scan my mind. Yes, Ma Alexandra, that is right. You can post in the chat as you're scanning. Whatever is appearing, you can immediately start posting in the chat. Can we have everybody start posting the answers? Whatever Paramashiva is revealing to you, you can immediately start posting and sharing whatever Paramashiva revealed to you as the word that I am thinking of now. Yes, we have more people posting. Let's have more people post. What's the word that I'm holding in my inner space now for all of us to scan? Okay, let's now verify the answer. If there's anyone left to post in the chat, please post. Whatever Paramashiva showed you in your third eye is the word that I was thinking of. The word that I was thinking of is the word photon. So the scientific term, the physics term, photon, P-H-O-T-O-N, photon. Ma Joyce Leong Tok Ting, Ma Joyce, you have posted it exactly right. You said light. The photon is actually the carrier boson of light as per modern science. So light is exactly right. That's awesome, Ma. Let's see, what have the others posted? Ma Ratnaprabha saw a bulb. That's so beautiful. Ma bulb is a source of photons. It's a source of light.
Now, we request all the participants to post. Whomsoever has manifested, please post in the chat. Every one of you, as you are manifesting, come on, Ma Priyatma Swarupini and Ma Hongli Wong, can I request every one of you to post? How many of you have manifested? Even if it is just you're seeing some shapes, some patterns, anything is fine. Post, describe everything in detail to your partner. Tell them clearly what you're exactly seeing. And please understand, even if you just see his random words or visuals, describe that also detailedly to the partner.
Yeah, I see Ma Hongli Wang has posted that Ma Priyatma Surupini manifested. That's awesome. And if you're seeing anything, see, it's not defined how it has to appear. Swamiji says, keep the goal defined, but the way the goal manifests, let Paramashiva decide that. So when you have decided, yes, I'm going to manifest, now anything else that is coming up, let it be as Paramashiva wants. So whether you're hearing it as a voice in your head, as a sound, or else you're feeling it as a feeling, you're seeing it, shapes, colors, numbers, anything you're able to see, you can immediately post it and verify. Now, we're going to be moving on to the next session. But before that, I would like to ask everyone, how was the manifestation for you? There's very few people who have posted. Only Ma One person has posted. Can we have everyone else also post? Ma Sonia, Ma Liangshu, how did the manifestation happen for you, Ma? I saw you both also manifesting very sincerely. Ma Ping Yu Chen, Ma Emily, can you post? How did the manifestation happen for you? Did you manifest? What did you manifest? What were you able to see? Can you all have everyone post? Okay, Ma Sonia is saying I scanned yours. Yes, Ma, you manifested? Ma Sonia Rao, did you manifest, Ma? That's awesome, Ma Sonia. You manifested. That's so beautiful. You saw a big yellow round thing like a photon. Many people saw round, I think, and many people saw the color. So the word I was thinking of was photon, and I think so many people saw the bright yellow, bright light, round shape. Ma Jenny Tran has said she saw a round shape. Yes, generally photons are projected like a small ball. Anyone else, whatever manifestations have manifested, happened, you can share. Ma Sonia Rao, sometimes that happens. Sometimes I've also seen many people, many Balasans, many kids, when they're manifesting, they'll be reading the book of the person next to them. So, like when they're doing the third eye reading, there'll be two kids sitting next to each other and doing the third eye reading. And I've seen this happen so many times where the partner will not be reading the book in front of her. She'll be reading the book which is in the hands of the person next to her, and she would think that she's reading her own book. So no issues, man. It's such a beautiful manifestation. You have manifested. When you see it and it happens, just celebrate, ma. The manifestation has happened. Now we're going to be entering into the next powerful cognitions from Swamiji. Understanding more and more detail and deeper into relationships, are we seeing relationship as a pattern, as the same incidents happening over and over again, the same kind of interactions happening over and over again? Or else, is relationship being seen as a possibility, as a constant expansion, constant growing up together? Let's now hear about this from Swamiji.
Husband sent a text to his wife at night. Hi, I'll get late. Please try and wash all my dirty clothes. And make sure you prepare my favorite dish before I return for dinner. He sent another text, and I forgot to tell you that I got an increase in my salary at the end of this month. I'm getting a new car. She immediately texts back, oh my God, really? Husband replied, no, just I wanted to make sure you got my first message. Husband texts to wife on cell. Hey, what are you doing, darling? Wife, I am dying. Husband jumps with joy, but types, sweetheart, how can I live without you? Wife texts back, you idiot, I am dyeing my hair. Husband, blood the English language. Boss hangs a poster in the office. I am the boss, do not forget. He goes to lunch and comes back from lunch break. He finds a slip on his desk. Your wife called and she wants her poster back home. Understand, relationships can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns or liberation. Pattern or possibility, it can lead you to more and more space of possibility. The first and foremost fundamental relationship that exists for you is the relationship between your pattern and your possibility. Please understand. Listen. I am not talking about with whom you relate, with what you relate. I am not talking about your relationship with your husband, wife, brother, sister, father, mother. I am not talking even about all that. I am talking about from which space you start relating. I tell you, if you relate from the space of possibility, even if you live with a large family, you are a great sannyasi, enlightened being. If you relate based on the patterns, even if you are living alone, you are bound, bhakta, fallen, grihastha. Understand? Grihastha or sannyasi, bound or liberated, is no way connected to the number of people you live with or relate with. It connects with the space from which you operate. If you see every human being as a possibility, for that you also should see you as a possibility. Understand? When you see you as possibility, you will see everyone as a possibility. When you see everyone as a possibility, life, wherever you may be living, whatever you may be doing, you will be living with Vijaya Lakshmi. Means the Lakshmi of victory. Don't say my neighbor house is Vijay Lakshmi. My neighbor name is Vijay Lakshmi. When I said the word Vijay Lakshmi, I meant the Lord, the deity of victory, the goddess of victory. Please understand. How you see you, how you see others, how you see you and how you see others. All relationships you experience in your life can only from two space, two frames. One, listen. Please listen, because I am giving you the punch statements for your life. One, inside the frame and perception given by your pattern. Inside the frame and perception given by your possibility. When you are able to see people as possibility, you will have tremendous patience. You will wait, and go on reminding. I am nothing but a reminder. I am nothing but a reminder. when you see the possibilities, I can say in a way, eternal reminder. When I see the possibilities, please understand, when I see the possibilities, your cognition starts functioning based on compassion. I tell you, please understand, even if you feel suffocating, imprisoned, live with a person who sees your possibility. Even if you feel free, liberated, don't live with people who see you only from pattern. I'm defining real freedom and real bondage. Living with a person who sees your possibility, who sees yourself as a possibility, who has seen his possibility and who sees you as possibility. Even life around him, with him, feels like suffocating or bondage. Live with him. The fourth principle, enriching, can empower you in the zone of relationships. If you are feeling powerless in your relationships, be very clear, you will be powerless with the relationship with yourself. Relationship with yourself and relationship with others both happen from the same space. In the relationship with the others, if you are feeling powerless, you will have the same powerlessness in the relationship with you. Relationship with you, if you are feeling powerful, complete. Relationship with others, you will feel same powerful, completeness. Enriching. How this principle is going to heal your relationship with you and your relationship with others. Make you feel powerful with regards to relationship with others and relationship with you. Enriching. The principle of enriching, how it can be used to make yourself powerful in the zone of relationship with you and relationship with others. You have only two possibilities. First, heal, enrich your relationship with you. Do swapurnatva, self-completion, by bringing integrity with you, authenticity with you, responsibility about you, enriching yourself. Listen, I ask you to bring these three qualities in you as a first priority. That does not mean I am asking you to do only this. You have to be doing it simultaneously with you and others also. Only then it happens in you. When you bring completion to you, relationship with you starts. Enriching yourself starts. If you don't have confidence, you can look at you, you can be with you, you are comfortable with you, you can raise yourself by yourself. Who can be with you? Who else can look at you? Who else will be comfortable with you? I tell you, in the cosmic constitution, the first amendment is you should be taught to be comfortable with you. That is your first amendment right. Man should be comfortable with himself. You should be able to be comfortable with you. That is the first amendment in cosmic constitution. Freedom of speech comes second. You have freedom to speak with others only if you have freedom to speak with you. If you decide strongly, usually the conscious birth being does not want to get in, will not get in to the unconscious, but life gives you the possibility of everything. All possibilities are given to you, are provided to you. So understand the possibility exists in life. That is why it is called life. Every time when you are living, the possibility for all the dimensions are open to you, available to you, and waiting for you.
The next question is from Mary Bernard. Nithyanandam Swamiji, you have already spoken of the destructiveness of suicide. Some states and countries allow patients who are suffering with a terminal illness to practice assisted death. It is strictly regulated. Usually the family gathers around the patient and some kind of painless lethal injection is given as per the patient's wishes and instruction. Could you comment on this?
Cosmos does not agree this mercy killing. As Mahadeva already read out, it will be considered either suicide or murder. If the patient agrees, it will be considered as suicide. The patient does not agree, it will be considered as murder. But all the people who help and make this happen will be treated for murder in the cosmic law.
The next question is from Sudarshini Madan. Dear Swamiji, why there is so much of fear on death? How did the relationships emerged to be an important thing in our life?
Anything you don't understand, don't want to understand, does not have the brain capacity to understand, fear surrounds it. Unknown is always fear for any living being. Now understand Mahadeva himself, the source of the creation, the source of the existence, source of the eternity, is revealing these great truths again and again and again. Listen to these great truths, chant these great truths. This will liberate you from the fear. When your cognizance is based on these great truths, cosmic secrets, you will be free from the fear. The fear is nothing but the projection of negativity on the future possibility. It is not necessary you need to continuously project negativity or positivity on the future possibility. Simply seeing the future possibility without projecting negativity or positivity onto it is living prarabdha. So the fear comes into your system only when you project your fear, your negativity on the future possibilities. Negativities, the negative ideas does not need to be projected on the future possibility. Relationships gives you the feeling it is very important in the life, because through every relationship you try to have extended life while you are living. Whatever your body and mind cannot do for your interests and pleasure, you try to fulfill through the body and minds of your relationships. And same way, whatever they cannot fulfill through their body and mind, they are trying to fulfill through your body and mind. So mutually each other helping to fulfill the other's interests through body and minds of each other is relationships. If both of you understand the interests of each other and ready to support each other's fulfillment, it is called successful relationship. There comes love, compassion, sacrifice and spiritual growth. But if both of them are not understanding the real agendas of others, interests of others, continue the relationship, maybe because one person has hidden interests, hidden agendas which he does not want to reveal it to the other, or which he himself is not aware. When this kind of situations arise, relationship breaks or relationships continue to exist with being exploited, with exploitation. These kind of relationships lead to the worst grave sin of keeping the other person as slave. Whenever the slavery happens, cosmos strongly condemns it. So no slavery is allowed in the cosmos. Cosmos is strictly against slavery, because slavery is equivalent to the murder of partial time. In slavery, even if the other person has their body and mind, it is equivalent to they are killed, they are murdered, because that body and mind is not useful to that person anymore. So, relationship with an open, mutual interest should be encouraged, and it supports both the beings to evolve towards the fulfillment and finally the understanding how many bodies and minds you may use to fulfill your interests, that your interests are not going to lead you to your restful awareness. So that understanding may help you to renounce all the interests and even your own body and mind and settle down in restful awareness. So this understanding will naturally be leading you towards enlightenment. Going smoothly towards that understanding will be happening through the right understanding relationships. The relationships with the mood of exploiting other person with a hidden agenda without you revealing it to the other person about your interests or you yourself may not knowing it by yourself, will lead to more and more destruction, depression. If the relationships continues, it will be the sin of slavery. If it breaks, it will be giving you a great divide, depression, feeling of emptiness. So the science of relationship is trying to have more body and minds to fulfill your interests, and trying to give the other person also your body and mind to fulfill his interests. As long as it is mutual, it is with a deep understanding, it should be encouraged, supported and blessed. Relationships with deep understanding with each other is equivalent to the conscious birth. Relationships without mutual understanding but still not broken is equivalent to unconscious life. Relationships without mutual understanding broken is equivalent to death. All unconscious life will be afraid of death and end in death. Same way, all relationships which does not have mutual understanding will constantly have fear of being broken. Finally, it will break and bring tremendous suffering to both the persons who are involved in it. Understand the science of relationships. It is not just the phenomena of the mind, it's a phenomena of the body. Do not collapse relationships. Please understand. Do not illogically collapse relationships. It will directly affect some part of your body. Unless you are logically completely convinced that this relationship can't be maintained, this is going to be abusive, it is going to be disturbing and disrupting your life, don't collapse any relationship. That is why I always insist when people come to me asking they want to break their family, they want to go for divorce, I tell them wait for some more time. They say, no Swamiji, anyhow I have decided I can't live with her, I can't live with him, better let me break now. Why torture? I tell them no. If you are tortured, your muscle memory and biomemory will strongly start believing this is more disruptive, this is not the way you want to live. Then if you break, you will not have any physical diseases. But before your biomemory or muscle memory is convinced, only when your head, the mind is convinced, if you break, the collapsing will simply turn into a disease inside you. That is why I insist, wait for some more time. Whether your muscle memory or biomemory changes your decision or it is going to support your decision, let's see.
relationship in our life that we have, right? It gives us two possibilities. Every relationship, it can either expand you, empower you, or it can push you again and again down into the same rut of patterns, make you feel bound. Relationship can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns or liberation, which is possibility. How many of you have experienced where in certain relationships, sometimes you feel like it becomes beyond a certain point, it actually becomes suffocating for you? How many of you have experienced such relationships? Can I request you all to post in the chat? How many of you have experienced such relationship where it is okay, you feel it is good, but after a certain point in time, it becomes like a bondage for you. You feel like stuck with it. You start feeling suffocated with it. You start feeling like, oh my God, I didn't sign up for this. And I think now it's becoming little too much. And now I have to fulfill that same love. What you initially enjoyed as love will suddenly become like, oh, maybe the other person is trying to control me so much. What you initially enjoyed as protection or care, it will just become like the other person is too possessive of you. Beyond a certain point, many of our relationships start fading away. How many of you have experienced it? Okay, yes, yes, yes. I'm seeing so many people, yes. Maratna Prabha saying with joint family, my experience. Okay, listen very carefully. All relationships in our life, right? It is like each of us carry a template. And Swamiji will tell beautifully. From far, it'll all look so green, colorful, and beautiful. Like, have you all seen when you're all flying in the flight, right? From far, it'll look like all green, very nice, and it's so beautiful. All the lands will look just completely green. But right when you get down, you will see so many. It's not green as we see green. There's so much of there's brown and there's a lot of place and there's roads and everything that's there. It is not necessarily as beautiful as you see in an aerial view. Same way, when we all see a person, right? When we all, let's say, you meet a person, you get into a relationship. Initially, it is always like an aerial view. All green, all beautiful. The other person does everything for you. You do everything for the other person. But at some point, that starts fading away. When you get closer and closer and closer, you realize that the person you are seeing is not really the person you are seeing. Swamiji tells, every marriage has 4 people, not 2 people. Wife, wife's perception of the husband, husband and husband's perception of the wife. Every marriage has these 4 relationships. You are not marrying your husband. You're marrying your husband's perception, your perception about your husband. And your husband is not marrying you. He is marrying his perception about you. And after marriage, what happens? That starts fading. When you start living completely together, that starts fading. That is why today people are struggling so much in relationships. There's just one simple fight is leading to a divorce. But Swamiji brings a very, very important perspective. Is it to do with something from the outside? No. Because it is not that the other person in front of you is also going through the same struggle as you. Every relationship gives you 2 ways you can look at it. You can look at it as a pattern, which means you will be stuck in the same rut that you are in. Or you can look at it as a possibility. Means you can have a fresh start each time with it. Many times, because of your preconceived patterns, because you have decided to be stuck with certain things, you decide to get stuck with that. Because you have decided to be stuck, what happens naturally? The whole cycle of the patterns, you get stuck with that. You don't even explore. I'll ask you all another question, okay? How many times when you are going to speak, let's say you had a fight or not even a fight, a small altercation, and you're going back to your spouse or your friend, before you go and speak to them, you will already have a script running in your head. You will say, okay, if he asks this, then I'll tell this. If he tells this, I'll tell this. If this is what is the thing, I'll tell this. How many of you have like that? How many of you do like that? Whenever you're going for a conversation, you already have a certain thing that you prepare in your head, and then only you go and try speaking that to the other person. I see many of you nodding your head, yes, yes, nicely. Okay. All of us do that. Every one of us do that. Listen very carefully. All of us do that because you don't see the relationship first, you see the pattern. You judge everyone based on a pattern. Based on people's past behavior, you have a perception about them. And every time you see a relationship as a pattern, that person is going to continue behaving the same way to you. If you think, oh, this person is, I know him. Even if he knows that I genuinely mean sorry, that person is not going to agree. But anyways, I have to go and ask. And I know this person is not very, this thing, it's not like he's perfect. So you already have that judgment inside of you. And you go and speak to that person outside. What will they do? Naturally, life is going to reflect your cognitions. So they will reflect the same thing. And what do? You say, look, this is exactly what I told. I know this is what that person is going to do. Every relationship leads you to bondage because of this.
I just want to share a small incident that happened. Once Akbar and Birbal were walking on the street. Akbar was the Mughal king and Birbal was his enlightened minister. You have definitely come across Akbar Birbal stories because Birbal's intelligence and the amazing spontaneity he had, you'd have heard a lot of stories. So this is one incident where they both are walking down the street and Akbar sees a carpenter and he says, I don't know why, Birbal, I don't even know that guy, but I feel so angry just to see him. I feel like I want to almost kill him. He says that and goes away. And 1 week later, again they pass by the same street. And this time, though, the king is seeing the carpenter and he says, I don't know why, Birbal, but I feel like I just want to shower him more. And I want to give more and more to this guy. And he asks, can you explain to me what's happening? Just the last week I felt so angry at this guy. And this week I'm feeling like I want to shower him with more and more. Why do I feel like that? That time Birbal explained. Actually, last time when you said that you were angry at him, I went and spoke to the carpenter after our walk. And the carpenter said that he was going through a tough time. The moment he saw the king is walking past him, he thought, oh, how great it would be if the king dies, because they will buy more sandalwood from me and my business could go well. And that day itself, Birbal actually purchased a lot of sandalwood from the carpenter and made puja items for him. So the next time when he saw the king pass by, the carpenter thought to himself, let the king live long and let him keep buying more and more from me. Just the thought in the carpenter was able to influence the mind of the king. Understand, that's how powerful our thoughts are. That's how powerful what we hold in our inner space is. How many times you've noticed, sometimes right after the darshan, like when you feel so loving and you enjoy that space of darshan, it automatically, even though your family or your friends were not really sitting with you in the darshan, they would also be sometimes suddenly reflecting that space. It's again because your thoughts have that power to impact and influence. Understand, that is why the kind of cognitions you carry, Swamiji will say, usually if someone sneezes, you try to cover your nose, you try to stay away, just so that you don't get infected. Swamiji says, thoughts are way more infectious than flu. Understand, That's the power. And whenever you are established more and more in the space of oneness, you would start noticing how these thoughts in you can influence and impact your very reality.
Each relationship of your life, you need to go back and visit. Where all in those relationships have you judged it as a pattern? And where all have you seen it as a possibility? See, many times there are these parasite patterns that sit inside of us, based on which we judge things, based on which we judge relationships, based on which we carry our perceptions, and we go and we try to do things based on that. Now, revisit all your relationships in life. Which all do you see as pattern? Which all do you see as possibility? Take a few minutes and pen down. all the perceptions and judgments that you carry inside your inner space in each of these relationships. And please understand, as much as you carry these judgments inside your inner space, what starts happening is you start constantly creating these as patterns inside of you by yourself. And soon as that, what starts happening is you start living with those patterns. So understand, you are actually not living with the person, you are living with the perception that you carry about that person. All the struggles in your life are because of that. Because we are not living with the person, we are living with the perception we carry about that person. Are you all catching it? If you understand this, then you will not have to struggle, you will not have to every time go into the same rut of trying to say, oh, I want someone to be the way I want others to do this, others to do that. Every moment of your life, you are living as your conscious creation. Life is occurring to you the way you create it. Someone else is not designing, someone else is not controlling. The remote control is in your hands. Whichever button you click, that is the result you will see. Yes. Okay. Now, with this, let us all enter into the power manifestation session. In this round, I request every one of you, you're all going to be manifesting the space of completion with another person and being able to see what exactly the other person is thinking about. Listen very carefully. Whenever you're in the space of completion with other person, you will be able to know what exactly another person is thinking without him or her having to even say it to you. So now what you're going to be doing is, I request every one of you here to connect to one of the partners. Okay? You're all going to be pairing up with one person. Can I request every one of you to take a few minutes and pair up? And all those who are watching us on YouTube as well, please take a few minutes and you all can pair up with another person. Now, what you're going to be doing is, the other person is going to be writing down any word. Like, for example, I may think of a tamarind, or I may think of a banana, or I may think of a rabbit. Write down anything that you want. Just write it down, and you're going to be visualizing and having your partner scan you. And if you're not having a partner here, you call up someone and have them visualize something and you scan them. Okay, shall we all get started? Please sit straight. Now, chant the Mahavakya. Connect to a partner and please start manifesting.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Please relax. Now, we're all going to be entering into a very, very, very important session. See, we now learned about whether relationships are pattern or are they possibilities. We learned about how you can navigate through relationships by seeing them as possibility, not as pattern. Now we're going to be entering into one of the most important subjects to understand about how relationships are not patterns, they are possibility, and how you manifest that possibility, the completion in your daily life. We're now going to be listening to how you can manifest completion with others in this session. Let us now listen to the revelations.
Once Ganesha and Subramanya, both of them have decided to have a challenge that who will quickly go around the world 3 times. Subramanya, as you all aware, has his own flight, peacock. He just sat on his peacock, started flying, crossing the continents, crossing the oceans, hills, once, twice, thrice. He completed and came back. He saw this Ganesha, heavy guy. His vehicle is a rat. But this fellow claims he won the game by going around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. He says, I won the game. I went around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. With this rat, what else can be done? யானையை எலியிழுத்து கொண்டு போகும் அதிசயம். Tamil I described, the rat is dragging the elephant. What will happen? That much is the capacity. But finally, Ganesha declares, I won the game. I went around the Shiva and Parvati 3 times. Subramanya asked, how can that be? Very beautifully Ganesha says, you went round your world, I went round my world. Understand, you went around your world, I went around my world. You went around your world, I went around my world. You need to catch this truth. The world, my world. This is the sacred secret. The world is binary, logical, arithmetic, scientific, universal. My world is emotional, based on faith, beliefs, experiences of individual perceptions, realization of individual identity's expression in its fullest form. My world is totally different from the world. When my world is completely in tune with the world, you are a Jivan Mukta. When there is no conflict between my world and the world, please understand, people who are always going around the world are caught in agitation, anger, stress, rajas. People who are completely caught in my world sometimes can miss the world. Here, Ganesha is successful not just because he was centered on my world, he was centered on my world which was in tune with the world. He was completely experiencing my world, the Ganesha's my world and the world is one and the same. Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. Understand? Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. I'll give you a clear picture. How ordinarily people are caught between my world and the world and start preferring between these two, someone. When you start preferring the world, your whole life ends in depression. You are drained in my world. When you start preferring my world, sometime you can lose your balance and get into some fantasies and whims and fancies. My world should expand and grow and completely should be in tune with the world. Ganesha is my world. And the world. Both are in tune because Mahadeva, Shiva, and Devi. Please understand, Shiva and Devi are really the world, and Ganesha also experienced Shiva and Devi as my world. Please understand, they were really cosmos, and he is also experienced them as cosmos. So the my world and the world has fallen in tune as the experience of Ganesha. So he going around Shiva and Devi is literally going around the world. Even though he said he went around my world, in his case the my world is the world. Usually human beings who give preference only for the world become extraordinary materialists, but end up in spiritual poverty. Spiritual poverty, depression, utter depression. Same way, people who prefer only my world sometimes end up in hallucinations without falling in tune with the world. Understand, the world can't be rejected as you think. Misunderstandings about the world should be rejected. For example, fire is the world. Your fears and misunderstandings about fire should be rejected, not fire itself. You can't reject it. Its existence cannot be denied. Maya is the ideas which are not in tune with the world, but you are carrying about the world or Maya. Maya is the illusory ideas you carry about the world, not the world itself. When you carry the right idea, when you understand the right ideas about the world, you will realize the world is made of the same stuff in which my world is made. Understand? I am giving a new twist. First statement I am making. The fire, earth, water, air, space itself cannot be denied. Your wrong concept about it is Maya. But when your wrong concepts about it is removed, it loses the identity which you are thinking it is having. One example. The fire. You have fear about fire. That fear is called Maya. But fire itself is not Maya. When the fear is completely lost in you, when you are in tune, suddenly you realize what stuff is a base material for you, same stuff is base material for that. You are in tune already. You can play with it, conquer it, go beyond it. Catch it if you can. It's one of the very, very, very subtlest truths. The discrepancy between my world and the world in ideological level is conflict. Discrepancy between my world and the world in practical level is poverty and failure. The discrepancy between the my world and the world in the emotional level is depression. The discrepancy between my world and the world in the conscious level is illusion. Next, Subramanyas. Muruga. First, he goes around the world. As usual, when you go around the world, you will get into an intense rajas. In that extraordinary rajas, when you claim the victory, he comes back to see already somebody has won the game. It is like, we have a very beautiful story about Bharata, in whose name the whole Bharat is named. He suddenly felt he should conquer the whole world and conquers, reaches the peak of the Meru hills, which is mythological basically in Hindu tradition, to establish his flag. When he goes there, suddenly he finds 10 million flags are there. Means before him 10 million people have conquered the world. All their flags are there. He felt, oh God, where did I land? Then Brahma appears and says, oh my son, do not think you are the first one to conquer the world. Before you, millions of Bharatas have come. Millions of conquerors have come. All of them have conquered this world and claimed it is theirs, it is theirs, it is theirs. For this period, you are claiming it is yours, that's all. Then Bharata realizes, wow, that realization, click, makes him go for doing tapasya. And in that tapas, he becomes enlightened. How to be in tune with the world and my world. The balancing of the world and my world happens. Please understand, if you don't balance the world and my world, even if you conquer, it will be suppression of the world, it will get back to you as tsunami. The materialistic civilization is conquering the world without balancing my world, which is leading to all ecological imbalances. All natural calamities. Here, just like Bharata, Muruga comes back after going around 3 times the world, sees Ganesha sitting contently, radiating, and that gives Muruga initiation, click. So he goes to a private place, Palani, stays there and does tapas, by becoming a sadhu. He becomes a sadhu, leaves everything, goes there and establishes himself in my world. When he is in tune with the world and my world, in the tapas in Palani, he becomes enlightened. And starts radiating enlightenment to the world. Understand? The world and my world. You need to understand the whole story in right angle. Don't think he went and stood there in anger and Avai came and sang some songs and then he went away back to Shiva. It is a cinematic version. Exactly this is what has happened. Subramanya, when he sees just the success in the world is not the ultimate. You need to balance, understand, tune with my world and the world, then conquer, then go beyond. Without in tune, any effort to conquer the world leads to great chaos in the world and my world. The restlessness in my world, natural calamities in the world. Extraordinary restlessness in my world reflects as natural calamities in the world. Understand? All the civilizations which is suffering with extraordinary attention to the world without balancing my world are suffering with too much of natural calamities. If you study, you will understand this truth. Natural calamity means the whole civilization is too much about the world. The balancing of my world is not happening. History should be in tune with mythology. Logic should be in tune with emotion. Facts should be in tune with truth. Binary should be in tune with zero. Understand? The binary logic, linear movement should be in tune with circular movement, logic based on zero. The Indian rishis were able to discover zero just because they were able to understand the secret connection between the world and my world. Only a person who can comprehend the deepest secrets of the world and my world can comprehend the power of zero. Zero cannot be mathematically understood. It is just a theory. If you want to experience zero, you need to make the world and my world in tune. Tuning my world into the world is the samyama you are expected to do to fall in tune with the elements, fall in tune with the nature by Patanjali. I think this is a very sharp truth, very sharp concept. If you just understand this one story, Ganesha going around and Subramanya going around, you will see, are you going around the world or my world? Are you too much centered on my world or the world? Second, is your my world is really in tune with the world? Is your my world is complete right experience of the world, and the concept you carry about the world in my world, are they your beliefs or experiences? If Ganesha was just believing Shiva and Devi is his world, he wouldn't have won the game. Not only Shiva and Devi should be the world, Ganesha should be experiencing it. Listen, completion with yourself is more like a spiritual practice. It is with completion with others, the life itself starts. Listen, it is from the completion with others, life starts. The completion with others, I can say, this was the greatest contribution of Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda's greatest contribution to Hinduism. He brought this idea of completion with others to the front. Completion with others is a spiritual quality, that's all. It is necessary for enlightenment. Unfortunately, we always got the idea, if you have incompletion with others, run away to the higher planes where less people are there. No, that is not a solution. That is not a solution. Completion with others is the basic necessity, the basic quality you need for enlightenment. Understand? People sometimes ask me, how do I know whether I am suppressing or completing? If you are able to be in the space of completion with others, you are completing inside you with you also. If you are not able to be in the space of completion with others, then inside you are not completing with yourself, you are only suppressing. So the scale to find whether you are completing or suppressing, completing or brooding over, completing or waiting for a chance to take revenge. I have seen many people. The name of completion, now I am completing, but I am not going to keep quiet. I will wait for time. When my time comes, I will tell you what to do. I will do what needs to be done. Completion with others is a spiritual practice. Completion with yourself is like Mahadeva. Completion with others is like Devi. Devi is required for the life to happen. That is why in all our temples, I have put Devi along with Mahadeva. I have not put Devi as a separate deity. Listen, completing with others. Others means not just only your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister, the human beings around you. We will start the completion with everything with which you are living. Your wealth, your health, your bag, your seed, your pets, your car, your house. Please understand, all these are living part of your life. They may be dead objects, but they are living part of your life. See, a house may be a dead object, but it is a living part of your life. How many of you understand what I am saying? It's a very important component of your life. First, we will start completion with all the human beings with whom we are living. First step, completion with everything. With every human being. First thing you need to do is deciding, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. I have to bring completion with whoever I am living. Even if they don't want, I will stretch my best and I will decide I am in the space of completion. Whenever they want, I am open to have them. I am open. I am going to be in the space of completion. Whenever they are also ready, it will become completely complete. Understand? Completion with others does not mean you are going to apologize to them. No. Apologizing is not completion. Asking sorry is not. So many people were saying, I want to apologize, I am sorry. No. I am sorry is not completion. I am deciding to drop hurting pattern in my life or any incompletion, misunderstanding, anything. I am deciding to drop and I am deciding not to bring them, not to give life to it again. See, past, you can't say you are wrong or you are right. No one can say you are wrong, you are right. It is not apologizing. It is not feeling sorry for the past. No. Deciding, I am dropping this incompletion, hangover of the past, and I will not allow this to happen once more. Completion is actually responsibility, not apologizing. See, apologizing or feeling sorry comes out of powerlessness, but completion comes out of responsibility. Understand the difference. Please listen, see the difference. Now when I am saying you need to complete with your mother, with your father, with your brother, with others, I am not asking you to apologize. I am not asking you to call them and say, oh sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry, bus bus. No. No. Feeling sorry comes from powerlessness. That is not completion. When you call, you explain, this is what has been perceived by me. Here, I am not interested in looking into you are wrong or I am wrong. That will only create more and more anger, hatred and suppressed violence. I am only saying one thing. I am ready to drop the past and its powerlessness, incompletion. I am declaring I am dropping the past and I am complete. I don't have incompletion. And I will not create any incompletion anymore. Your decision and declaration, when it reaches them, you will suddenly see they also open up and start coming towards completion. But first, you need to be prepared.
Did all of you catch the exact signs that Swamiji revealed? All of you understood? Completion with others. See, one of the most important truths is what Swamiji explained towards the end. Completion with others is not you calling and saying, oh, I'm sorry, I feel so bad for what I did to you. And, I'm sorry, even if you're right or wrong, I am sorry about it. No, completion is not that. Can I request every one of you here, Ma Alexandra, Ma Ratna Prabha, and all the others, can I request every one of you here to define what do you understand as completion and post that in the chat, please. Can I request all the participants here to please post it in the chat? What do you understand as completion? Please take a few minutes and post it in the chat. I request every one of you, take a few minutes. Type out what exactly do you understand? See, there is two things Swamiji explained. Something called the world and something called my world. So, Ma Alexandra has posted, okay, my name is Nithyanandita. So it's, okay, anyways. So completion is when I do not repeat the same pattern. Only if the pattern does not get awakened in my behavior and thought, it can be called as complete. Beautiful. Ma Ratna Prabha has posted, our belief between my world and the world. My world is emotional. Okay, very nice. Mahedi Shlak has posted, any relationship that we create out of incompletion can never lead us to incompletion. Beautiful. And the others, every one of you, come on, can I request all of you to post? What did you understand as completion in others? Okay, Malyangshu has posted, it means I don't have conflicts with others anymore. Ma Prithvi Prasad has posted, to drop the control of the past on the present and future, to let go by initiating completeness is not equivalent to apologizing. Beautiful. Others, come on, everyone. Okay, Ma Prematavasi has posted, dropping hurting pattern with regarding to ourselves and others is completion. The projection of one's own internal pattern towards external cognition is completion. Very beautiful, Ma Nitya Naresha. Okay, that's all. How about the male bodies team? Can I request all of you also to post? What did you understand as completion? Adam Pereira has posted, in the space of complete power, never getting into powerlessness, okay? And Gettys has posted, drop powerlessness is what is completion, okay? Closing the old cycles, that is completion, okay? Now, each of you have given different understandings. Listen to this very carefully. Swamiji explained a truth called the world and my world. For me, at this moment, for Ma Prithvi Prasad or Ma Hiranmayi or Ma Liangshu, for all of us, there is one reality, correct? The fact. The fact is that there is a class, okay? The class is happening and I am conducting, all of you are listening to it. This is facts, right? Now, in my world, I may perceive this. Let's say I'm having someone ask some question which is maybe causing some incompletion in me or triggering some memory inside me. Now, the way I perceive the same situation will be from my world's perception. See, whether I am sitting here in this class or Ma Dona is listening or Ma Prithvi Prasad is listening or Ma Sheriga is listening, all of us are listening. The class is happening is fact. But each of us have a certain perception attached to this fact. I perceive the same class in my world based on my patterns, my emotions. So there is one called life, as it happens, the fact. The second, our understanding of the world. The world's program is happening, but my world, each of us have our my world. Madonna might be experiencing the same situation in a different way. I might be experiencing the same situation in a different way. Ma Prithvi Prasad might be experiencing the same situation in a completely different way. Now, each of us have different perceptions of the same fact. So my experience, the way life is occurring to me right now at this point in time is my world. How life is occurring as it is the world. Are you all catching the difference? Getting it? I'll give you all another example, okay? Let's say when you were young, you were a small child and playing in rain, enjoying yourself in rain, and your mom calls you once, you don't come in. She calls you the second time, you still don't move in. Third time she calls you, you don't get in. Fourth time, she says, enough is enough, you will catch cold. She comes out of the house and gives you a tight slap, and she drags you back inside the house and she locks the door. Listen very carefully. This is very important to understand. Here, the world is what? You were playing. Your mom called you few times. You didn't come inside. She said you will catch cold. You still didn't come inside. So she came out, slapped you, dragged you back inside the house. But when we have that extra layer, the background music of our emotions added to it, as that young child, you will not have any understanding in your brain that, she's doing it out of concern. At that moment, when your brain is filled with emotions, how does the brain perceive the situation? Oh my God, my mother came and she took all my joy away. She does not want me to be happy. She does not want me to enjoy. So she stopped me, she slapped me, and she took me back inside the house. Now, this my world cognition, where you feel life does not, at that point, you feel my mother never wants me to enjoy. She wants to restrict me. That cognition is formed inside of you. Let's say a few months pass by and you grow up a little bit, you're more matured now. You understand, hey, after all, because I didn't listen, she had to take me. Good that she took me. Out of her concern only, she wanted to stop me. But this feeling that life wants to take away my joy becomes very deeply inbuilt inside of you. So what happens after mom? Next, you go to school. You'll ask your teacher to go for some cultural, and the teacher will say, no, you can't go now, you have to study. What experience you had with your mom, that pattern gets triggered again. So you feel like, God, my teacher does not want me to enjoy. She's always restricting me. Next, some time passes by, you just understand it's okay, it's normal, it's their choice. But sometime later, in your high school, your friends, you want to do something, but all of your friends say, no, if you want to be with us, you cannot do that. And immediately you project the same incompletion. You feel like your friends are restricting you. Your friends are not allowing you to enjoy. You feel controlled by them. So mom changed, teacher changed, now friends. But the cognition, the way reality occurred to you did not change. Notice that. Next, you go to your, let's say, your boyfriend or girlfriend. So he or she tells you that, no, I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to go to this place. I don't want you to go with these people. Again, you feel controlled. The exact same incompletion that you had with when your mom stopped you from playing in rain again reflects here. And you feel like, oh God, my friends don't want me. My girlfriend does not want me to enjoy. She's so possessive. My boyfriend is so controlling. After some time, when you marry, it gets even more stronger. Then when you go to work, you project the same thing even in your boss. Feel your boss is controlling you. So listen very carefully. Who is controlling changes? The faces change, but the space, the way life occurs to you does not change. How many of you are catching it? How many of you are understanding? Now, that experience you have each time, that is your my world. The person is the world. The situations is the world. But the way that situation occurs to you each time is my world. Now, the tricky part is here. Most of us are stuck to the my world's understanding of the world, because of which all problems occur. I'm not saying people are always right. People could be wrong. You might have had injustice done to you. But carrying that incompletion and projecting that incompletion to everything on life is wrong. You might have been cheated by people, people would have abused you, people would have disrespected you, people would exploited you, or people don't listen to you. All things could have happened. I'm not saying yes or no to it, but the suffering you carry because of that, you are responsible. Why is that suffering inside of you? You are responsible for that. Catching it? Are all of you getting it? If any of you have any questions, please go ahead and ask. Your pattern, Ma Naresha, you caught it right way. You had put, right? Projecting your patterns to the outer world is incompletion. Understand, your pattern, what hurt, what pain you're carrying, the people changed. Your mom caused a certain incompletion in you, but she is not responsible for that. You created that incompletion inside you. But what happened? You went on projecting that on you projected that on your mom, you projected that on your teacher, you projected that on your friends, you projected that on your fiance, you projected that on your boss. Now, 40 years will pass by, 50 years will pass, 60 years will pass, but you will still be stuck as that same 7-year-old child who felt controlled by life forever. 60 years of your life would have passed, but you would have still been stuck as that same 7-year-old child who feels life is controlling you. Now, who is responsible? You cannot say, come on, all these people are responsible to cause this situation in me. No, that same situation for another person could have been a different experience, but you chose to carry that experience. Even if people did something worst to you, even if you went through physical abuse, sexual abuse when you were young, understand all these sit inside of you as wounds. I am not saying that the person who did it to you is not responsible, but the wound, the suffering you carry because of it, inside you, inside your inner space, sitting in you, is responsible for the reality. Life will keep occurring to you. It is like this. If I have a pus wound, right? And if I keep touching the pus wound each time, it is going to hurt, correct? It is going to pain. But is a solution for me to simply cover the pus wound? No, it's only going to grow worse. Yes, it's like saying, oh, okay, I'm covering the pus wound. See, I'm putting layers and layers and layers of plasters on it. It's still not healing. It will not heal. You need to treat it. Same way, all of us carry these incompletions inside of us, which is what is the my world cognition of us. This picture aptly describes the my world and the world experience. Just see here. Now, if you see here, this is a pakka description. Of course, here it describes the media, but anyways, here, your cognition, the way you receive, process, or interpret and respond to any information entering into your system, you cognize with your extra layer of let's say extra layer of like background music, everything added to it based on your past experiences. That is my world. The larger picture, the world, cut, edited, completely changed and written is my world. Now, every single time you are stuck with this my world and the world, you are going to be constantly juggling in this same cycle. Listen very carefully. You might have had a very beautiful relationship with someone, or you might have had a very bitter relationship with someone, but both ways, as long as the incompletion sits inside of you, you are responsible to complete it. Listen very carefully. Let's do one assignment, okay? You're going to write, see, the world is that situation as it is. Have you all seen movies? When you see these dance videos or movies without dialogues, without music, the same horror movie, if you see without background music, you will not feel the fear as much as you see with the sound effects. It will sound a little funny for you sometimes. But the same thing, when you see it with the sound effects, it'll add so much of tension, suspense, everything inside you. Same way, life, when you don't add the situation of life with the background music of your past incompletions, your life will be unclutched. But all of us, every one of us, add a background music. Have you all experienced this when you watch a movie, right? And you will see this hero will go through so much in his life and he'll struggle and finally he will succeed. By the time you watch that movie, automatically inside you, you will become the hero. You will attach a villain character in your life. You'll attach a comedian character in your life. You'll attach a heroine in your life. The journey of that hero is lived through by you. But this is what we do in all relationships. You see life not exactly as it is. You add that extra dosage of background music, effects, everything, and you experience life. That is what is my world. Let's do an exercise to understand this. Now, I request every one of you take a few minutes, pen down, take any 3 relationships in your life, any 3 people, okay? Go back in life and describe the incident when you started judging, having incompletion against that person. It can be your mother, father, brother, sister, spouse, friend, anyone. Write down. When was the first time you started having that incompletion with them? For example, you feel your father is very controlling, or you feel your spouse is very insecure, or you feel your colleague is very demanding. Now, listen very carefully. You're going to go back to the first time when you felt that that person was demanding, or when you felt that the person was insecure, when you felt that the person was controlling. Write down what actually happened. I'm not saying making them look good is what actually happened. Your mom slapping you is your mom slapping you. I'm not saying, Putto, your mom did not slap you. But write down as it happened. What they said, did, which is the world, and how you experienced it, which is the my world. Pen down. With all the 3 people, pen down. I request every one of you to write this down. It's a very, very important exercise. Please write it down. Yes. So have all of you finished writing? Yes. Have all of you finished writing, please? Okay, beautiful. Now, this first step that all of you wrote down is my world and the world. Now, listen very carefully. The first thing you're going to do now, before you complete others, the 3 relationships that you've written down, you're first going to invoke that relationship in Swamiji's Atma Murti and complete with the Atma Murti. Verbally, you're going to talk to the Atma Murti. Okay? Listen very carefully. What does that mean? What does it mean to complete? First thing, you have to take responsibility for everything happening around you. You have to cognize that you are the source of everything. Completion with others does not mean you're going to apologize, but completion is thinking I am deciding to drop the hurting pattern in my life and not giving it again to people. Just deciding completion, what you are going to do. Listen, whom should you complete with? If you are remembering someone 3 times a day, they are a part of you. They are a part of your life frame. Whether it is your joy, pain, everything is dependent on them. And all of them, it can be your spouse, it can be your boss, it can be your colleague, it can be anyone. Whoever you think as part of your life, whoever you remember more than 3 times a day, you're going to be completing with them. See, unfortunately, you are never in touch with the actual happening of your life. Because for you, your perception of the happening is actual happening. But actually, there's an happening. The relationships shaped by your cognitions is responsible for the way you relate with life and people of your life. Your cognition makes or breaks your relationship. It is not the person. It is not the person outside of you. It is your cognition about the person. Madonna is asking, question, same words can be expressed with different attitudes or energies. Is the attitude or energy I felt my world or the world? Listen, Ma, I could have, let's say I go and someone beats me. Example. Okay. So I'm going and telling something to someone and they're beating me. Now, I am not saying that them beating me is my perception. No. I'm not saying that. Factually, someone is beating me. They got angry and they're beating me. Correct. But I have a my world perception about the whole situation. Life is torturing me. Nobody's there for me. When someone beats me, immediately there's the layers of thoughts that comes inside me. Oh, nobody's there to support me. Nobody loves me. Nobody cares for me. Life does not like me. That extra perception that you carry, that is my world. See, I'm not saying what attitude people are saying. It's not about judging or analyzing people, Ma. Understand, though whatever people may tell, there is a perception that you carry about it. That has to change. That addressing and changing, working on that my world's perception is what we are doing now. See, listen very carefully. All of you listen. Even the relationships that you're completing with, even if your husband, let's say, hit you physically and you went through that whole trauma, we are not saying that what he did is right, but there is a certain background music and extra layer of incompletions you've infused over that incident, which you need to complete. You might not be the reason for it, but you are responsible for the incompletion. Swamiji will tell very beautifully, you are not the reason for someone to come and affect you, but you are responsible for the suffering you're carrying inside of you. You are the only one who can heal that suffering, and you're the only one who should heal that suffering. If someone else from outside can give you suffering or give you joy, that means they can take back that joy anytime they want. That is not fact. That is not the truth. You are the one who chooses to suffer. The situation might be bad, but the suffering is your responsibility. Now listen very carefully. You're going to go in front of the Atma Murti, and with all the three relationships that you have written down, you're going to be verbally speaking to the Atma Murti, literally sharing your incompletion with Atma Murti. Like as if you're verbally speaking to the Atma Murti. You're going to be actually like speaking. You're going to invoke that relationship. So let's go to the Atma Murti. Listen very carefully. Do not directly speak to that person now. We will tell you when to speak. First, go to the Atma Murti. Verbally, don't mentally talk. Verbally talk to the Atma Murti. Say, see, I had this incompletion with you. And this is what I felt. Understand, when you do this completion with Atma Murti and with the mirror, all the first layer, that anger, everything will went out. Then when you go and complete with the person, by then you will become little settled. So it's very, very important. You're going to do 2 steps now. You're going to go to the Atma Murti and you're going to be reading out the whole incompletions and completing with Atma Murti. Next, you're going to be going to a mirror, sitting in front of the mirror, and you're going to be completing with the mirror. Having the mirror, you're going to be completing. I request every one of you to start this step. Please do this very, very sincerely. Each of the step is very important and pivotal for your completion. So please make sure you're all doing it sincerely. Do not call the others right now. We will tell you when to call. If you have finished this step, let us all enter into the next step of this process. Now, as each of you are writing down, if you have finished speaking to the Atma Murti, and if you have finished completing with the mirror, even once for now, if you relive in the interest of time, that is good enough, so that in the next step you can continue further whenever you have more time. Okay, listen very carefully. Now is the most important step of all. You are now going to call the person that you want to complete with. Call them. You're going to complete with them. Understand? Like I said, we are not the reason for the incompletion, but we are responsible. They are not the reason. See, they are not the ones to be blamed. We are responsible for the incompletion. So you're not going to be blaming someone. You're not going to be calling and telling, because of you only I had this, because of you only I'm suffering like this. You're not going to be blaming anyone for anything. Start with simple introduction. Say, I'm doing a meditation program where I'm supposed to heal and complete myself. I understand that all this has happened in our life. Now I realize I am only responsible. Whatever happens outside, you don't need to feel hurt. You are responsible. See, listen, purpose of the completion is not just healing relationships. Your whole energy, your whole consciousness is different. Please understand that. What happened was not wrong. What happened was not wrong. What is happening is right. Completion is right. Past is not wrong. You're not going to be blaming or complaining. You're going to be completing and dropping that in your inner space. Listen very carefully. Call your friends. You're going to be genuinely completing with them. So my Priyatma Swarupini is asking, so what we are perceiving from an incident, we should imbibe and believe it. We should unclutch from that perception, right, Ma? Yes. See, unclutching from that perception happens only when you complete it. See, many times some incompletions are so deep in us, we feel so justified. How can this person do this to me? How can this person put me through suffering? Only when we complete it, even we will realize and come out of it. So you're now going to be revisiting all of those situations and you're going to be completing. Call your friends and complete with them. Tell them genuinely you want to complete with them. You realize, and this is what you have been carrying inside of you, and you're going to be completing with them. Write down. Please call and complete. You need to do it with the understanding that they are not the reason. You are responsible for whatever the situation that is happening outside. Yes, please relax. Now, we're all going to be entering into a very, very beautiful session. Understanding how true love and fulfilling relationships is your birthright. Let us listen to the revelations now.
Love. Vast, huge ocean. The subject which will taste different from different banks or beaches. It's like an ocean, tastes in different, looks different in different places, feels different in different beaches. This emotion also, you can't even use the word emotion. There is a question here. Is love just another emotion? It is not emotion, it is yen motion. It is the energy which makes motion happen in you towards enlightenment, from enlightenment towards enlightenment. When the glimpse of enlightenment starts in you and motions you towards enlightenment, the ultimate enlightenment, between that period, what you experience is called love. You always show the soft things as the symbol of love because you know only pseudo love. Understand? We always show only the bird feeding the baby bird as the symbol of love, action of love. A rose flower we show as symbol of love. But we never show a banyan tree root, the hanging root, as a symbol of love. Or a lion with a lion cub as a symbol of love, because we know only superficial, pseudo love. Please listen. The core source material is love. Love is Paramashiva. The source material of Paramashiva, the source happening of Paramashiva, the core happening of the cosmos, cause, karana, karya, result, action. The source material, mulya of the karana and karya, Paramashiva, Param, that core is the pure love. Understand? This whole universe is nothing but multiple versions of that core love, that's all. Whether it is the planet Earth, sun, moon, you, the best of your life and worst of your life, best of your perception and worst of your perception, best of your experience, worst of your experience, all are different versions of love. When I utter the word love you, understand you are absolutely loved and protected and safe. Especially if you resonate and feel connected with that word love, when I say love you, I tell you. This extraordinary grounding Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me with his tremendous love made me extremely integrated and very grounded. Listen. Not being grounded is one of the worst suffering modern day humanity is facing. That is why so much of revolt, anger against everything. It's not that people are angry with some political system, economical system, religious system. Everywhere I am seeing people are angry about everything because one of the important thing the modern day humanity is missing is teaching the children to be grounded. Understand? Only after I grew up, I feel grateful to my gurus. The way they grounded me with my integrity. Whether yoga or puja or the right powerful cognitions, the way they grounded me, something extraordinary. I can see, same my age, boys who grew up in Tiruvannamalai. The difference, the only difference is Arunagiri Yogeshwara grounded me. The extraordinary love and integrity. I tell you, it is not that because he showered love, he did not integrate me. It's not love of spoiling. The modern day parents, when they can't spend time with you, when they can't groom you, train you, be around you, they just give you gifts in the name of love. You also equate gifts to love and love to gifts. This whole habit of gifts is an absolute stupidity. It's a cunning way parents cheat the kids. When you can't spend time with them, groom them, integrate them, in the name of gifts, cheating them. I tell you. I'll really have to tell you. Understand? My gurus gave me love which made me integrated. Please listen. Now I am going to make a very important sacred secret. Going to make a very important statement. Please listen. Now I am going to make a very important statement. Love of the Master enters into you, completes you, fulfills you, and turns back as love for the Master and enlightens you. Listen. Love of the Master enters into you, fulfills you, completes you, turns around and flows as love for the Master and liberates you. Blessed are those who taste love of the Master. Whether it is a benign look benevolent look or a serious look of a surgeon? When a surgeon looks at the tumor, remember, he looks at the tumor, not you. Unfortunately, when I look at the tumor, to terrorize the tumor, you mistake, I am looking at you. Understand, decide clearly to hate what master hates, to love what master loves. In every one of you, there is a part master loves. Love that part, cherish that part, nourish that part, entertain that part, enrich that part, that will enlighten you. In every one of you, there is one part master hates. Hate that, destroy it, complete it, drop it. That will be a great liberation for you. So I wanted every one of you to be very clear. The truths I am sharing with you is directly from the inner space of Mahadeva. Please understand, research and development and perfection of these great truths, the way they are lived, the way they are transmitted, the way they are contemplated, the way they are listened, this perfection, the research and development and the perfection has happened in a great loving space of Mahadeva. In the love of the Master, all these teachings become part of your very bioenergy. Love of the Master is from the space of bioenergy, pure Kundalini Shakti, unpolluted. So naturally that awakens your Kundalini Shakti, your core opens up. The story of Bhatmapada, one of the great disciples of Adi Shankaracharya, proves clearly, just by the feeling connection with him, feeling connection to Adi Shankara, he has mastered the nature. He was so powerfully in tune with the nature. He was so beautifully in sync with the nature. You may not know the story. There was a great disciple of Adi Shankara who is not that intellectually capable but highly devoted, dedicated, integrated to the Master, integrated to his disciplehood. One day he went to wash the clothes of the Master to the other banks of the river. He was washing there. Some of the other disciples of Shankara were discussing and they were making fun of Bhatmapada. What is this? This fellow is all the time washing the clothes and cleaning. Did he come here to become a laundryman? If he is not learning any scriptures and not studying, contemplating, when is he going to get enlightened, master the nature, Prakriti, life? Shankara was just laughing. He may be little less capable in intellectual way, but he is an amazing, intelligent being who is doing what needs to be done first, who is putting first things first. Shankara wanted to show this to other disciples. So he just sits up and calls from where he is, Batmapada, please come. Actually, he uses the word first time, Batmapada. Earlier his name was different. He just calls his disciple. The moment Master called, the disciple forgot everything. He just starts walking on the river. On the river, oh God, now I have to protect him. When somebody is in such a deep space of trust with the whole cosmos, Master is a representation of the whole cosmos. I cannot allow him to suffer, I cannot let him down. So the river just makes lotus flowers and holds his feet wherever he puts his feet. Please understand, lotus will never happen in the river because river is flowing water. It happens only in ponds, stable water. But here, river produces the lotus and holds his feet when he walks and makes him cross the river. Usually, people will be anxious when they cross the river. Maybe first time, a river would have been anxious when a person is crossing the river. That she has to safely reaching the other side. Because every step is held by a lotus. He was called Batmapada. Shankara demonstrates to all his disciples the need for the loving space for the transmission of the Advaitic truth to happen, because your birth itself has happened when you denied the self, Advaita. Something that deep which is able to make you assume a human body and broken mind can't be transcended unless you trust somebody more than your human body and broken mind. The moment you start the completion process, the Guru's grace has started happening in your life. Please understand. Your self-effort brings Guru's grace. Guru's grace brings more self-effort. Guru's grace inspires you to start the completion process. Completion makes more Guru's grace flow in your life. It is virtuous circle. You might have heard the word only vicious circle. Now I am introducing a new word, virtuous circle. Love of the Master enters into you and inspires you to do the completion process. Then it turns as love for the Master. When the Guru's grace enters into you, it starts moving you towards completion process. When you start the completion process, automatically the more Guru's grace enters into you. I have so much incompletion. How can I ever think I can complete and rewrite my future? When a fire starts burning the trees, not only the forest reduces, the strength of the fire gets added. So when you start doing completion, you may have 10,000 incompletions in front of you. But when you do even one completion, two completion, all the completed thoughts will become power of you. Not only enemy is reducing, friend is increasing. Opposite army is reducing, your army is increasing. The pattern of completing with incompletion becomes your strength. When you start walking or running, day one, don't start thinking, how can I run the marathon of 50 kilometers? First start running 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer. The stamina your body builds, that will take care that you run 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers. Completion with life is eternal love. Please understand. With anybody you feel complete. Don't think the person is completing you. Your completion is making that person beautiful. Please listen. What I am talking is a very important point. If you see somebody and you are in love and you feel complete, be very clear. That person has no role in your completion experience. Because of your completion, the person looks more greener than the green itself, more rosier than the rose itself, more beautiful than the beauty itself. Completion is the state where you rest in awareness. You always rest in unconsciousness, but with completion you rest in awareness. You rest in peace. You rest in your existence. You rest in you. I'll tell you the story. I'll tell you the story of my completion. See, when I left the house, I think it was 17 and a half. Many times I ran away from the house, and 17 and a half, once for all I ran away. And I think when I was 17, both my gurus, Raghupati Yogi Yogananda Puri, his name, and Vibhudananda Puri, lady sannyasini, Kuppammal, her name, both of them have passed away. After they left the body, it was almost like impossible for me to live in that city. See, in that town, every stone is associated with their memories for me. The hill is the place where I spend my time. Temple is the place I spend my time. It's always with them. After their death, it was very difficult for me to live in that area, in the same town, so I decided that I will leave the place. Now only we call it as town and all. In those days it was a pakka village. Pakka village. The whole village is only 5 street. 5 street or maximum I can say 10. 5 to 10, not more than that. Now of course the whole thing is developed and expanded and all that is. I could not live in Tiruvannamalai, so I decided to leave the house. I had the darshan of Ramakrishna suddenly, so I decided to go to Ramakrishna mission and sannyasi. But I know very clearly I am not going to stay in their organization. I may go and receive sannyas and continue my yatra. That was my decision, my thinking, hope. So one day, it was a Sunday, Saturday night, Sunday morning, I saw very vividly Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi appearing, and they appeared and I asked Ramakrishna, please initiate me. And he smiled and said, showing Sharada Devi, she is the specialist in all this. And I told Sharada Devi, you initiate me. Then I saw very clearly she put her hand on my head and both of them entered into my body and disappeared. So I decided, it gave me a lot of courage and strength to take up sannyas, leave the house. I can say that this was the immediate reason. So I decided I am going to leave the house. And after the decision, I was in the temple thinking. After this dream, I went to temple and whole day I was sitting and thinking. Even next day I was sitting and thinking what to do. Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, third day, evening I came to my mother. I sat on the door frame. She sat one step below. If any of you talk to my mother, you will understand. Sometimes people ask her, what's the difference you find Swamiji as your son and now? Even I asked her once. She says, I don't find any difference, Swamiji, because even in those days we treated you like this only. We treated you like this only. She will never sit equal to me. And one step below she was sitting. And I was very close with her. Very loving, and I never had any hatred. Very loving. Many times, when I get time, I will go and sit in kitchen with her. She will be cooking, I will be sitting and telling some stories. I had a very friendly relationship with her. And literally, till I left the house, I will always be sleeping next to her. I think if you are from the Western culture, it will be shocking, you will not be able to understand. In Indian tradition, we don't have even the idea of the child abuse. So always, as kids, I think now, when I listen to the stories, I understand that nowadays, even at the age of 10 or 6, 7, even much earlier, the kids are made to sleep separately. Till I left the house, I will always be sleeping next to her only, holding her. And another one thing, after my enlightenment, from the age of 12, I started this pattern of bedwetting. 10 years I was bedwetting. Later on I found out what was the reason. The kids will have bedwetting, you have heard. But when I was a child, it did not happen. At the age of 12 it started. See, after the enlightenment, every night the consciousness falls into Samadhi, so the message from bladder to brain does not go. That bladder is full and brain does not act. It's in some other state. So I don't get up. Every morning she has to get up and wash the sari and dry the bed in the first floor. It's a routine, but she won't complain even a single day. Single day she won't complain. So I called her and said, I was sitting and I said, I was looking away from her, not looking at her, looking away from her and said, Mom, Swami is going to become a sannyasi. I won't address as me. Only recently I started using this I and me. If you see even my earlier discourses, you will not see anywhere this I and me. It's Ramakrishna style. And only very recently only I started using I and mine. I, me, all these words. Otherwise I will tell only Swami. Even to tell about me, I will tell only Swami. So, if you talk to our Gurukul kids, even they will not say I and me. They will only tell the name. Because I am talking to people, otherwise people get confused. If I go on telling the story, Swami told, Swami did, Swami this, then finally they ask which Swami. They end up in confusion. That is why I have started using the word normally. Anyhow, I told her, in Tamil I said, Swami sannyasam போறதுன்னு முடிவு பண்ணிருச்சு. I told her that Swami has decided to go as a sannyasi. And I am looking away from her and I don't have the courage to look at her because I am emotionally very attached with her. Very attached to her. So, I can't handle. So I was looking, my eyes were away. See, even though I was attached to her, I was complete with her. And I was complete with me. So it did not stop me going towards sannyas. But I had a very good relationship with her. I don't know how you guys will understand. Attachment does not mean like the attachment you guys carry, that I will not be able to go for sannyas. It was not against my need or will for going to sannyas. But I cannot see her cry, see her suffer. So I was keeping my eyes away, looking away from her. I did not get any response from her. No words. After a few minutes, as usual, what women will do? Oh! And I am getting that slowly, that sound of she crying. Even then, I did not turn my eyes towards her. And I said, what do you mean? You mean to say I should not go? She said, no, I can't stop you. I am not able to handle, so I am crying. She said such beautifully, I can't stop you. In Tamil she said, சாமி என்னால் நிறுத்த முடியாது, என்னால் ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியல, அழறேன். எனக்கு தாங்கல, அழறேன். Then she hugged me, and usually I am a very I will be so happy and comfortable with my mother. Even while I am sitting in the kitchen, I will be only putting my hands on her shoulder and talking. I was very comfortable. So I will never miss a chance to hug her. This hugging, I think, I learned from my mother only. Now I tell you really, if you are complete with your mother, all women in your life, the relationship will be so complete. If you are complete with father, all men in your life, the relationship will be complete. I was so complete with my mother, but when she hugged me, I did not even hug her back, and before she could be complete with that hug, I moved my body. She understood, I don't want her to hug me now. She understood, I'm moving out. She just took her hands off and she moved, and she was wiping the ears and crying. Immediately my father came from behind and said, my father was actually shouting at my mother, did you disturb Swami in some way? Why is Swami suddenly telling he is leaving the house? We are after all taking care of him nicely. And he has no courage to talk to me directly. I turned back. I asked him, now to whom are you talking? He just kept quiet. No, I did not tell anything. And he went away. And then the drama started. Of course, when I pushed her away, in the half hug, I could see very clearly part of my bio memory was incomplete. Please understand, part of me was incomplete. See, if she fought with me, I would not have had incompletion. You are fighting with me, come on, I will fight with you, over. She never fought with me. So I could have allowed her to hug me, means I could have done little more care, with a little more sensitivity, with a little more love, because she's not asking me don't go. You understand? She's not telling don't go for sannyas. But I was afraid, if I give her the love or attention or care, I may not go. I may not be able to go. So I can say that it was more, the incompletion was created with her, more because of my self-doubt about me. Then, finally, next day morning, I can see the whole village is in front of my house. It's a very tight-knit community, small village, tight-knit community. I can say it's one large family, that's all. The whole village. At least that whole area. I've seen in those days, in every house in the puja room, there will be one old man's photo. I asked my grandmother, who is this Swami? She said, no, he is your grandfather. I asked then, why his photo is in every house? She said, for all the house, he is the grandfather. So, no other entertainment. They will have 2-3 wives and no TV also those days. This is the only entertainment. Each house will have half a dozen to dozen. Zamindar means landlords. And I have seen the original house was 80,000 square feet. But when I was born and a lot was sold. They will part by part they sold. But the original house print, I saw in the town plan, still one small bit is there as it is. I am trying to buy, these fellows are not giving me, just to make like a memorial, one bit. Same construction is there as it is, the stone construction and the teak wood. Any of you have seen that kind of houses? Soon you will see in Biddi, we are going to do 4-5. It's a typical old style house. It's a tight-knit family. The whole family is there. Usually if somebody dies, their body will be kept in the hall, the sofa, and the whole family will gather. See, this family is such that every month somebody will be attending age, some engagement, some marriage, some death. Every once in 2-3 months there will be some festival, some program, some function. It will be continuously going on. That day when I woke up, I saw so much of crowd. I thought, who died? Because there's no other function. I asked my mother, what happened? Anybody died? All of them have gathered? All the relatives are there? She told me, no, they all came to see you only. I said, I am alive. Then she said, no, because you said you are going to become a sannyasi, they all came to see you. And literally, like a dead body, I was made to sit on the sofa in the center of the room, hall. It's called Nadu Kottadi. They call it Nadu Kottadi. And in the center I am sitting. All the group, the whole group is sitting all around. And some who doesn't have courage, they talk among themselves. Some who has a courage try to confront me. One by one comes. And first comes my father's elder brother's wife, Periyamma, means aunt. She comes. What will happen to our family prestige if you become a sannyasi? And the funny thing is, night I told my mother, by early morning the whole village knows. Before I wake up, the whole village is there. There are nearby relatives. In those days, cell phone was not that common also. All the other villages also information has gone. They are all on the way. And you need to know, 2 families sat and already saw a girl for me. Usually in this tight-knit families, if a boy is born, immediately they will tie a girl. The mama ponnu, atta ponnu, edavadhu one tie panni vechiruvanga. So they already decided. They are seeing the time, right, muhurtam. And all of them have to sit and convince me. And I am a 17.5-year-old boy. And they will finish the marriage so that I cannot run away and become a sannyasi. And so all this is going on. And she comes. See what will happen to the prestige, family prestige. And I cannot live. If you run away like this and all, whole village will talk, everyone will talk about us. And now only we are having little prestige and family is all settling down. She has 2 daughters. And who will marry my 2 daughters if you run away and become a sannyasi? After all, they are my cousin sisters only. If you run away and become sannyasi, nobody will marry my daughters. I will hang with the sari on the fan. She told in Tamil. Shalai katti fan la thungiruven appadinu. I will hang myself in the sari on the fan. I slowly looked at her and said, she used to be very heavy. And I said, for your weight, the sari will tear, fan will break. You better use the rope on the uttaram. Uttaram is the beam. You use the rope and hang yourself in the uttaram. Surely you will die. That's it. And immediately she got angry. What? You are asking me to die? You are asking me to die? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. That's what I told you. I am going. I told her. That is what I am telling. I am going. Then comes the next guy. If you are from South India, you can literally enjoy the whole scene. You can visualize the whole scene and see. These fellows are so bothered about what others will talk about us. The whole life goes with that only. And then comes my uncle, means my father's sister's husband. Mama, my uncle, he comes. they are all living in the house and living a spiritual life. Are we all not living a spiritual life? Why don't you do that? Why do you want to leave the house? He's a drunkard. He's alcoholic. So, but I used to have a lot of respect for him. I just put my hands like this only and stood up from the sofa. In Tamil I said, "Ada loose." That's the way I started. The loose. நீ காலைல எந்திரிச்ச உடனே சாராயிரம்னா மூஞ்சி கழுவுற, உனக்கு ஆன்மீகத்துக்கு என்னடா சம்பந்தம்? I spoke in singular. I used to be very respectful, but that day all my kundalini was up and alive. And I said, "Hey, fool." Loose is the, fool is not the right word. You understand as loose itself. Loose. You early morning you wash your face only with the alcohol. And what kind of spirituality you are talking about? He was so angry because in public, in front of everyone, I told he is alcoholic. Because in the village, even if they drink, they will be very secretly, they will drink. And they will not drink in the house and all, they will drink and come very, and they will have a backside door, they will slowly enter. And that time only the cat will fall on them. It will be very secret. It will not be known to others, especially to kids. In front of public, no one will speak. And even the relatives will not sit together and drink. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. In the alcohol shop, even if they meet each other, they will put the towel and cover the face. And because I told him that he is alcoholic in front of the whole group, that's it. "Hey, you told me I am a drunkard? Get out of our house. Get out of our house." I said, "That is what I am telling." And second wicket over. So like this, few more wickets came. So once I finished everything, now everyone understands if you go there, all your respect, manam, maryada, ellam poirum. They understood. I am not going to bother about anybody. The way I was answering or talking, they all are very clear that now nothing can be done. They all kept quiet. And then some more relatives, whoever need to come. 3 days, the whole house was full of these relatives. Some trying to convince me, some from distance itself they will talk. And the way I answered, they got so frightened. Actually, my uncle's daughter only they were planning. This same guy only I said, "You are a drunkard." That's it. Now I means I will not give my daughter to you. Who asked? I never asked. You planned. What can I do? And then they were planning these, that, and they tried to call my college friends and whether they will be able to give any advice to me. And nothing worked out. Finally, third day, Wednesday I told them, and Thursday, Friday. And of course, even Saturday I was there. Saturday I did not stay in the house, I went out. Sunday I left the house, that's all. Next Sunday I left the house. After that, there was no contact between me and them. They heard once I am in Ramakrishna Mutt, and when they came, I just saw them from distance and went away. That's all. And anyhow, I left the house and traveled and I had different experiences, saw the different monks and sannyasis, everything, and had my realization, my life mission, everything. And when I had that experience at the age of 22, that I am an incarnation to transmit this experience, my body and mind is prepared for it. After that experience, it took 9 months for me to settle down normally. If I move the right hand, left hand will not move. If If I move the left hand, right leg will not move. The coordination will not be there. If I speak, everything will be stopped. That's the way body was functioning. To settle down and become normal, it took 9 months. So when I settled into the body and became normal, the first thing I felt is I have to complete that biomemory which was left in me as incomplete. So I went back to Tiruvannamalai. Actually, that time I was staying in a place called Kanchipuram, near Kanchipuram, a place called Perukkaranai. And there they take stones for making deities. So there are artificial caves where they removed the stones, quarried the stones. I was staying in one of those caves. Then when I decided, I wanted to complete with her. When I felt I should complete with her, immediately I went back to Tiruvannamalai. I went to the house where they were staying. There I saw nobody is there. And somebody else is having shops. I went there and asked. I wanted to see Arunachalam and Loganai, my father and mother's name. They said, no, they are not here. They went away. I asked, it is their own house? They said, no. 8 years before they sold this house. They went away. I asked them, where are they? Do you know the address? They said, we don't know where they are. We don't even know whether they are in Tiruvannamalai. We don't have any idea. When I was inquiring, they thought that I am coming there for food, because my mother had a wonderful habit, which is from my grandfather. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus and get them and give them food. My grandmother also had this pattern. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus from the temple and get them, give them food, only then she will eat. My father's mother and mother's father, both of them had this habit. So sadhus will come regularly to have food. So these guys thought I came for food. So they said, we will give you food. I said, no, I just wanted to meet them, that's why I came. So I do not know now where they are. I went to temple and sat there. It's already maybe around night 8 o'clock. I thought in the temple at least some of the friends or relatives will come. I'll see them or they will see me, then I'll ask them. When I was sitting in the temple, first time after 9 months, I felt the hunger. Because I settled into the body. That was the exact day I settled into the body. It was Deepavali day. And I settled into the body. And I think next day to Deepavali, Amavasya, I went to Tiruvannamalai. First time then I thought, what is this? In the stomach something is going on. Then I realized, oh God, it's hunger. Because the 9 months, hunger, thirst, everything disappeared from the body. All human activities have disappeared from the body. No one too. Means when nothing goes inside, how anything can come out. And even if we eat little bit, I think whether it's completely gets assimilated, I don't know. So first time I felt the hunger after the 9 months. So I was sitting in Tiruvannamalai. It was funny, sitting in Tiruvannamalai, hunger and no food. But immediately, in few minutes, I could see the power of space. The Devi temple priest, he walked straight from the Devi temple and gave the food to me, Nevedyam. I asked him, no, why are you giving it to me? To whom you want to give? Maybe you wanted to give for somebody else and you are mistaking and giving. I told him in Tamil, எனக்கு எது கொடுக்குறீங்க? நீங்க வேற யாரையோ நினைச்சிட்டு எனக்கு கொடுக்குறீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Then
He looked at me and said, "No, no, eat," and went away. After I ate and washed the hands and I was sitting, from distance I saw one young man saw me and started running. Then I know it's my classmate. From distance I recognized. He also recognized me. He thought if he comes near me, I'll run away. So he wants to inform my parents first. He ran and told my mother and father. In 10 minutes I saw in my vision space one face coming and standing. My mother came and stood. And she was afraid to talk to me. She recognized me and she's standing. I turned my face, and the moment I recognized her, I gave my wide smile and asked her, "How are you, Ma?" The moment she saw a smile in my face, she thought, yes, she can communicate. She can relate. And immediately tears started rolling in her eyes, because she's seeing me maybe, 7, 8 years or after that. When I left, I'm a kid, now a sannyasi, shaved head, tall, shining face and sharp eyes, lean. Those days I used to be shaved head, and she was standing with tears. Actually, first I only stood up and pulled her and hugged her. And she started crying, putting her head on my shoulder. Cried, maybe for 10 minutes. I just allowed. When she felt complete and took her body out, I saw my incompletion has disappeared. The incompletion which was in me, in my biomemory, disappeared. Understand? The one hug, incomplete hug, which I separated my body, where I pulled myself out, that incompletion, which was in my biomemory, became complete when I hugged her again and allowed her to express the love. Then she said, "Please come and eat in the house." I said, "Now I am a sannyasi. If you give Purna Kumbha and offer the food in the banana leaf, like yesterday we served, I'll come and eat." She said, "Yes, I will do." Next day she did all that ritual, and I went and ate and came back. The moral of the story is, even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete. Understand? Even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete.
Right, this happening. Just the way Swamiji narrated how exactly this incident happened in Swamiji's life. It was just too good, right? How was it for you all? How did you all enjoy it? Just knowing how Swamiji was continuously first thing so focused, like at the age of 16 itself, Swamiji had decided to leave the house. And secondly, most importantly, how Swamiji had left his mother, and that whole incompletion, like even for an avatar, like Swamiji said, how important it was to have that completion, that hug, to fulfill that completion, to come back, complete that hug. It was just so beautiful, right? And how Swamiji revealed to us about what is true fulfilling relationships like. Each of this is very important for us to understand. And Swamiji revealed such a beautiful truth to all of us, right? So how was it for you? What did you click with? What did each of you understand?
How many of you understood about that importance of completion that Swamiji had explained to us very, very, very beautifully? Priyatma Surupini has posted, it's always such a joy to listen to Swamiji's stories. Swamiji beautifully puts it well. Absolutely. I mean, it's like literally you will feel as though you're also there in the story and you're seeing the whole thing so visually, right? This is so beautiful. It was unique. It was quite touching and heartfelt. You're asking for the video. Sure, we'll send you the video link, Ma. Okay, wonderful. Now, with this thing, after listening, how many of you feel that, yes, I am going to do the completion process? I'm really going to be completing with everyone in my life. Who all want to take that decision? Who all want to experience that completion with all your relationships? Ma Chetna Patel has put it means every single incident should be completed with conscious awareness. Every single incident that you remember, yes, should be completed. Meaning, see, that's what Swamiji says, conscious living. When you're living conscious, actually look at your life. So much of time just goes by where you're not even aware, like you're so unconscious. You need to infuse consciousness, meaning you need to be aware, conscious, living in every moment. Whatever incompletions are there, when you start focusing on completing with all those incompletions, living in perpetual completion, like automatically feeling complete will become part of you. Otherwise, what will happen? Now we'll think, oh God, I have so many incompletions. I've lived for last so many years now. How am I going to sit and complete all of that? Don't worry, relax. Because you only need to be focusing on you feeling complete. Once you start completing with few incidents, experiencing completion will become your natural way of existence. Are you all understanding? First, let's identify our incompletions that we have. We're going to do the completion process, completion with others. We all understood about my world and the world, how things are different in my world, how things are different in the actual reality. And now we understood about the importance of completion with others. And Swamiji shared from his own personal life. Very beautiful. I love listening to this video. I have listened to this so many times. And again, every single time, it's so funny, especially when Swamiji narrates, right? Like how Swamiji talks, responds to each of the relatives. It's just so funny and so sweet to see how young Swamiji was. And like his only known place where he had grown up all his life was Tiruvannamalai. And he's going to leave that place to go somewhere where he didn't even know where he's going. But his decision, young 16-year-old kid who does not have any money with him, he's not going to take any money, he's not going to take anything, no person to even support. Next meal, he does not know where to get from. But he is off, ready to take off, saying that I want to be a sannyasi, no matter who comes and asks him. Wow, what the guts Swamiji should have had at that young age to take that decision and stick with that decision. And take that decision with tremendous completion. This is just wow. Ma Stephanie died here. I understand, I read your message. Understand, listen. Focus on you being complete. Listen, if someone is abusing you, you don't need to go and complete them and say, oh, it was all my fault. No. Completion is not about saying sorry. Completion is not about you going and saying sorry to someone. Completion is you deciding to be complete. See, someone at some point would have, let's say that your friend had given you a tight slap in some place in front of others. That would have hurt you so much. The physical pain would have lasted for few minutes, but the suffering that comes out of it, even now when you will remember, it will make you suffer. You'll feel the suffering, you'll feel the suffocation of it. That suffering, pain is inevitable, suffering is a choice. You choose to suffer. You have the freedom to complete, to be relieved out of that suffering, where even when you are remembering, even when you remember that incident, it will no more cause any pain or a suffering in you. That is literally how complete you will feel. Even when you remember that incident, it will no more cause any kind of a pain or a suffering in you. One more thing I wanted to add.
See, many times in all relationships, right? Like Swamiji was revealing in that session about how fulfilling relationships is our birthright. Swamiji said many times, because of our certain reactionary patterns, we give a fixed response. We understand a certain way and respond a certain way. Because of which, your experience about life becomes very limited. What happens each time we have a fixed idea? This should happen a certain way. If this person reacts to me this way, if this person responds to me this way, that means they love me. If this person does not even turn and look at me, that means the love has reduced. All these fixed notions of everything around us constantly makes us fall into that same cycle of incompletions again and again. That is why so many times your incompletions might be completely like baseless. It will not even have a clear base. But still, you will not even know why that incompletion is there, but it will just be there and it will trouble you. So the whole thing is constantly again and again going to be affecting. It is going to be like a vicious cycle that we get stuck in. Now, the same thing that Swamiji revealed here, right? If we just carefully analyze, Swamiji had shared how fulfilling relationship means every relationship which reminds you again and again, gives you the experience of oneness is fulfilling relationship. Let us do a very quick exercise for this. I request every one of you to take a few minutes, pen down the answers to these 5 questions. First one, for the purpose of this assignment, you're going to be taking any one relationship where you want to experience true love with that person, but currently you're facing conflicts. Pen down what you feel about you when you are with that person. What do you feel about yourself when you're away from that person? How do you show yourself to that person, and how that person perceives you, and how you perceive that person? Take few minutes and pen down the answers for this. those relationships. Pen down. See, you're going to take only one for now. You can write down the answer to each of those questions. Revisit how it feels for you to spend time with that person. How do you feel about yourself when you're around that person? How do you experience about them when you're around them? Write down all of them. Now, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be revisiting that whole experience. And we're going to be entering into a very, very beautiful, powerful Kriya, that meditation that we're going to be doing, which will literally give us this experience of the whole space of going beyond the attachments and experiencing real love and fulfillment. Now, please relax. Have all of you finished writing? Yes. Have all of you finished writing? Wonderful. Now, we're going to be entering into a very, very important exercise for all of us to do. A very important kriya actually, which is going to be opening up your Anahata chakra. See, Anahata chakra is your heart center, which is the center of love. From Anahata chakra only, the love expresses, blossoms and oozes out that people experience. Okay. So now, every one of you that are sitting here, firstly, can I please ask every one of you to come on camera? It's a very, very powerful exercise we're going to be doing. It's a very powerful kriya that we are going to be doing, which will really help you come to that space of completion. And this will have multiple steps. We will be guiding you all through this kriya. So I request every one of you to please come settle down. Nithyanandam, Ma Tanja Devarne, Ma Windlaw, Ma Wavyang. Can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Please come on camera. Please turn on your cameras. Ma Xia Tong, Ma Jenny Tran, Ma Shengyu. Can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Please come on the camera. Okay, listen very carefully. Now, this particular kriya is going to be unlocking the Anahata chakra in us. See, our heart center, the being center in us, the heart center in us, is the Anahata chakra. So, this Anahata chakra is a place where love, the true love, flows through Anahata chakra. And Anahata chakra is blocked by attention need pattern in us. Whenever we seek for approval from outside, whenever we seek for an attention, approval from outside, that blocks our Anahata chakra, the pattern. Okay, getting it? Now, there's a very, very powerful kriya that is taken from the Agamas, from our scriptures, which basically helps you unlock your Anahata chakra. Completely unlocking your Anahata chakra and unleashing the potential energy of your Anahata chakra. Getting it? So we will be entering into this kriya. Before that, I just want to remind all the participants, please do not worry. Just do all the steps exactly as it is being guided. But key is be in the camera. All the participants, please be on the camera. And if you have any medical conditions which does not allow you to do any type of breathing exercises or any type of kriyas, please do not participate. Okay. Now, all the others who are here, if you're doing this kriya, please make sure you're in the camera and do the kriya only in the camera. And second, you all need not worry about your privacy. You're all in the focus mode, which means only we will be able to see you to make sure you're doing it correctly. And nobody else can see you or record you. So you all can be comfortable and reassured about that. Now, let us all enter into the kriya. All right? Okay. Now, we're all going to be doing step by step as I guide you all into each of this kriya. So this, actually, all of us listen to how Swamiji experienced that completion with Mother, right? This experience, this meditation will actually unlock the similar experience, exactly same experience, I have to say, in your inner space. Swamiji said very beautifully, he said, the moment he experienced that hug the second time, it was so complete, so fulfilling. That is the exact thing each of you are going to be experiencing right now. Okay, first step. Please sit cross-legged in a comfortable position on the ground. Please be seated on the ground. Sit in a very comfortable position. Your head, neck, and spine should be in a straight line. If you're not able to sit on the floor, if you're unable to sit on the floor, it is fine. You can sit on the chair. That is also fine. Just be seated in a comfortable position such that you're able to sit in that for a long time. And do not sit hunched back. Do not lean on the wall. Just sit straight. Have your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Feel very relaxed. Close your eyes. Now, visualize as if your eyeballs have literally frozen. You have become completely like solid inside. Please close your eyes. I request everyone to close your eyes. Not hands be long. Don't rub your eyes. Just close your eyes. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Myrin Lemos. Come on, everyone. Please close your eyes. My Hilde. My Diana. I request everyone to sit straight. Close your eyes. Yes. Now, for the next 21 minutes, we are going to be doing the Mahamantra meditation. This is the first step. For the next 20 minutes, you're going to be producing an intense humming sound. As intensely as possible, as loudly as possible, as lengthy as possible, but do not, for making it loud, don't open your lips. Your lips should be pursed together. That's all. Do not open your lips. You're just going to do hum internally. You're going to be, the voice should be heard, but without opening your mouth. From the navel center. Literally, it should be like if you put your face inside an empty aluminum vessel and make a humming sound, how it will be? It will be like, there'll be a vibration, right? You'll feel a reverberation. Exactly the same way. It should not be Om. It should, don't chant Om. No. It should just be Don't make it like don't make it like Omkara. Just stand it. Don't do humming or don't do Om. See, sometimes some of you are doing in the tone. That is like Om sound. Don't do that. You're just going to do Don't worry about your breath. Your body will automatically breathe when it is needed. This is an ancient Tibetan Buddhist technique to awaken the Anahata chakra located in the heart center. Don't become tense. Put your whole being, the energy into creating that vibration. Become that humming. Let your whole body be filled with the vibration of humming. At some point, you will experience that the vibration continues without your conscious effort. You will automatically, your body will be vibrating. At that point, you will just become a listener to it. Intensely hum, continuously hum. Just hum. You're only going to sit and hum. Produce that humming sound inside of you. Intensely hum. Continue humming. Intensely hum. It should be from your navel center, as loud as possible, as lengthy as possible. Without opening your mouth, have your lips pursed and just hum. Hum intensely. It should be just like a vibration happening from your very navel center. In the next step of this process, I request everyone to please relax. As you are humming now, we're going to be entering into the second step of this meditation process. Now, at the end of this 21 minutes, you can completely stop the humming. Just keep your eyes closed. Remain silent and inactive for 10 minutes with a smiling face and a blissful mood. You don't need to hum. You can relax now. Bring completely normal breathing. Just have a completely smiling face and a blissful mood without having to hum, without having to focus, concentrate. Just relax. Relax into that blissful self. Have a smiling face and be in that smiling, blissful mood. Just sit, unclutch. Don't entertain any thoughts. I request everyone to please have your eyes closed. Do not open your eyes. Ma Diana's beloved, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Hilde, please have your eyes closed. This process is not complete yet. Please close your eyes. You are going to be unclutched, which means any thought that comes to you, let it come. But simply watch your mind as if you're watching television, without resisting your thoughts or without passing any judgment on your thoughts. Just remain silent. If your thought is coming, let it come, let it go. Whatever is happening, let it happen. Just remain as a witness. Don't try to stop your thoughts. Don't try to create your thoughts. Just watch, witness. Whatever thoughts come, let it pass. Just close your eyes. Sit in that blissful space with your eyes closed. During this time, the energy you created during the 20 minutes of humming will enter all the corners of your being and cleanse it deeply inside of you. So just sit in that intense, blissful mood. Watch your thoughts completely unclutch and watch your thoughts. Don't stress yourself. Don't try to create something. Just relax and watch the thought. slowly, very slowly, please relax. Please settle down. You can now breathe in and breathe out normally. Please relax. Have some water. You can sip a cup of water now. Yes. Please settle down. So, how was this for you? How did you all enjoy this meditation process? Actually, this is a very, very powerful meditation process. This is called the Mahamantra meditation process, which is from the Tibetan Buddhism, which actually awakens like Swamiji said, it unlocks your Anahata chakra and awakens that dimension of love, that unending love from your inner space, that space of mother, that completion with mother. It just showers that in your inner space. It's a very powerful meditation process. So every day, just spend about 20-30 minutes and do this. It's a very, very powerful meditation process. Please relax. You all can quickly grab a cup of water, have some water, make sure you're hydrating yourself. Yes. How was the experience of it? How did you all experience when you did this Mahamantra? What was the experience? Ma Sri Lakshmi Kottapalli has posted, Ma, thank you so much. I needed this. It was so peaceful. Absolutely, ma. Actually, Mahamantra meditation is known for the beautiful impact that it makes. See, that vibrations, right? That vibrations penetrates into your system. Literally, it just creates that such a positive impact in you. It just settles your whole being. If any of you want to use the restroom, quickly run and come back and settle down. Please relax. I request everyone to please come on camera. Now, we're all going to be entering into the power manifestation session. See, please understand, today all of us have been working on various different layers of, bringing completion in our inner space in different levels. Now, what all of us did, the opening up of our heart center, the Anahata chakra, literally brings so much of completion and gratitude in your inner space. It just gives you that boost of energy. Now, from morning till now, how many of you had a completely different perspective on relationship with others? What is your understanding as a key to manifesting successful relationship with others? Can I request all of you to post? What did you understand as a key, the essence of how you can manifest successful relationship with others? Come on. Can I request every one of you to post? Let's see what each of you understood. Ma Ratna Prabha is asking, Ma, nowadays during meditation, I feel like something forcefully shakes me from the back. What is that, Ma? Actually, that is the awakening of Kundalini energy in us. That, and you've posted complete completion. Beautiful, Ma. That is the awakening of the Kundalini energy inside of you. So please understand, when the Kundalini energy is awakened inside you, it gives, like Swamiji tells, it's like 10,000 volts of current being induced into you. Of course, not the harmful effects. The positive energy will happen. So that's what it is. Come on, what did each of you understand as a key to having successful relationships? Ma Sonia Rao, perfect. You got the exact right thing. Seeing them as a reflection of you. Understanding that they are a reflection of you. Ma Sonia Rao, you got the essence, the right essence. Correct. That's the perfect thing. Seeing them as a reflection of you. And Ma Diana's below, that's also correct. Is it a pattern or a possibility? We have to see that. We have to answer that to ourselves. But now, understand, there are two ways. One, using this technique to bring completion with existing relationships is great. But using this, even in your relationships that you're complete with, to take it to the next level means to bring them to a lot more completion, to heal, to work on manifesting that successful oneness in that relationship. All of that also happens. Understanding, Ma? Now, the power that we are going to be manifesting today, now in this round, is going to be exactly this, applying this powerful cognition that life is a reflection. We are going to be manifesting the power of being able to shift another person's inner space, being able to shift somebody's inner space. That is the key. That is the power that we are going to be manifesting. See, changing someone's mind is not about controlling their mind, but rather it is about shifting what the other person holds as impossible to change. For example, they may have an space in them that, my relationship with my mother can never be better. It's impossible. Swamiji tells a very powerful statement. Man is like a mirror. He has the choice to face and reflect the divine or to turn away and walk. You are that mirror. Life is a mirror in front of you. You have the choice to shift that inner space of the other person by shifting your inner space and creating a very beautiful world in front of you. Or you have a choice to suffer and create constant suffering in front of you. How many of you want to take responsibility to create a blissful ecosystem around you, where a person in front of you is also complete and you are also complete? How many of you want to create that ecosystem around you? Okay, yes, yes. All right. Come on, everyone else in Rajya Sabha. How many of you want to do that? How many of you want to take responsibility to complete? Okay, Ma Genitian, Magagriali. All right. Listen very carefully. You're all going to be manifesting a very, very important power now, and you should not do it with someone here already. You have to do it with any of your friends or family members whom you really want to bring that space of completion with. I'll tell you a very beautiful incident. I always share this. It's one of my most eye-opening incidents, because in every program, Swamiji will tell, when I ask you to call others, don't think it is marketing. It is completion. It is for you to experience that completion. Swamiji says, I don't need anyone else to reach out for me. I know how to reach out. I will manifest in their lives. But for you, it is to experience completion. I always knew this. I mean, I understood this. But with this one incident, right, I realized it experientially. So there was this one program in the year 2019 I was conducting in Gujarat. Okay, so this was a 2-day program, an NDY program, and it was like many people knew. All of them were completely new, like very, very new, and they were all there for the program. And one of the participants, every program we have this completion exercise, right? Like how you're all supposed to call. Connect to your friends. Like that, there was an activity where they had to call and complete with their friends and manifest powers with them. Okay. So we started this exercise, and somehow one person alone in that whole group, one woman who was young, who was in her 20s or 30s. So she had tried to call. She was not able to reach anyone. Okay. So I gave a break to all of them. They all had to call. We had about 30 minutes or so, and we had to resume the class. The next schedule was about to start. So everyone had their lunch. They finished their calls and they all came back. At least one call each of them made. But this one person alone, she came back and she said, Ma, I called. I'm not able to reach. And then I said, no, you have to call. You have to make sure somehow you reach. Ma, Swamiji has given this exercise. It is surely going to give you a breakthrough. So call. Then she told, no, I called. And you all should know, actually, she showed me her phone. She called A to Z, almost every contact from her phone. All contacts. Called. Even 40 minutes before, some people had picked up or messaged her. But nobody is picking up this call. She was like surprised, rather. She was like, Ma, how come? How is this possible? Nobody is answering my call. And it has never happened this way, that I dial every number in my phone and not a single soul picks up the call. Then I was surprised. And then actually she showed me her phone. She was showing, see, Ma, I called every single person and not one person returned my call. Not one person is picking up my call. So I don't think I can do this, Ma. Please, can we resume? The whole class was waiting, okay? And only this one person had not called. And I said, no, everyone has to call, Ma. Only then we can continue the class. So we'll all wait. No problem. You somehow call. Then she was like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. And she scrolled. So I asked her once again, have you called like every single person? Then she said, yes, I'll go through again. And she went through again. There was only one contact left in her phone, which is of her friend who she had a altercation with. And she's not been in contact for almost 10 years or so. Like for many number of years. I forget the exact number of years. For many number of years, she was not in touch. Then she said, this is the only contact, Ma, but I don't want to call her. We're having differences and all that. And I said, I felt like this is the reason Swamiji is not, Swamiji has ensured nobody else picked up the call. I said, no, even if you have differences and all, when it comes to enriching, it does not matter. Call and reach out to that person. She was very hesitant, but somehow, because the whole class was waiting, I think she decided to call. After 10 years, she's ringing up her friend who used to be her close friend, but they had some difference and they had not been in touch. She called her friend, and the moment she picked up, the moment in the first ring, her friend picked up the call as if just waiting at the phone. And the moment she picked up and the friend got to know it is her, the friend started crying. She said she just got into a marriage and it turned out to be a very abusive marriage and she was going through a lot. And she was crying and praying for someone to guide her. Somehow she wanted to know what she can do in life to have a change. And she was too frustrated with what things were happening and things were all falling apart. Exactly at that time, this friend happens to call her after 10 years. And that very moment, that being on the other side got connected to Swamiji. Next program she attended, she experienced the completion and her life completely changed. When this person, this woman who had called, she came back to me and she was in tears. She said they did not even speak one word about the 10 years of difference they had, because the moment she picked up the phone and they conversed, they had so much of depth in their relationship, much more than before. She said, I got my best friend, but now she's even more closer to me than before. And both of them felt so healed, so complete, and so fulfilled. Can you imagine just a normal random call? It was just a simple exercise, but nothing is simple ever. This one friend, later on, she came back to the next program. Right next day, she came, attended the program. She had a massive transformation in her life and she experienced so much of healing. She was so grateful for that one call. You never know who's waiting on the other side. You take the step. How many of you are sincerely going to call? Come on. How many of you sincerely you are going to call and you're going to manifest this? For all you know, it could be your friend, someone of your family who's waiting on the other end to get the call. You never know. You should not deny. See, some people may even tell, no, I'm not interested, it's okay. That's fine. But from your side, you should not deny or tell a no to that possibility. Getting it? Shall we all start? Each of you are now going to manifest. Ma Prithvi Prasad, can I call more than one? You can call any number you want. One was just an example that I gave. You can call any number of people that you want, of course. See, but understand what exactly you should do. See, this power is called the power of shifting someone's inner space. You have the ability to influence another person's inner space in front of you. Just by you changing your inner space, you'll be able to shift another person's inner space. What you're going to do is you're going to be calling one of your friends, anyone, okay? And ask them, first request their consent, introduce that you're attending such and such a program. It's a 21-day program and it's free. Just let them know. So they have some context and tell them that, this power manifestation, you're just wanting to manifest with them. You're going to scan and identify what is the exact thought current. First, let them ask them, tell me one reality you want to manifest. It could be anything. I want to buy a car. I want to buy a dress. I want to attend Paramashivam. I want to become a Sarvagnya Pita Yajaman. Or I want to become an entrepreneur. It could be anything. Ask them to share the reality that they want to manifest. Once they share the reality, you are going to scan and identify what exactly is stopping them from manifesting that reality. What is the exact pattern that is stopping them? Once you identify that, scan, visualize Swamiji in your third eye, and open the Living Enlightenment book from your phone. And just connect to Swamiji. You will land on the exact page that is a solution for them. The moment you read it, you will feel a shift inside you. With that shift, tell them the solution. Just read out that Living Enlightenment book or Bhagavad Gita book and give them that as a solution. Share that Bhagavad Gita book or Living Enlightenment book to them as a solution. Very simple. Just do this step. That's all. They themselves will tell you. Actually, you will not even need to ask them. They will suddenly tell you that, yes, I feel it clicks with me. I feel a shift in me. You will experience, all of you will experience it right now. Just make your call. Actually, this is the best time. You all can even invite them for the darshan. If they're interested, you can share the link with them and ask them to join for the darshan. It's a very, very powerful darshan today. So they can just attend the darshan, which is starting in less than 1.5 hours from now. But from your side, now you take the step, start calling, reaching out to them. Invite them for Paramashivoham as well. But first, don't go with the focus of getting them for Paramashivoham. Go with the agenda to first shift their inner space, to give them a breakthrough in whichever space that they're stuck in. Go from that space.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Please relax. It's wonderful to see so many of you posting about you reaching out and making the calls. That's great. Now, very, very soon, we're all going to be entering into the Darshan preparation. But before that, we're going to be entering into a very important preparatory session where we're going to be learning about oneness in relationships. Let us now listen to the revelation.
Understand, people cognize relationship in various shades, sometimes monogamous, sometimes polygamous, sometimes complete celibacy, sometimes complete suppression, not celibacy, suppression. Sometimes over expression, over sexed. Various shades. First thing I want to tell you, I am not going to tell you what is right, what is wrong, what you should do, what you should not do. No. I am going to tell you cosmic constitution, what Paramashiva wants. How he looks at the shades of relationships, like a rainbow shades. How he looks at the whole shades, that's all I'm going to tell you. Understand? Listen very carefully, because I don't want to say something is right, something is wrong, because it all depends upon the natural selection you have done, your body has done. Understand? You are totality of your body and consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. That is what Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, cosmic constitution describes you. Chit Jata Granthi. The conscious decisions of your Anma, soul, natural selections of your body, DNA, these two overlapping on each other, forming a knot is you. Now, this conscious decision and natural selection, these two, how it is matching, overlapping, decides whether you are going to be a celibate, suppressed, monogamous, just having one or two affairs outside your legitimate relationship, or polygamous. All that is going to be decided by these two overlapping. Your conscious decision process and your natural selection DNA. Listen. Just because every one of you have a human body, do not think you are all human beings. This generalization is the worst crime done against you. Each one of you are unique because your conscious decision process is not measured by any so-called rational scientific methodology till now. Only the natural selection, DNA evolution, natural selection is studied. Only that part is studied and understood. Understand? Just because the science has not yet evolved to study something, you trying to deny that is a mediocre mentality. Be very clear. Do not accept authority. Faith on, blind faith on so-called rational system. Listen. Blind faith on so-called rational system and bowing down to the authority of the rationality never allows you to see the reality. Please understand. Before even the science was catching up with the reality, reality was reality. If you have taken the body from animal to human being first time, now only you have done the natural selection process and jumped into the human body. Naturally, your senses will need too much of support from the external inspiration, like a lot of quantity of food will be required, lot of sights pleasure, lot of music pleasure, lot of smell pleasure, lot of touch pleasure, lot of sexual pleasure. Too much is needed to keep yourself engaged, entertained, alive. And if you are denied of all that, you will be depressed. That's a problem. You will be depressed. So I don't want to say what is right, what is wrong. I don't want to give you a kind of a generalized solution. I will reveal the sacred secrets Paramashiva reveals. If you have already done the survival, means the natural selection process, more and more means from animal body you took the jump to human body. In the human body you lived few births and you have done a lot of conscious decision and more natural selection, and you evolved your system. Suddenly, listen carefully, too much of shadow of conscious decision gets embedded into your natural selection process and you develop something called Divya Sarira, light body, which reduces your sensual needs drastically to keep you alive and excited. Means, if your Divya Sarira develops more and more, with less input from the external world, you will be more alive, joyful, excited, inspired, radiating. You may not need sense pleasures to keep you alive and active. Now, you need to look in and see where you are standing in your natural selection process and where you want to go using your conscious decision power. Natural selection is not prison if you know to use conscious decision. If you don't use conscious decision, the natural selection DNA you evolved can be a prison. Understand? If you know how to get out of a room, that room is a room for you, not prison. If you don't know how to get out of a room, then that room itself is a prison for you. Understand, 5 times planet Earth has gone through complete extinction. But life comes back. That life you are carrying inside. That life you are carrying inside. Understand? That life flourishes, manifests, raises its frequency, rules life by more and more conscious decisions and powerful cognitions. That is the greatest asset you can gather when you are a baby, when you are growing up. That is the best asset. I should say that is a fundamental right for all human beings. I have a small video. I wanted all of you to see a video called Cosmic Eye. Then I'll explain. understand, knowing the telescopic and microscopic reality of you, self, God, Ishvara, Jagat, universe, makes you make right decisions about relationships. Understand? Don't think I'm giving an impractical solution for your simple day-to-day problems. No. No band-aid solution can help you in your relationships. You think just a plastic smile can help you completely be happy with your family and relationships? No. Your core need to cognize powerful cognition. Only then your attitudes and understanding about you and life will get matured. Maturity means having the telescopic and microscopic vision, clarity, powerful cognition about everything you are handling in your life. Everything you are handling in your life, having telescopic and microscopic vision, is what I call enlightenment. When you know life cannot be destroyed, you know nothing can touch you, you will start loving and being compassionate with everyone. You can't destroy me, so I am compassionate and loving to you. You are not a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for you. From that powerful cognition, when you love, that's a real love. Understand, whether love or life or laughter or dance, everything has to be from powerful cognition. The shades of relationship is decided by the conscious decision process. Decide to use the conscious decision process to break free from the DNA you developed by natural survival. Whatever expression you do from the truth you are, consciousness, sparkle of Paramashiva, whatever you manifest from this truth is relationship. Everything else, whatever you manifest from the idea you are a body or just mind, just emotion, will all be only situationship, not relationship. Listen intensely. These two words are the keywords. Relationship, situationship. The inner understanding, the core understanding about you. If you have the understanding, your consciousness, you are manifestation, sparkle of Paramashiva. From that space, whatever you build, you manifest. Whether you move towards food or seeing, listening, touching, sexual relationship, anything. Whatever you manifest from the space you are Paramashiva, it will all be a relationship, amazing relationship. All relationships are good for you because from the move, from the space you are Paramashiva, when you move towards anything, you will only experience oneness. You will only manifest more good. Understand? From the space you are Paramashiva, even if you eat, that food will become one with you and you will become one with that food. You will bless the food and the food will bless you. You will do good to the food and food will do good to you. It will all be amazing, auspicious relationship. I am giving the example of food, whether food or any sense, listening, smelling, seeing, touching, including sexual relationship. If you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, if you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, including sexual relationship, all will be auspicious, lead to more and more oneness. This beautiful Ardhanarishwara will be your experiential reality. Ardhanarishwara is the pure manifestation of the cosmic union, Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. From the space you are Paramashiva, when you operate, you are literally living God. Not God-man, living God. Understand? Anything you do from the idea you are a body, you are mind, it will all be just situationship. Do not expect any relationship started with the idea you are just a body and mind to be a permanent relationship in your idea, in your life. Even the word relationship is wrong. Everything you do from the idea you are body and mind is just situationship. So don't blame the situations, other person, anything. you are trying to get milk, cow milk from chicken, from hen. No, it is not possible. Don't expect the fulfillment of a relationship from situationship. Most of you get into so-called relationships because the situation pushed you into it, that's all. Even if it was your willful decision, the will you carry is operated, it functioned, it manifested from the idea, your body and mind. See, you operate from the idea of body and mind, but you expect something which can come only from consciousness. Fulfillment, completion, peace, all this can come only from consciousness. Something which can come only from consciousness, how do you expect it from the operations you did from the idea you are body and mind? So listen. Contemplate and meditate intensely. See how you build situationships in your life, but you expect the results, fulfillment which can come only from relationship. I tell you, from the right space, anything originates will be an amazing relationship. With the wrong space, anything originates will be just situationship. I am not saying situationships are wrong. I am only saying don't expect too much from situationship. At least be very clear. Your situationship cannot cater, give you what relationship can give. You marry ordinary man or a woman who is cunning, strategic, violent, exploiting, manipulating exactly like you, and you expect the other person should behave like Paramashiva, should give you everything you will get only from Paramashiva or Paramashiva Shakti. What is this? Listen. You get into a relationship. You marry a male or a female, someone exactly like you. Hypocritical, cunning, exploitative, manipulative, cheating, strategic. You marry exactly a person like you. You get into a relationship with exactly a person like you. But you expect you should get everything you will get only from Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti from the other person. Situationship cannot give what relationship can give you. Relationships are different. Situationships are different. absolute honest connection you have with your consciousness, through your consciousness with Paramashiva. Only call that as relationship. Everything else, call it as situationship. Listen. You cognizing, knowing your consciousness, your relationship with your consciousness, that can be called as relationship. Through the realization you are consciousness, the relationship you build with Paramashiva, that can be called as relationship. Other than this, do not call anything as relationship. Everything else is situationship. Everything else is situationship. Listen. This one truth will solve all your problems of life about relationships. All your relationship problems can be solved, resolved with this one understanding. This one understanding can resolve everything. Other than your conscious relationship with yourself, your conscious relationship with Paramashiva, everything else is situationship. Meditate on this. Understand. Discovering oneness within you is powerful cognition manifestation. Means you apply the right powerful cognitions within you, you will discover oneness within you. You apply the powerful cognitions in your life, you will discover oneness in relationships. The whole married life in Hinduism is all about discovering oneness in the relationships. Listen. More and more powerful cognitions were asked to be applied, to be manifested. More and more powerful cognitions were supposed to be breathed and lived. I tell you, more powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with you. More powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with others. Fundamentally, oneness in relationships is nothing but more and more powerful cognition. Means the cognitions you carry about you, life, cosmos, body, mind, pleasure, pain, right, wrong, sex, lust, greed, death, all this should become very high, powerful cognitions. The more and more powerful cognitions, more and more you will discover oneness within you. Understand, oneness has nothing to do with so-called peace. Sometimes you can get peace just by becoming life negative, not doing anything. Many depressed people are very peaceful. They look very peaceful. They are almost silent. Peace, the so-called peace, is not the real powerful cognition. When you have real powerful cognition, you experience peace, no doubt. No doubt you experience peace. The kind of the peace you experience is called Paramashanta. When powerful cognitions become your core cognitions, your basic ingredient, it is the substance for you to exist. Then you start discovering oneness. You start discovering oneness. I strongly recommend, when you fill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, I tell you, You will come to a realization, just like you feel insecure, the other person feels insecure. You feel greed, other person feels greed. You feel attention need, other person feels attention need. You will realize the oneness between you and the other person. You will have such overflowing love and compassion when you realize your oneness with the other person. You will just be ready to heal the other person's insecurity, fear. You will have so much of your inner space, I tell you. Your inner space will become so vast. You will be able to just hug that person. I am not saying, please listen, I am not saying all your conflicts will immediately be destroyed. You will come to an understanding. No. First thing will happen, both of you know you reflect each other. Then suddenly you will see that maturity both of you feel, experience. Conflicts will evaporate. Not that you sit and sort out one by one, no. Conflicts will just evaporate. Understand, whenever you know the other person is you and your reflection, you know how the other person is going to respond every moment, and you know how you should be acting and reacting. I tell you, knowing the other person is your reflection is power. It's not just a spiritual strength. It is a real power in the world. You just know how the other person is going to behave. You just know how to deal with him. Because you know he is going to reflect you. You just need to see which part of you he is going to reflect. And you know how to handle that part. And you handle that part in that person over. How you handle your greed, same formula applies to handle his greed. How you handle your fear, same formula applies to handle his fear. How you handle your inspiration, same formula applies to handle his inspiration. How you handle your laziness, the same formula applies to handle his laziness. How you handle your cunningness, the same formula applies to handle his cunningness. Knowing the other person is your reflection makes you intelligent. Deciding to use compassion to heal the other person makes you God. It's life. Whoever decides for life, compassion as the strategy for their existence, live like a God in the cosmos. In relationships, not just relationship with human beings, even the chair you sit, you have a relationship with it. Every item you use, you have a relationship with it. And I wanted to tell you, I am successful in downloading 3 pages of the Cosmic Archives, Akashic readings directly into my computer without any logical, rational answer how it happened. Soon I'll make this science established, proven, and then reveal it to the world how it happened. When you build relationship, everything with which you live, they all become so happy with you, they start favoring you. They start becoming part of you. They start enjoying you, and you start enjoying them.
one of the most profound and beautiful aspect that Swamiji revealed. This whole truth that Swamiji revealed right now is a very, very important one. How you can discover oneness in relationships. But what is this oneness in relationships? Swamiji revealed a very important truth, right? Oneness in relationships is nothing but more and more powerful cognition, means the cognitions you carry about your life, cosmos, body, mind, pleasure, pain, right, wrong, sex, lust, greed, death. All these should become very high, powerful cognition. Oneness has nothing to do with these, with so called peace. Sometimes you can get peace by becoming life negative, not doing anything. But that's why Swamiji tells, please listen very carefully. Peace is different, Paramashanta is different. World fights for peace, but it'll never bring peace. Peace is just like a temporary cognition. But Paramashanta is experiencing that ultimate absolute oneness, that Paramashanta Swarupa. Oneness has nothing to do with peace. See, sometimes you can get peace by just becoming life negative or not doing anything. That's what the world understands as peace, right? Very depressed, looking very peaceful, almost silent, but that so called peace is not the real peace. That is not the real powerful cognition. When powerful cognition becomes your core existence, your basic ingredient, it is the substance for you to exist. Then you start discovering oneness. You start discovering the space, the experience, the state of oneness. That is the real Paramashanta. When you fill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, you will come to a place, a realization where you will feel all the insecurities will completely drop. You will feel very secure.
परिराखे सो
See, when you fulfill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, you will come to a realization. Just like you feel insecure with the other person feels insecure, you feel greed, the other person feels greed. You feel attention need, the other person also feels attention need. You will realize the oneness between you and the other person. This is 100% practical. See, this is exactly what I was sharing about some time back. See, most of the times what happens in us is all of us tend to build these kind of cognitions inside of us, where constantly we create life negative patterns in our inner space. And we think, oh, real completion in relationship is what just smile and talk to others. No, it is not just that. Real completion is experiencing oneness, discovering that space of oneness in relationship. Swamiji explains beautifully the right logic of handling any relationship is, if I were in their situation, and if how will I expect life to deal with me? Come on, let me deal the same way with them. That is the real oneness. That is the right strategy to experience fulfillment in any relationships in life. And this is what Swamiji very beautifully reveals. In this the whole session, this is a profound truth that Swamiji revealed to all of us. See, whenever you know that the other person is you and your reflection, you know how the other person is going to respond every moment, and you know how you should be acting and reacting. With this cognition that the other person is an extension of me, then how will I want to be treated as the other person? How will I want to know? How will I want to experience? Will I like if the other person treats me this way? The answer is no. Then you should also not do the same to the others. That is, Swamiji tells, this is the commandment for all the devotees and disciples. Do not do unto others which when done to you will cause pain or suffering in you. Do not do unto others which when done to you will cause pain or suffering in you. Knowing the other person is your reflection is power. It's not just a spiritual strength, it's a real power in the world. You just know that everyone around you is a resource for you, is an added resource for you from the cosmos. It'll only be like a extra layer of power added to you, a resource added to you. How you handle greed, the same formula applies to handle his greed. How you handle your fear, the same formula applies for you to handle the other. Now, I request every one of you to take your paper and pen and write down just this one truth. How do you apply this cognition in the top 3 relationships in your life that you had picked up some time back? Just take a few minutes and write this down. Write down how you will apply this cognition in the 3 relationships of your life. Please take a few minutes and pen down. yourself. You feel greed, the other person feels greed. You feel attention need, the other person also feels attention need. Please relax. Okay, so please understand now what each of you have. Please relax. Okay, so please understand now what each of you have worked on right now, what each of you have written down. This is literally the cognition with which, if you understand, this is the best strategy with which you can operate all negotiations. This is the best strategy with which you can deal with any relationship, any negotiation, whether it's your colleague, whether it's your spouse, everyone. If you just understand this simple, powerful cognition and truth, right? It will completely change the way you perceive, experience life itself completely. Now, all of us are going to be preparing for the darshan. Today, we are going to be having the darshan at 8 p.m. New York time in just about 1 hour from now. We are going to be entering into the last preparatory session for the darshan today. This is a very, very important session where Swamiji literally teaches the exact cognition you need to have with which you need to deal with any relationships in life.
This is too important. We request all the participants to intensely listen, especially the participants who've been so sincere since morning. You all have been coming and sitting here and being here, intensely participating, understanding these powerful cognitions inside of you. So just want to tell all of you just one thing. Intensely listen to the session. Prepare yourself for the darshan. This will help you to experience the initiation in the best possible way. I see many more participants who have joined in. Nithyanandam, so wonderful to have all of you here. Anyone here who's coming for the very first time for the program and you're here for the darshan? Like you did not attend the full day since morning and you only come for the darshan? Because we highly recommend you to attend the full day session, because that would really, really help you to experience the initiations in the best possible way. Don't worry, and it's completely free. You can attend the whole day's program. It's completely free of cost. We're also on social media platforms, because every science that you're going to be learning, it's personally designed by Swamiji with intense research and with a lot of love and compassion. Swamiji has designed this program in such a way that in the least possible time, you can have a super conscious breakthrough with the minimum effort that is needed. Just enjoy. You just need to be here, make yourself available. Now we are going to be entering into the Jana loka session. For those of you that are completely new, in Hinduism, we have 14 planes of existence. Meaning, now whatever we know as we call as aliens, we call as extraterrestrial beings, or there are universes existing, there are galaxies that are existing. We say all of these things. Scientists are discovering more and more. Even just a few days before, an ISRO scientist discovered a new star, and they said that there is a possibility of that having a lot more carbon. Like, the scientists across the world are trying to understand more, delve more and more into how much vast is the existence of life in this universe. But thousands of years before, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, our great scientists, who with such advanced technology and precision have given clearly in the Vedas and Agamas, to be more precise, in the Mrigendra Agama, we have a clear description of how many planes of existence are there. Do you know something? Whatever we know as the known universe, I'm not just talking about planet Earth, solar system, Milky Way galaxy, or Andromeda galaxy. No. Even what we think as these are so many millions of light years away, whatever we have discovered so far, all of those, plus what the scientists are visualizing, saying this much more the universe exists, all that only comes under one plane of existence called as the Bhumandala, the Bhuloka. Above Bhuloka, we have Bhuvarloka. Then above that, we have Swargaloka. Like this, we have 7 planes above and 7 planes below. Bhur, Bhuvar, Suvar, Tapa, we have Tapoloka, we have Mahaloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, and Satyaloka. All of these are existing above. And below, we have Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Patala. We have 7 worlds below. And this, again, when we say this, apart from these 14, we also have Vaikunta, we have Shripuram and Mahakailasa. The universe is vast, much more than what we can even imagine. But this truth, learning about how each of these universes exist and how they function, empowers us when we leave our body, especially. You will know what are the options we have. So the darshan, again, once again, I'm announcing, the darshan is at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have less than an hour left for the darshan to start. So please stay tuned. Intensely listen to this session now. We are going to be understanding about Jana loka. This is a plane of existence where intense oneness phase is lived. All the beings coexist in the phase of oneness. If any of you have any questions or doubts, feel free to post it in the chat section, in the chat or in the comments, so that we will be able to help you understand it. Now let's enter into the session.
Let us now listen to the revelations on Jana loka.
Jana loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Anyone who experiences Jana loka loses all forms of violence and fear, because you know you exist in everyone. Jana loka is centered on oneness expanded into multiple beings. Listen, if you are experiencing oneness, it is Maharloka. If you are experiencing oneness during the multiple expression, even though there are many people, but you know you are in all of them, that is Jana loka. Even if you listen to these powerful cognitions, you will be irreversibly empowered. Oneness, decision to live in oneness leads you to heaven called Janoloka, or you can call it Janaloka. Listen. I'll give you this example. If you feel you should be given food with love, compassion, do same to others. If you feel, even if you feel like taking marijuana, cocaine, drugs, alcohol, people around you should be ferocious and not to give you that, protect you. Do the same to others. If you feel the right thing should be done to you with love, do the same way to others. If you feel you should be protected from the wrong things, do the same to others. Listen carefully. there is nothing called right or wrong in Jana loka. It is all about oneness. It's all about oneness. There is no right, there is no wrong. In Jana loka, there is no law like a womanizing is crime. Drugs are crime. This is right, that is wrong. There is no law. Oneness is right. If you feel alcohol, drugs are great, you want to enjoy, then share that with others. Oneness is the law of life in Jana loka. Of course, when you give drugs to others, then naturally you have to go through the criminal prosecution. That nobody can stop in this world. I am talking about Jana loka. In Jana loka, the only one principle is oneness. And I tell you, if you start behaving, acting, thinking from oneness, you will create an amazing team around you. Amazing team around you. Start bringing oneness as the scale. Bring oneness as the scale. I tell you, you will develop an amazing Jana loka around you. Amazing Jana loka around you. Understanding oneness, celebrating oneness, wherever you can't implement oneness due to the law of the land, making it clear to people around you, hey, this is what is oneness as far as I understand. That's what I do to my body, myself. But the law of the land requires this. I wanted to tell you clearly upfront. Even if you start making things clear, you will develop an amazing team around you. Implementing oneness as core strategy of your existence makes you to go to Jana loka and makes the Jana loka manifest around you. And next level about Jana loka, metaphysically, consciously, knowing clearly what you feel as good, bad, right, wrong for you. Same way people feel. If you want attention, people want attention. If you want to be loved, people want to be loved. If you want to be celebrated, people want to be celebrated. Jana loka means where billions of beings exist in complete sync. All of them are in the state of Advaita. All of them feel one with each other. Listen, Nithyananda of Jana loka experienced the oneness experience 360 degree at the age of 12. If you know what I experienced, what I describe as first enlightenment experience, that 360 degree, I felt I am alive. How much I am alive in the skin, the same level I am alive in the stone, plants, everything around me. After that, I could not even pluck a grass. Even for puja, I will only take the part of the grass, leaving the grass to live. Only one part I will take it and offer it for puja. I cannot uproot a grass. Because I know I exist. I exist. I exist. Nithyananda stationed at Jana loka experienced the oneness, Advaita with everything, and landed into the Nithyananda stationed at Bhuloka. Arunachala hill is connected to the whole, all 14 lokas. He is 14 loka. Embodiment of 14 loka, Paramashiva. All 14 lokas are within him. Arunachala has the address in all 14 lokas. If you write letter Arunachala Bhuloka, Arunachala Swarloka, Arunachala Maharloka, Arunachala Janaloka, Arunachala Tapoloka, in all 14 lokas, there won't be any address confusion. Simply the letter will be delivered. Because in all 14 lokas he exists. And more. Because he is the linga. He is the linga. Not just sangha. Listen. Kailasa is sangha. I am not disrespecting Kailasa. I am giving you the understanding. Kailasa is sangha. Arunachala is linga. Paramashiva himself, deity, actually, to tell you honestly, the system, if the body is allowed to function, even if it breaks the bone, there will not be pain. Pain is why me, that's all is pain. Not the fracture, not the, I am telling you from my experience, I had a fracture, multiple compound fracture. We have videograph from those days I used to go for this horse riding. All right. I was lean and thin those days. So I was going on the horse and we were coming near the Vaidya. Some of my brahmacharis saw me and they got excited and played that Karpuswami song. Karpuswami song is that Kalabhairava's invoking Kalabhairava's song that like a Swagatam means, oh, Kalabhairava, please land, come. We usually use that song for invoking Kalabhairava. And suddenly I saw that Kalabhairava was opening up in my body, and the body has become triple time heavy. Usually when he lands, it becomes very heavy. And the horse got frightened. It was not actually poor horse's mistake. That fellow, he was... Suddenly, if you see, 3 persons are sitting on you without... See, horses, if they see somebody is claiming on him, he will be psychologically prepared. And that poor fellow is not seeing anybody climbing on him, but the weight has become suddenly 3 times more. He got shaken. He started running, so I fell and I had a fracture. I just got up and said, I think there is a fracture, let's give a medical attention. Morning 7:30 the fracture happened, we have a video. And then I described how in our naval center we have our emergency 911 ambulance. So please understand, all our bodies are equipped to handle all our emergencies. Every medicine needed is in our naval center. Manipatmeham. That Manipatma in the navel is nectar. It has everything to repair our body. So I was seeing very clearly from there all the emergency supply going to that place to repair, and I was describing the whole scene. And only evening they did whatever need to be done, the surgery and everything. I insisted that do it without anesthesia, but they said, no, you are a VIP, we can't take the risk. And all right, anyhow, that story is different. I tell you from my experience, fracture doesn't give pain. If you think why me gives pain. At least I have 5 incidents of my kids falling and having fracture. No question of even pain. No, not even the idea of pain. When I say, hey, you can have 25 independent, intelligent energies. You can make 25 independent power manifestations at a time. If you feel one with it, if you are vibrating with it, if you feel, yeah, when I can do third eye and make the Atmalinga stand erect, all these 2-3 things at a time, I can do 25 power manifestation at a time. If you vibrate with it, you are in oneness with me. We both are meeting in Jana loka. The teleportation of Jana loka is happening into Bhu loka in you. If I say, you can perform 25 intellectual acts at a time, like you can smell, you can hear, you can write, you can solve maths, all 25 actions at a time. If you feel connected, wow, yes, it is possible. Then, from Swargaloka, teleportation is happening from Swargaloka of you to Bhuloka. If you understand, 25 powers can be manifested simultaneously at a time. Then, from the Janaloka, the teleportation of you from the Janaloka is happening into the you in Bhuloka. If this consciousness can move these hands, why not the air next to the hands? Why not the stone next to the air? Why not the hill next to the stone? The powerful cognitions have started manifesting. And the powerful cognitions have brought understanding, knowledge, powers, all rooted,
centered on this one click. If there is something which is you, which can give a command to move this matter, and this matter moves, the ultimate is in you. It can tell, command, order any matter to move. Understand? The moment you decide, it can command any matter to move, manifesting Shaktis starts. I am telling it is not moving is inauthenticity, powerless cognitions, the conclusions before even you try. Have you told this board to move and it did not move? If that is the case, you have not told to the board the way in which the board can listen. So change the method of telling till the board listens, not doubt the technology of Advaita, which is the source.
That's an amazing, powerful revelation on Jana, loka, and how to very practically live this oneness-based life. How to live this lifestyle of oneness. Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and share with us what all levels of clicks you got. Once again, to all the participants, in about half an hour, we are going to be having the live darshan of Swamiji. Swamiji is going to be coming for a very special darshan. So please stay tuned. We have it at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Can I request all the participants that are here right now with us? What did you understand about Jana Loka? What did you understand as experiencing this space of oneness? Please take a few minutes and share.
Each of you can post. What did you understand? What does it mean to be in that space of oneness according to you? Because this is one of the most basic key to understand the truth or how you can have successful relationships in life. This is the key, the fundamental key that Swamiji has revealed to us. So come on, can I request every one of you to please post in the chat? What did you understand as Jana Loka? Everyone is my reflection. Mardiana's below has posted, understanding that everyone is my reflection.
However, it would be Jana. That will be the spelling of Jana Loka. Jana. See, how many of you understood that exactly what you want is what the other person also wants? This one click. God, it clicks on multiple levels. How many of you are understanding this? How many of you cognize that? How many of you felt like, God, this is so true. This is like the most practical way to live the space of oneness. Maharlin has posted, everyone is my reflection, whether it's good, it's both good and bad. Yes, whatever we see is our own reflection. Expanded into multiple beings. Absolutely, yes. Maharatna Prabha, that's the way Jana Loka exists. Now, what did Swamiji say about what if you start doing? Okay, question to everyone. What if you start doing? You will be able to build an amazing teamly around you. What is that one thing? When you start doing, you will be able to build an amazing teamly around you. Come on. What did Swamiji say? What's that one secret which when you do it, you will be able to build a beautiful team around you? Ma Shanti, is it love? What is the exact thing Swamiji said? Come on. What is that one thing which when you do, you will be able to build an amazing family around you, an amazing team, and who would be like your own extension. What is that one thing? I actually gave you all the hints now.
Come on, every one of you, please post whatever you understood, whatever you think as that one thing.
Okay, I have many right answers coming in. Wonderful. Go ahead, all of you post. What is that one thing which when you do, you would be able to build an amazing family around you? What is that secret ingredient that Swamiji said? Okay. Many people are giving me the right answers. I'm not going to tell where. You all can also not look into your Zoom and guess because we have 10 Zoom rooms that are there. In various rooms, we have different answers coming. Even in the Sarvanya Pita Ejaman, Sarvanya Pita Karta rooms, I request all of you to also give it a try. Ma Kala Kala Priye and Ramesh Kanalaya, what is that one thing? What did Swamiji say? What is that one thing which when you do, you will be able to build an amazing family around you? Okay, many right answers. I saw even in the mail room also, many of you have given the right answer. It shows all of you intensely listening. Your right answer is the space of oneness, where you know what exactly you want is what the other person also wants. And as Ma Prithvi, you have also posted saying that you being very clear from your side, like Swamiji explained. At least that's the right step to start with. Even making things very clear will make you so powerful and make you start building an amazing team. Wonderful. All can give a good hand to all the people who have posted the right answer. So now, can each of you give me an example how you are going to be implementing this space of oneness in your lives? Come on. Come on, all of you post. It's so interesting to see so many of you here and intensely that too, so beautifully, intensely listening.
Okay, we have more answers.
Bhaskaranaya, Darshan, Asim, all of you post the answer. What exactly, how are you implementing oneness in your life? Give me one example. All of you post, come on, take a moment and you're going to give me an example. Bhupendra Aya and Manoj Talwar Aya, how are you going to implement? You're going to give me one incident. What you understood from what Swamiji said. How are you going to implement this strategy for your life as oneness? Give me one example of any one situation. It can even be your spouse is coming for an argument and you're going to use the power of oneness to deal with that. Just kidding. So you have multiple options. Come on, you can give me any one example. From each of you should post one example how you are planning to implement the space of oneness, the oneness as your strategy. Please take a moment and post. Like really what clicked with me was like when Swamiji is explaining this on that session that we all watched. This is actually from one of the Paramashivam sessions that Swamiji himself had conducted. And at that time, Swamiji gave an example. Swamiji said how, when your voice is coming and trying to ask you for a solution, be very clear not to open your mouth to give a solution. All she wants is, she just wants you to give listening. She already knows the solution, should have prepared rather than only come. You give the listening, automatically she'll find the solution. See, it's basically you looking at what you want, exactly the same thing the other person wants. This is not the same as putting yourself in the other person's shoes. Because when we say that, we are like, it becomes more like, oh, okay, yeah, you need to understand their struggle. They may be tense. They may be like this. But when you cognize, hey, it's not that superficial. What you want, exact same thing is what the other person also wants. You're greedy, then the other person is also greedy. What space, how you will handle your greed, handle that other person's greed also exact same way.
One of the key factors here is when we say we'll apply this for our team, it doesn't just end with your near and dear ones. Swamiji tells a very, very important statement. This is the best strategy for negotiating with anyone, the art of negotiation. This is the best strategy for any negotiation you want to make with anyone, any deal, be it your clients, your colleagues, your business partners, anyone that you want to convince for anything. This is the best strategy, oneness-based strategy in life. Swamiji told very beautifully, any other strategy, whether it is calculated, whether it is exploitative, whether it is selfish, or even if it is a win-win strategy, all of them will only lead you to a temporary success to a certain level. After that, you're bound to come back or you're bound to fail. But only oneness-based strategies, which is this exact cognition that Swamiji revealed. How will you deal with your greed? How you will want people to deal with your greed? You deal with others' greed also the same way. If you apply this oneness-based strategy, you can never fail any negotiation. You can never fail. You will never have to think back of how you can shift another person's inner space. That is the best secret. Swamiji said this is literally the business secret for any one of you who want to. It's not just your relationships, even your business, your professional career. This exact same cognition you can apply and you can just experience that shift. Actually, right now, all of you here can practically experiment with this. Practically, you can apply this and you can see how you'll be able to shift another person's inner space.
Wow, I'm getting so many amazing answers from the female side. So many participants have posted different situations, how they're going to deal from the space of oneness. Amazing. I see Madonna, Bharati Bhatt, Prithvi Prasad, Meena Haridas, Manitya Priyesha, Carmen. Wonderful. Many of you are posting. Angel Lee, I see that you're posting the same message multiple times. Sorry, we are going to be entering into Darshan very shortly. And before we continue this session, I just want to tell one thing. During the Darshan, Swamiji has provided us an amazing opportunity where all of us can post our prayers and requests directly to Swamiji. We can send it as a message. And during this time, we are noticing that many of you are posting the same message multiple times in the Zoom room. So what is happening is, even when Swamiji is actually responding to your message, you are ending up missing it because you're continuously posting the same message multiple times. And it's also affecting the other participants to read the responses they receive from Swamiji. So I really request all of you, you can post how many ever boons you prayer requests you want, but please do not repeat the same message again and again and again. So I just wanted to tell this. And let's also make sure that we're giving
Enough time don't worry about getting a response. Every single message we all can see. Swamiji never misses a single message. He attends to every single of our prayer requests. So please, let's make sure we are respecting the sanctity and at the same time being sensitive to the others who are waiting for the darshan. And every one of you, all the participants, it's very nice to actually see how so many of you are attending from different places and different parts of the world. For many of you, it's your midnight, early morning that you're all sitting here. So let us, every one of you sitting here, this is literally the most conducive ambience for you to test out and experiment with all these truths that Swamiji has revealed. Right now, the exact principle which Swamiji revealed, with which you can manifest, shift anybody's inner space. You can actually practically experiment with it right now. Just call any of your friends, anyone, and share right now. Just shift whatever reality that they want to manifest. You can actually manifest this exact thing as a power. Share with them about the darshan, and you can just invite them, and you can bring a beautiful shift in their life. Every one of you can actually right now apply this beautiful cognition that Swamiji revealed and apply this in your life. You all can experiment with it right now. So many of you have posted, how you have clicked with this, how this cognition clicked with you. Actually, you know what? With this one cognition, right? Swamiji revealed this is even the best way for causing someone, anyone that you want to really cause your reality. You have your near and dear ones. Today's whole day is based on relationships. This is the best way to experiment depth in any relationship. Just operating from this cognition with them.
Okay, I see many answers that were there for the previous question also. Manoj Talvaria, Swamiji has given great insight of oneness. I'll apply oneness at my workspace. I can see that it will make everyone more productive. Yadnesh, just be in unclutched space. That is the best strategy. Okay, wonderful. I have experiences as well, where I noticed I getting attracted to only and exactly someone who would be attracted to me already, and I am connecting specifically in that way. Good. I see each of you cognizing this truth in different ways. See, all of you understand. Now just take a moment to apply this. Just look at this, what Swamiji said. What you want is the exact same thing what the other person also wants. Right? You're going to use this as your power right now. You can call any person, anyone, especially the people who you feel that, this cognition, you first want to experiment and try. Understand this power. Every time when Swamiji gives you a powerful cognition, when you just experiment with it, like just play with that cognition, whether it has already become your experience or not, because Swamiji said it is definitely true. So you can just take that and say that because Swamiji said, I am going to stick to this and I'm going to operate from this cognition. You will see immediately it will become your experience. It will be you'll have fun right now. Who all want to have amazing relationships in your life? Take a moment. You're going to do this experiment with us right now. Take this powerful cognition, contact any one person, anyone. You're going to talk to them into their listening, where you can enrich them, help them in anything they want in their life right now. From this powerful cognition of oneness, if it's going to call them, you're going to just connect with them and you're going to give your intense listening. Because today Swamiji is going to be initiating us into the power of shifting the other person's inner space. Like it'll help you a lot. Let's say that you're someone and doing business, and many times you would want to actually shift your client's inner space. You can do it. You want your boss to agree to your proposal. You can do it. It's possible. Understand, it's not going to cause any negative effect. You have the power from the space of oneness. What negative can happen? You are going to be established in the space of oneness and you're going to play with it. So listen, you're going to take this powerful cognition that Swamiji has just given to us. See that what you want, exactly the same thing is what other person also wants. You're going to choose any one person. You're going to call them right now. You can enrich them to come and join you in the program with you now for the darshan. Okay? Are you all ready? Shall we experiment this and see? After the call, you're going to post how you used oneness as a strategy, and where you saw exactly what you want is what same thing the other person also wants, and how you deal with yourself. You use the same thing to deal with that person also.
And the goal for you here is to bring a shift in the other person's inner space. You can share the Bhagavad Gita book with them. You can gift them with the Bhagavad Gita book. You can invite them for darshan. It can be anything. So you don't go with a particular aim. See, please understand, here the goal is not, oh, I have to call, let me expect a script. Let me already have a script ready in my head. I have to call and the person has to say, I was just waiting for your call. No, don't already go with an expectation. Swamiji tells, when you go for enriching, Swamiji will flow through you. That is the experience of oneness that you will have. Just see, if you were them in their place, right? And if someone were to call you and talk to you for the problem that you are stuck in, what is the exact way you will talk to you? Apply that same principle to them. Just call any of your friends. Of course, you can introduce to them and say that, you know, you're attending such and such a program and that you're doing the power manifestation process as part of it. And call them, ask them any one reality they want to manifest. They can tell you, okay, I want to buy a car, or they can tell you, I want to buy a house, or they may even tell you, I want to attend a program. I want to attend the Paramashivam program. They can tell you any reality they want to manifest. It could be anything for that matter. You are going to be seeing what exactly is this place that they are stuck in and how you can shift their inner space to manifest their reality. When you are dealing with oneness as a strategy with them, means oneness as your strategy principle to operate in life, you will see, you will be able to just one or two words from you will shift the other person completely in their inner space. And they will tell you automatically, you will not even need to ask. They themselves will tell you, this is exactly what I was looking for.
Masato Takeuchi. Masato Takeuchi, Nithyanandam, I read your message that you have posted regarding your father. Don't worry. The first thing, you have to deal only from the space of oneness in your life. All forms of violence is not from the space of oneness. I understand the difficulty that you would be facing. There is a solution for it. Now what you have learned in this session, what Swamiji has taught us about what you would want is the exact same thing that the other person in your life also wants. Whatever you are looking for, that is exactly what your father is also looking for. Just take this as a powerful cognition. I appreciate the effort you've taken to open up. I know it would be difficult, but you've beautifully opened up and you've posted your message. Don't worry, because you're at the right place. Swamiji can heal your father, and the best thing that you can do to repair whatever you have done and to also help your father and help yourself would be talk to your father with this oneness as a strategy, with a cognition. Whatever I will be looking for is exactly what my father is also going to be looking for. How will I deal with myself? What exactly will I want? What exactly is the thing that I will be wanting for me? You're going to take a few minutes and you're going to be first sit with yourself, complete for all the agitation that is coming up in you, unclutch from it. You're going to approach your father, enrich him, get him to sit in the darshan. That would be the best thing you can do for yourself and for your father. And you will see in a matter of few days, you will have such an amazing breakthrough. The relationship you have with your father will deepen. Your father's that dementia will also get healed, and you will see this amazing support he will become for you in your life. It'll be really a beautiful relationship that you would be having. And the pain that you're going through, don't worry. Just sit at the feet of Swamiji. Today, sit in the darshan and you declare complete. Say, Swamiji, from this moment, I am dropping all this violence that I am carrying in you at your feet. Let you complete me. You will see Swamiji's love is too powerful. It will just enter inside you, fulfill you. It will complete all this violence that you're stuck in, raise you to the space of oneness and overflow back as love for Swamiji. So you just sit and you will see that will help you become more and more established in oneness. Try this now. Go and talk to your father. From this cognition, what exactly I want is what he wants.
And every one of you here that are sitting here, all the most closest relationships in your life that you really feel like whatever conflicts that is there, it needs to be resolved. Or even if there are no conflicts, but you want more depth in that relationship, just take a few minutes. Reach out to all those beings who are immediately close to you, your near and dear ones. Even if it is your pet, anyone, whoever is part of your immediate circle, the teamily. Bring all of them for the darshan now. Especially when you attend this darshan together as a family, as a group. You will see the whole collective space of oneness. The depth will increase so beautifully. Especially today, we're all having darshan of Uma Maheshwara Murti. And all these forms of Paramashiva through which he bestows the ultimate fulfillment in relationships. And most importantly, just to remind, as we had previously announced, today we are also having this very, very powerful initiation where anybody, any couple who's looking to conceive, and you have been trying, it is not happening, it need healing, whatever is the obstacle, today you all can attend as a couple. And you can bring either apple or pineapple, and Swamiji will be blessing and initiating, and you will be able to manifest a child, an enlightened baby. Because when Swamiji blesses, like Swamiji beautifully tells, that there are 3 apples that revolutionize the world. One is Newton's apple, second is Steve Jobs' apple, third is Swamiji's apple. Because Swamiji's apple literally heals all the problems that you have and gives you the life, gives you the new life energy itself. So every one of you, especially if you're a couple, you're looking to conceive, you can, or if you have someone who's really looking to conceive, you can invite their family, you can invite them for the darshan, which is about to start very, very shortly. And they all can come attend today's darshan and receive the boons and blessings. So we request every one of you to take a few minutes. Let us all do this. Apply this oneness as your principle. Reach out and let them know that the darshan is starting very, very soon, so that they also can avail these beautiful blessings.
So all those who want to have a new enlightened baby, sit along with your sit as couples, and each of you should have one either apple or pineapple. Any one of these fruits, both of you should be having it, and place it in front of the camera. We are going to be, our support desk team is going to be sending you the form through which you can sign up for receiving this initiation. Requesting all the participants sitting here with us to do this immediately. This is only for those that want to conceive, like you want to have a baby, an enlightened baby. then you can do this. It's such a beautiful gift. You'll get an apple, baby. Apple or pineapple.
Take a few minutes. And today, as all of us are having the darshan of Maheshwara Murti and the forms of Paramashiva, through which he literally is the ultimate manifestation, bestows that oneness and fulfillment in all relationships. Maheshwara Murti, Sukhasana Murti, Umesha Murti, Gauri Leela Samanvita Murti, and Gauri Varaprada Murti. All these forms of Paramashiva, and these forms are the forms that blesses us with that ultimate blessings and the ultimate fulfillment in all relationships. So we will now be chanting the Dhyana shlokas of Maheshwara Murti and Sukhasana Murti forms of Paramashiva as we all prepare for the darshan. These Dhyana shlokas are the direct descriptions of each of those forms of Paramashiva. We will now be chanting the Dhyana shloka of Maheshwara Murti. धवलाब्जसुखासनसन्निहितं मृगं डिम्बकटङ्कवराभियनं सुमुखः परमुतपलदृकाङ्गं वरया उमया सहितं हृदये तु भजे. The next is the Dhyana shloka of Sukhasana Murti. अरुणाभसुभस्मविलेपनध्रं धरणीचरटङ्कवराभयदम् अरुणं भरशोभिलसच्युदभं गुणनेत्रसुखासनरूपमिदम् चतुर्भुजं त्रिनेत्रं च जटामकुटसंयुतम् अभयं दक्षिणहस्ते वरदं वामहस्तके कृष्णापरशु संयुक्तं वामदक्षिणहस्तयोः शयानं दक्षिणं पादं दधं वामं तु कुञ्चितम् उमासहितपत्सर्वं स्कन्दगौरीविवर्जितं सुखासनमिति प्रोक्तम्. This most beautiful form of Paramashiva blesses and bestows the entire humanity with that ultimate boons and blessings and auspiciousness, fulfillment in any relationship in life, that of a husband and wife, or a mother and son, daughter, father, brother, sister, friends, colleagues, boss, every relationship in life that you attend here with. Maheshwara is that ultimate form. Devi and Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti will grace all of us with that ultimate experience of oneness. Now, to all of the participants who want to request for the blessings to manifest the child, if you're looking to conceive a child and if you're requesting blessings, we will be posting the forms in each of the chats, and it will also be projected for all of you here. You all can go ahead to that form and please sign up. You can post your request there and make sure you're filling up the form, and you have to have either apple or pineapple. So either of these two fruits you should have for you to receive the blessings. And I am seeing many of you are starting to post your questions. Please do not post right now. You all can start posting right after Swamiji comes, and please make sure you're posting your questions, your prayers only once. Do not post more than once. Just if you can post once, and you will be receiving a response right after Swamiji arrives in the darshan. And please do not post as of now. And let's all also be sensitive to the fact there are hundreds of you waiting to ask your boons. I know how important and special it is for each of us to receive this boon directly from Swamiji. So please, let's make sure we are sensitive to the others as well. So post your boons only once, and you will surely be receiving a response. And we can see each and every single day Swamiji is making himself more and more available to us. Like right now, on all the social media platforms, you can ask your boons and blessings request directly to Swamiji, whether it is WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube. So each of you can ask your questions in all of these social media platforms. You can also ask your boons, blessings to Swamiji in all of these social media platforms, and you will be receiving the responses. You will be receiving the blessings in any of these platforms that you ask. Yes. Can I request all of you who are sitting as families, or if you're having someone else, please come and be seated. Let us all settle down and get ready for the darshan. Please settle down. Ma Gauri is asking, my friends are asking if the darshan is going to be on YouTube or Instagram. Yes. Right now, as we are talking live, this program is happening on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and as well as Instagram. It is live on all these platforms, and your friends can watch in any of these platforms as well. So Magori Koifman, you can share with them.
I just want to tell one thing though. Seeing on one way means on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, it is you seeing Swamiji. But when you're sitting on the Zoom, you're going to be on two-way, meaning you're going to see Swamiji and Swamiji would also see you. Understand that is actually called as Nayana Diksha. Nayana Diksha means Diksha, where how one lit lamp can light another lamp. Same way, how the fire jumps from one lit lamp to another lamp. Same way, the master's energy, power, his very inner space gets transmitted to us during initiation. That is called as Diksha. And this Diksha is of various forms. Sparsha Diksha is where by touch, where he puts his hand on your head or on your third eye, and Swamiji transmits the Shakti to you. Nayana Diksha is where just through look, just by looking at you, he transmits his very power, energy, inner space directly to you. So this is very, very special. You can invite your friends, tell them to hop onto Zoom for a couple hours and let them sit. You can explain to them what darshan is, how this darshan is a very, very sacred space, and what happens to them during the darshan, and what they would receive. All the participants that want to get blessings to conceive a baby, to conceive a child, please head to the form that is projected for you on your screen. It is tinyurl.com/blessing for child. Please take.
And you all can fill the form. And if you are attending, make sure you are having an apple or a pineapple for the initiation. Swamiji will be energizing that. And right after the darshan, you can consume that. And right after the darshan, that becomes the prasadam. So you and your spouse can consume that, and all the obstacles, everything will be healed, and you will be able to conceive successfully. Actually, there are so many people here itself. I know many people who are a testimonial who have been blessed with an apple baby. So when Swamiji blesses, be clear, you will be blessed with an enlightened baby that is literally born. So yes, I see many of you laughing. See, every one of
Blessings
you.
for child is the form. Take a moment and please fill it up. This is only for those who want to have a child.
And all the participants that are sitting here, very, very shortly, as we enter the darshan, make sure that you are sitting in that space of deep receptivity. And every one of you, as you sit here, understand when Swamiji manifests, those gods and goddesses come down from Kailasa and Swamiji showering us with that blessing. Ma Shujing Wong, you're asking instead of apples and pineapples, is anything else? A lotus flower is prepared. Is that okay? No. It should only be apples or pineapples. Swamiji says only these two can receive the energy and transmit. So it should only be apple or pineapple. Ma. Do not keep anything else. It should be only either of these two that you receive the darshan with. So if you are looking to receive the blessings for a child, then you have to have apple or pineapple, either of them. Yes. And yes, you can bring your pets also for darshan. Yes, please bring your pets as well for darshan. Masindi Chang, you can bring all the people who are there with you, everyone, and get them to sit for the darshan. Your entire family, even if you have your friends, every one of them. Today, you can attend as a family. If you attend as a family, it's even more beneficial for you. So yes, you all can attend together as a family, teamly, as a whole group. You all can attend, and it will be even more beneficial for all of you. Yes. Now, to all the participants that are sitting here, let us all get ready for the darshan. I just like to remind all the participants to take a few minutes. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Darshan is a very, very sacred space. And this space, literally, Swamiji himself is manifesting the gods and goddesses directly from Kailasa. His own dimensions of Uma Maheshwara Murti, all of them manifest through Swamiji. And at this time, the whole process is extremely sacred and powerful. Each of you, when you are sitting, make sure we are maintaining the sanctity and sacredness of the darshan. And every one of you that are sitting here, do not lie down, do not stretch your legs and sit. Make sure you're sitting, maintaining the sanctity and revering the sacredness of this space. Anybody who is lying down or who is not in front of the camera, who seems to be distracted, we'll all be having to move you all into the waiting room. The digital securities will be moving you all into the waiting room. I request all of you to please sit straight. Do not lie down. Do not stretch your legs. Please sit straight. Ma Chingho, very nice to see. Ma Chingho logs in separately for her cat also. Even her cat receives separate two-way darshan. Actually, Ma, you should know. Swamiji tells small children, like infants or animals, both of them are much more in listening than average adults to all the truths that Swamiji is revealing. Many times, like I have seen this so many times, how pets respond to Swamiji. The moment actually Swamiji comes, like there's a small cat in Gurukul, we call it a Saiva Punai. And it was a normal, like it was a cat which used to eat non-veg and everything. Just one touch from Swamiji. Swamiji just playfully, during one initiation, Swamiji said Gurukul kids can bring any animals they want. And some of the kids took this cat to Swamiji. Just one touch. That cat stopped eating non-veg after that. It only used to eat grass. We have recorded multiple videos of this and uploaded on YouTube as well. So animals have way more listening than you can imagine. So you can keep your pets also in the camera, and your pets will also sit, and you will see they will intensely be receiving the initiation from Swamiji. So this initiation and darshan is open for pets as well. My angel is asking, in the future, if I want to have a baby, and can I get an apple? If you are looking to conceive, you can bring the apple or pineapple and get it energized.
I just want to tell this Initiation with apple and pineapple is too powerful because the moment you get it, you can be very sure you will conceive a child. So only if you want to conceive a child, take this initiation because surely you will conceive a child. So the moment Swamiji initiates and right after the darshan, you can consume the apple or the pineapple and you will see in a matter of few days, you will you will conceive a child. So only if you want a baby, an enlightened baby, you have to take this initiation, no? Okay, it's time now, the most awaited time for all of us. I know we all are eagerly waiting to see how Swamiji is going to be looking in today's darshan, the initiation for all of us as Uma Maheshwara Murti, Umesha Murti, Gauri Leela Samanvita Murti. Let us all enter into a deep, restful awareness, in a deep meditative state. Close your eyes. Please inhale and exhale deeply and slowly. Prepare your inner space by chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, what if we told you that the fears that you are facing in your day-to-day life can be used to maximize your potential and really manifest the highest living that you can? What if we told you that all the fears that you have that you thought were something that is a barrier can actually be something that can create a good path for you to find your goals? that fears are something that we shouldn't apply our negativity to, rather something we should to be aware of, and how we can become just powerful enough to be able to attend to these fears is what he teaches. This is the Nithyananda Rudra show. I'm Sri Nitya Rajananda, and today we're going to be talking about how actually fears can become the fuel for you to achieve immortality. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Anandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvati Sham Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhatitam Grahitam Sadgurum Tamnamami. Nityanandam. This is Nityananda. We are happy to present to you this Veda Agamas session. Fear is something that many cultures have a different way of approaching. Like some cultures just shove it under the car and don't let it explore it at a younger age, which leads to repercussions when you're older and you're not able to face life. Some cultures embrace it, allow the kids to embrace it at a young age and help heal the and very powerful influencers. This is the difference that we see in the world, and how you attend to the fears. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhava Paramashivam, has spoken hours and hours talking about how to overcome your fears, how to use fears not to be a slave to your fears, but to be the master of them, and to literally run your life in the way you want. And he has talked about one particular fear that we face a lot, and that is the fear of death. He makes us logically look at our fears. My program is going on right now. Many of the participants had a beautiful time yesterday. In fact, the KAILASA Darshan and the processes that lead up to the KAILASA Darshan, the opportunity to look into the fears in our lives that we leave always unattended.
Can operate all
Because
negotiations.
it's
This is the best strategy with
difficult to touch that. So Swami has this healing, casual way of even attending to our fear. And he even helps us
Uma Maheshwara.
that